Duanling Tian finally understood why Bai Li Hong asked him not to aim at the wild beast's vital parts. It was because Bai Li Hong knew he would be able to kill the wild beast even without attacking its vital parts. Both the explosive flame saint inscription or corrosion saint inscription were Bai Li Hong's work. It was only natural he was familiar with their power. Although the explosive flame saint inscription and corrosion saint inscription are 3-star saint inscriptions with great power, you can only use them on early saint rudiment stage powerhouses at the most due to your true energy and cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Bai Li Hong told Duanling Tian. Saint inscriptions needed to be activated via true energy. Only powerful true energy would be able to unleash the full force of saint inscriptions. Otherwise, it would only activate a portion of the saint inscription's power. It would work very well if a 1-star saint inscription was used to fight someone with the same cultivation base. However, it was almost impossible to defeat an opponent who was at a level higher. 2-star saint inscriptions, on the other hand, could defeat opponents at a higher level. However, the opponent's ability would ultimately determine if one would be able to defeat one's opponent. For instance, now that Duanling Tian was at the perfection mortal shedding stage, even without the strange pupil and saint inscriptions, no martial cultivators and Dao cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage could fight on even ground with him even if they used 2-star saint inscriptions. He did not need the strange pupil or saint inscriptions to defeat those at a higher level. However, 3-star saint inscriptions allowed one to fight opponents who were 2 levels higher. If someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage activated a 3-star saint inscription with their true energy, he would be able to fight with early saint rudiment stage powerhouses on even ground. One would have to break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage if one wanted to use a 3-star saint inscription effectively on intermediate saint rudiment stage powerhouses. Saint inscriptions depended on one's true energy level. The higher the true energy level, the more powerful it was. Naturally, it still had a limit no matter how powerful it was. At that time, it would depend on the grade of the saint inscriptions. If it was a 2-star saint inscription, it would only be able to threaten someone at the imminent saint stage. It would not be able to harm saint stage powerhouses. Only 3-star inscriptions would be able to threaten saint stage powerhouses. However, to fight on even ground with saint stage powerhouses with the help of 3-star inscriptions, one would have to be at the perfection saint rudiment stage. The perfection saint rudiment stage was 2 levels away from the saint stage. Imminent saint stage was the paramount mortal shedding stage. It was called the imminent saint stage because it was close to the saint stage. The gap between the saint stage and non-saint stage was even bigger than the gap between the mortal shedding stage and the innate stage. I can only use the 3-star saint inscriptions effectively if I use it on early saint rudiment stage powerhouses. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he raised his eyebrow. It seems like I must elevate my cultivation base faster. Currently, I'm very close to breaking through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. As soon as I break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I'm confident I'll be able to defeat those at the intermediate saint rudiment stage. Naturally, he meant he could defeat those at the intermediate saint rudiment stage without using the strange pupil. Duanling Tian did not dare to think about those at the mastery saint rudiment stage. Those at the mastery saint rudiment stage would have already mastered the true energy consolidated weapon technique. Even if he were to use strange pupil, he might only be able to distract them for a second at the cost of draining all his spiritual energy. He might not be able to defeat the person during that 1 second. The true energy consolidated weapon technique would definitely be able to block his attack. There's really a great divide between the mastery saint rudiment stage and the intermediate saint rudiment stage. Duanling Tian knew that very well. Thank you, senior brother. Duanling Tian thanked Bai Li Hong as he put away the sun-shooting bow. He could tell that Bai Li Hong poured his heart into inscribing the 2 3-star saint inscriptions, judging by how well they worked together with the penetration saint inscription. We're brothers. I don't think it's necessary to thank each other. Bai Li Hong smiled and shook his head. Subsequently, he asked eagerly, Junior brother, how much progress did you make with the strange inscription art in the past 10 days? I should be able to inscribe saint inscriptions with the strange inscription art now, Duanling Tian said with a smile. Bai Li Hong was dumbstruck when he heard that. He had only handed over the jade token containing the strange inscription art recoding to Duanling Tian 10 days ago. After 10 days, Duan Tian actually said he could inscribe saint inscriptions with it? How could he not be shocked by that? Junior brother, let's go. Let's head back. An invisible force swept out when Bai Li Hong lifted his arm. The force covered Duan Tian within it and brought him along as they rushed back to the Moon Illumination sect. They headed back to the inner court and back to Bai Li Hong's mansion. He was eager to see Duan Tian's strange inscription art technique. Up until now, he did not manage to master the strange inscription art at all. Meanwhile, this junior brother that he had accepted on behalf of his teacher had mastered the strange inscription art within 10 days. There was a quiet room in Bai Li Hong's mansion that was exclusively used for inscribing saint inscriptions. One should not be disturbed when inscribing saint inscriptions. Otherwise, all effort would go to waste. Duan Tian and Bai Li Hong were the only two people in the quiet room at the moment. There was a stone table with a sword lying on top of it in a quiet room. It was clearly a saint weapon. Meanwhile, there was a vessel containing an unknown liquid next to the sword. The unknown liquid was dark yellow, and it would occasionally boil and bubble. Junior brother, would you really be able to inscribe the drifting light saint inscription with inscription ink that's made with such little materials? Bai Li Hong asked in disbelief as he glanced at the dark yellow liquid in the vessel. The drifting light saint inscription was a 1-star saint inscription. Bai Li Hong knew the saint inscription very well since it was a very common 1-star saint inscription. He practiced it many times when he had just become a 1-star saint inscription master. He knew the materials required to inscribe the saint inscription like the back of his hand. No materials should be excluded when inscribing saint inscriptions. Meanwhile, his junior brother Duan Tian was going to inscribe the drifting light saint inscription, but the materials he was going to use were half or even more than half of the regular amount. The cost of the material was reduced close to 2/3 of the original cost. Although he knew one of the main points of the strange inscription art was how cost-saving it was, he still found the fact that it required so little materials mind-boggling. Senior brother, just watch. Duan Tian smiled lightly, and his voice was filled with confidence. In the next second, he extended his right hand and held Bai Li Hong's 9-star inscription pen. He extended his left hand after taking a deep breath and picked up the sword on the table. It was his first time using the strange inscription art to inscribe saint inscription. Naturally, he had run through the scenario in his head countless times during the past 10 days, so he was familiar with the steps. Therefore, he would just have to repeat the steps. As Duan Tian shook his right hand that was holding the 9-star inscription pen, the 9-star inscription pen seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning and shot straight at the inscription ink. The inscription ink was the general name for liquid refined from materials required to inscribe saint inscriptions. The 9-star inscription pen that moved with lightning speed dipped into the inscription ink with its sharp tip like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. It dripped onto the sword in Duan Tian's left hand. Suddenly, a mark appeared on the body of the sword. As Duan Tian moved his right hand rapidly, complicated patterns appeared on the sword's body while a drop of inscription ink flowed according to the patterns. It seemed like water flowing in a stream. Everything seemed natural. Duan Tian's movement was as smooth as flowing water. Meanwhile, Bai Li Hong, who was watching from the side, was dumbstruck as soon as it began. Duan Tian's speed when inscribing the saint inscription was even faster than him. Is this the strange inscription art? I wonder how much spiritual energy he needs to perform at such a rapid speed. Junior brother's really the right one to learn the strange inscription art. Bai Li Hong's heart jolted lightly. His emotions were stirred. It's so fast. It's too fast. Looking at Duan Tian's movement, those two thoughts were the only thing left in Bai Li Hong's mind. So this is the difference between the saint inscription Dao and the strange inscription art? Bai Li Hong's emotion was complicated when he finally regained his senses. It's done. When Bai Li Hong's mind was about to wander again, Duan Tian straightened his back and stopped his movement. Senior brother, check the effect of this drifting light saint inscription and see if the effect is weakened or not. It's done. Bai Li Hong's jaw dropped when he heard Duan Tian's words. One must know that even the current him would need at least half an hour to inscribe the drifting light saint inscription. However, his junior brother only used less than 15 minutes. It was less than half the time he spent on the inscription. He was a 3-star saint inscription master. As he took a deep breath and suppressed his shock, Bai Li Hong took the sword Duanling Tian handed him. The expression in his eyes became complicated after he tested the one-star saint inscription, the drifting light saint inscription. The effect is not weakened, Bai Li Hong said with a sigh after he caught his breath. The strange inscription art is really an amazing technique. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I have no fate with it due to my spiritual energy application. The application of spiritual energy depended on one's talent in spiritual energy. Bai Li Hong was clearly lacking in this aspect. It was not just him, most saint inscription masters would not be able to do it. Duanling Tian was relieved when he heard Bai Li Hong's words. Although he had gone through the steps of the strange inscription art in his head countless times, this was his first time putting it to practice. This was why it was difficult for him to not have doubts even though he was confident. "Senior brother, your inscription pen," Duanling Tian called out when Bai Li Hong was softly caressing the drifting light saint inscription on the sword in his hand. Duanling Tian handed the inscription pen to him. However, Bai Li Hong did not take it even though he lifted his head up to look at it. His eyes gleamed as he clenched his teeth. It seemed as though he had made a major decision. "Junior brother, you can have this 9-star inscription pen. I'll buy myself another one when I head to Han River City," Bai Li Hong said as he looked at Duanling Tian. A hint of reluctance flashed in the depth of his eyes. "Since you've inherited teacher's strange inscription art, it's only right that you have this inscription pen. Senior brother, if it's not for you, I wouldn't have been able to learn teacher's strange inscription art. This 9-star inscription pen is your fortune. I don't deserve to be your junior brother if I actually take away what you love." Duanling Tian shook his head persistently. Duanling Tian wanted the inscription pen in his hand very much. However, he had his own principles. Who would not want a 9-star inscription pen? However, as the saying went, no gentleman should take away somebody else's love. He could tell Bai Li Hong did not want part with the inscription pen, judging from his hesitation earlier. Therefore, it made sense that Duanling Tian should not accept the inscription pen. Otherwise, it would be too selfish of him. When Bai Li Hong saw Duanling Tian was unwilling to take the inscription pen no matter what, the only thing he could do was take it back. After taking it back, he said with determination, "Junior brother, I know you're unwilling to take the thing I love away from me. I'll take the pen back temporarily, but you must agree to one condition." "Do tell, senior brother," Duanling Tian said. "When you become a 3-star saint inscription master, you must accept this inscription pen. Otherwise, you'll have to take the pen now." Indeed, Bai Li Hong was unwilling to part with the inscription pen in his hand. It was only human that he felt that way. There were not many 9-star inscription pens even on the Dao Martial Saint land. Moreover, he had been using it for so long. It was only natural for him to feel unwilling to let it go. However, he knew he could not be selfish. The inscription pen was left behind by the teacher he had never met. Although he was the owner now, his teacher had always wanted to find an heir to inherit his strange inscription art, and Duanling Tian happened to be the heir. He believed if his teacher was here, he would definitely give the inscription pen to Duanling Tian. "Sure." Duanling Tian agreed immediately when he saw Bai Li Hong behaving as though he would not give up if he did not agree to his request. However, to him, the future was uncertain. Perhaps, he would no longer be in the Moon Illumination sect when he became a 3-star saint inscription master. Duanling Tian bid farewell to Bai Li Hong after chatting with him for a little while. He was ready to head back to the outer court. During the journey, Duanling Tian noticed that everyone he met was staring at his face as though there was something on his face. Man dreads fame just like how a pig dreads fat, Duanling Tian mocked himself inwardly. He came to a stop when he arrived at the Merit Pavilion and he mumbled softly, "There's nothing in particular that I want to trade for now in the Merit Pavilion. I'll just trade for Dao talismans, just in case, with the remaining merit points." Eventually, Duanling Tian kept 100,000 merit points from the portion that he kept for Ling Yun for himself and traded a Dao talisman with the remaining merit points. In his opinion, Dao talisman was something that could save lives. He decided to save 100,000 merit points just in case. What if the inner court disciple had more materials at the first level of the Merit Pavilion that could restore the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? At that time, who could he look for when he did not have merit points? Duanling Tian began to look around on the first level of the Merit Pavilion after purchasing the Dao Talisman. However, Elder Hua, upon Duanling Tian's request, who was observing what was happening outside, did not see any materials that could restore the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda while Duanling Tian walked around. Seems like I'm out of luck. Duanling Tian mocked himself inwardly. He left the Merit Pavilion as a group of inner court disciples stared at him. I heard from Senior Brother that they sell inscription pens at Han River City. Han River City is the biggest city in the 9 sect alliances. His headquarters is there as well. I think it's time for me to pay a visit there. Duanling Tian thought as he journeyed back to the outer court. After all, he did need an inscription pen now. Apart from the inscription pen, I can also look for materials to restore the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in Han River City. We're close to finishing the restoration of the third level. Once it's restored, my cultivation speed would be boosted even further. Duanling Tian firmly decided to find time to visit Han River City as he thought to this point. He could not use the Celestial Supreme Treasure in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, but the cultivation environment in there was important to him. 5 days in there was equivalent to a day outside. I must head back to Half Moon Island in 8 months' time to be with the 2 ladies when they give birth. My ability will definitely skyrocket after 8 months if we manage to restore the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At that time, my ability to protect myself during the journey back would be even higher. Duanling Tian became motivated as he thought about Kur and Li Fei. I'll bring them to the Dao Martial Saint Land when I find my parents. At that time, I'll give them a lavish wedding. Duanling Tian smiled joyfully as he thought about his 2 fiancées. He had yet to give them the status they deserved. Naturally, it was not because he did not want to. He could not do it because his parents were not around. Both of the ladies' parents had passed away, so it did not matter. However, his parents were still around. It was only natural for his parents to be present when they finally get married. Perhaps my 2 children would be able to speak by the time I find my parents. At that time, I'm sure they'll be elated to find out they've become grandparents. Duanling Tian could not stop smiling. The outer court disciples who saw Duanling Tian smiling to himself were surprised when they saw that. Why was Senior Brother Duan so happy? Did Elder Bai Li give him something good again? When they thought about this, a hint of envy appeared in their eyes. However, they knew there was nothing they could do about Duanling Tian's great luck. Duanling Tian would always be someone they admired. Xionghu. I suppose those people with Lu Huan didn't come looking for trouble lately? Duanling Tian asked when he saw Xionghu. Senior Brother Duan currently, who doesn't know your Elder Bai Li's junior brother? That Lu Huan must have been shocked by the news of Elder Bai Li declaring you as his junior brother. How would he dare to come looking for trouble with us? Xionghu smirked. Oh yes, I haven't congratulated Senior Brother Duan yet. Duanling Tian did not comment on Xionghu's optimism. He did not believe Lu Huan would give up looking for trouble with him just because of Bai Li Hong. At this moment, Lu Huan had to be plotting in secret since he could not act openly. This was not something that was advantageous to him. Naturally, he did not regret consenting to Bai Li Hong announcing their relationship. At least Xionghu and Ling Yun were safe now. Lu Huan definitely would not dare to openly look for trouble with them. But Senior Brother's overbearing. He confronted Lu Huan as soon as they met. Duanling Tian could not help but feel surprised when Bai Li Hong mentioned he had confronted Lu Huan. He could not tell he had this protective side to him. He had implied that Lu Huan would definitely die if he dares to do anything to Duanling Tian. There was a rule in the Moon Illumination sect that prohibited killing in the sect, but who was Bai Li Hong? Even the powerhouses in the sect did not dare to boast in the presence of Bai Li Hong. Whether he had a good reason or not, nobody would dare to do anything even if Bai Li Hong really did kill someone in the sect. Bai Li Hong's existence in the Moon Illumination sect was special. Throughout the years, the other 7 seventh-rate sects in the 9 sect alliances that did not have any 3-star saint inscription masters did not stop secretly sending people to persuade Bai Li Hong to join their sect. The few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect were very well aware of that. Bai Lihong had rejected the offers from the 7 sects in the past because he enjoyed his time in the Moon Illumination sect. If he was unsatisfied with the sect, there was no saying if he would still reject the offers proposed by the other 7 sects. A 3-star saint inscription master was too important in a 7th-rate sect such as the Moon Illumination sect. He was undoubtedly a pillar of support to them. Xionghu, I'll transfer Ling Yun's merit points to you. Please transfer it to him when you return. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you for a long time after this, Duan Ling Tian said to Xionghu as he handed over his crystal card. Senior brother Duan, are you going into closed-door cultivation? Xionghu asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, he did not reveal his plans of leaving the Moon Illumination SEC to visit Han River City to Xionghu. He did not plan to tell anyone, including Bai Lihong. He knew very well that he had offended many people ever since he came to the Moon Illumination sect, even though it had been less than 4 months since his arrival. If words were to get out that he was leaving, would they not come after him outside of Moon Illumination sect to kill him? With all said, Duan Ling Tian did not plan to leave immediately. I'll head over to Han River City after I break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, Duan Ling Tian decided inwardly. However, what he did not know was Inner Court Elder Lu Huan had arrived at Han River City when he entered the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for closed-door cultivation. Even his direct disciple Shou Qi would not recognize Lu Huan, who had arrived at Han River City, if he was still alive. This was because he had disguised himself. After entering the bustling Han River City, Lu Huan's trail had disappeared after he passed through a few remote alleys. He only showed himself again in the middle of the night. There was hardly anyone in the west of Han River City this late at night. There was a mansion on a remote land on the west side of Han River City's city wall. The mansion seemed very ordinary. It was so ordinary that it would not attract any attention at all. Almost no one exited or entered the mansion during the day. However, there were many specter-like silhouettes entering the mansion when it was late at night. Lu Huan arrived outside of the mansion and entered with a gleam in his eyes. After he passed by many specter-like silhouettes, Lu Huan entered a dark room with a door that was wide open. I would like to buy a person's life, Lu Huan said in a deep and hoarse voice. Duan Ling Tian had imagined countless times about what would happen when he broke through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. He had wondered how many saint veins he would be able to open and whether he would be able to open all 99 saint veins. However, he was calm when he finally broke through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Saint veins. Duan Ling Tian looked into his body to observe his saint veins. Now that he had broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, it would mean that the saint veins in his body were opened. He became a little solemn when he thought there would not be any new open saint veins after this. This was because he did not count his saint veins earlier when he broke through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. If he did, he would not be as anxious as he was now. The heaviness in his heart disappeared when he counted the number of saint veins in his body. 99. What? Duan Ling Tian was over the moon when he counted the saint veins in his body. This was something he had hoped for. He had thought about it many times even in his dreams. Now that it had come true, he felt as though a burden had been lifted off him. Duan Ling Tian knew what 99 saint veins meant. This meant the number of saint veins had reached its limit. Even the great sage, equal of heaven, Sun Wukong, from the ancient myth in his past life, who was once imprisoned under Five Fingers Mountain, could not compare to him in regards to saint veins. Let's count again. After his excitement calmed down, Duan Ling Tian began counting again. He felt surreal. I'm right. There are 99 of them. I should count again. After counting many times, Duan Ling Tian was finally certain he had opened 99 saint veins. Elder Hua. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement before he looked for Elder Hua. Elder Hua was momentarily stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian had opened 99 saint veins. He even felt a little uncertain. It was something that he rarely felt. Are you sure you've opened 99 saint veins? It was Duan Ling Tian's first time seeing Elder Hua at a loss ever since they met. At this moment, he was secretly proud of himself. Elder Hua, do you want to take a look at them yourself? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Elder Hua did not hesitate as he placed his hand on Duanling Tian's hand at lightning speed. He withdrew his hand before Duanling Tian managed to react and muttered, "There are really 99 Saint Veins. Are you really human?" Eventually, Elder Hua looked at Duanling Tian as though he was looking at a monster. At this moment, Duanling Tian's attention was not on Elder Hua's expression. He felt as though an electric current was flowing through his entire body the second Elder Hua placed his hand on his earlier. The current faded and he regained his senses when Elder Hua withdrew his hand. Elder Hua's ability stunned Duanling Tian once again. Unfortunately, Elder Hua can't leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda now and fight anyone outside the pagoda. Otherwise, he would definitely be an immense help to me. Duanling Tian thought it was a pity. Since he opened all 99 Saint Veins, his hearing ability, his eyesight, and sense of smell were elevated to a ridiculous height. Duanling Tian was confident that he was the king at the mortal shedding stage even without using any saint inscriptions and saint weapons since he had opened 99 Saint Veins. The kind of boost 99 Saint Veins granted him was not a joke. I should have enough strength to defend myself with my current ability. It's time to leave Moon Illumination Sect and explore what's out there, Duanling Tian thought to himself. In the middle of the night, Duanling Tian left his own compound quietly. He left the outer court and left the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Whoosh! Duanling Tian unleashed his power after leaving the Moon Illumination Sect's estate and dashed far away at lightning speed. The direction he was heading toward was where Han River City was located. It had been a month since he planned to go to Han River City. Duanling Tian had finally broken through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage after a month and left the Moon Illumination Sect. He did not tell anyone anything from the beginning until the end. He did everything discreetly. Although he was being discreet, someone still managed to locate Duanling Tian's whereabouts. That person was none other than Outer Court Elder Huang Cheng. The chance is finally here after a long wait. Duanling Tian left in the middle of the night without anyone following him. I supposed even Elder Bai Li doesn't know about this. Huang Cheng grinned as he stood at the side of the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate. He followed in Duanling Tian's direction as swift as a wind. Huang Cheng had mastered a secret tactic that could hide his presence. Even though Duanling Tian was the most powerful weapons specialist on Earth in his past life, and his anti-tracking ability was amazing, he did not notice Huang Cheng following him as he continued on his journey. He only realized something was amiss when he heard the rapid sound of wind whistling behind him, causing his expression to change drastically. As his expression changed, he saw a flash as the silhouette of a person appeared before him. That person was no stranger to him. Huang Cheng. Duanling Tian's face turned solemn when he saw the person before him. He did not expect to be targeted since he had been careful to be discreet about his departure. Huang Cheng was one of the people he had offended in the Moon Illumination Sect. Duanling Tian. Huang Cheng smiled excitedly when he saw Duanling Tian's expression had turned solemn. I've been waiting for 2 months for you to leave alone. That old fellow Bai Li Hong was with you the last time you left, so I couldn't do anything to you. You'll definitely die this time. As soon as Huang Cheng was done speaking, 2 waves of true energy rose above his head. One of them turned into a gigantic saber while the other turned into a giant beast that looked like a leopard or tiger. Whoosh! The gigantic saber charged out and appeared on the left of Duanling Tian in just a blink of an eye. It hovered in midair as it emitted a ferocious aura. Bang! 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 The gigantic beast stepped forward, causing the air to tremble and explosive noise in its wake. The gigantic beast appeared on Duanling Tian's right in just an instant. It stared at Duanling Tian fiercely, as though it would pounce at him and swallow him whole at any given moment. True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast, Duanling Tian muttered softly as his face turned solemn when he saw that. Not bad, you're able to recognize my True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. Huang Cheng scoffed coldly. But from today onward, you, the genius whose martial Dao talent is recognized as number 1 in the outer court, is fated to turn into dirt in the Dao martial saint land. Perhaps, not many people would remember you after a year. Huang Cheng, I don't recall any enmity between us. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes and asked in his deep voice, "Our bet seems to be the only conflict between us. I didn't point a knife at you to place the bet, it was you who insisted on doing that. It's your problem that you lost. What has that got to do with me?" "It's meaningless for you to say these words now," Huangqing said calmly. "From today onward, you, Duanling Tian, will vanish from this world completely. Nobody will find out that I'm the one who killed you. If there's an afterlife, remember this. There are people that you can't afford to offend. Will you be willing to let me go if I return you that 300,000 over merit points?" Duanling Tian asked coldly. "Ha ha ha." Strangely, Huangchang laughed out loud when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He looked at him as though he was looking at a monster. "Duanling Tian, you're too naive. If I kill you, your crystal card will be mine. Doesn't that mean I'll own all your merit points then? Also, since you became elder by Li's junior brother, you should have a saint weapon with 3-star saint inscription that he inscribed for you? Let me guess. The saint weapon with 3-star saint inscription that you have should have at least another 2-star saint inscriptions on it." The way Huang Chang looked at Duanling Tian did not look like he was looking at a person at all. Instead, he looked like he was looking at a precious treasure. Duanling Tian's expression was cold when he looked at Huang Chang. In fact, his words to Huang Chang earlier was just a test. He did not possess 300,000 over merit points since a while ago. He was only left with 100,000 merit points in his crystal card now for backup. "Huang Chang, you've gotten it wrong," Duanling Tian said calmly. "I've gotten it wrong?" Huang Chang smirked. "Duanling Tian, what kind of trick are you trying to pull now? Do you think you'll have a chance of surviving today? What kind of tricks can I pull?" Duanling Tian said, "I just want to tell you the saint weapon I possess isn't just inscribed with 2 3-star saint inscriptions, but 3. The thing is, would you dare to use it even if you manage to obtain it?" Duanling Tian mocked. Huang Cheng's eyes shone with greed when Duanling Tian revealed the saint weapon was inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions. He smiled disdainfully when he heard Duanling Tian's words. "Do you think I have to stay in the Moon Illumination sect after I kill you and take the saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions from you? It'll be easy for me to cover things up while I stay in the Moon Illumination sect temporarily. I'll leave eventually." A saint weapon with 3 3-star saint inscriptions was sufficient for him to decide to leave the Moon Illumination sect. Huang Chang had made up his mind. "It seems like you, Huang Cheng, has been plotting for quite some time. You've even figured out how to get out of this?" Duanling Tian looked into Huang Cheng's eyes and said calmly, "But do you really think you'll be able to kill me today?" A talisman appeared in Duanling Tian's hand as soon as he finished speaking. This 3-star Divine Strider talisman speed is on par with the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Do you, Huang Chang, really think you can attack me since I have this 3-star Divine Strider talisman? Duanling Tian looked at Huang Chang as he smiled confidently. However, Huang Chang was not as surprised as Duanling Tian had expected him to be when faced with the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. At this moment, an ominous feeling rose in Duanling Tian's heart as it jolted. "Appear!" Although he did not know why he had that feeling, he did not hesitate as he shouted to activate the 3-star Divine Strider talisman in his hand. Suddenly, the 3-star Strider talisman disappeared as mysterious energy entered Duanling Tian's body. Duanling Tian moved suddenly and disappeared before Huang Chang. Although the gigantic saber and giant beast that Huang Chang had consolidated with his true energy were blocking Duanling Tian's way, they did not hinder Duanling Tian when he left. This was because Huang Chang, whose cultivation base was only at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage, did not manage to react in time. The speed of someone at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage was not something to be trifled with. However, Huang Chang did not show a panicked expression on his face even though Duanling Tian had disappeared. Instead, he lifted his arm at lightning speed as a talisman appeared in his hand as well. "Appear!" As Huang Chang shouted, he vanished from his spot as soon as the talisman disappeared. Naturally, he did not really vanish. His speed was so quick that it seemed as though he had vanished. "Duanling Tian, do you think you're the only one with a 3-star Divine Strider talisman?" When Duanling Tian slowed down after dashing far away, Huang Chang caught up to him quickly and appeared not far behind him. Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard the voice coming from behind him. Huang Chang has a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman too. That was the first thought that appeared in his mind. At this moment, he did not have the time to figure out how Huang Chang could afford the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. An outer court elder's fortune was limited after all. However, Duanling Tian did not know that many inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect gave out merit points loans. Huang Chang found an inner court elder and borrowed 200,000 merit points. Combined with the merit points he owned, he spent everything he had to purchase a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Duanling Tian was the reason he did that. To be exact, he did that for the great fortune Duanling Tian possessed. Huang Chang saw Duanling Tian using the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman when he was fighting He Zhong previously. He also knew He Zhong had returned Duanling Tian a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Since he knew Duanling Tian had a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman with him, he went all out to take a loan just to purchase a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. All of that was just for this very moment so he could kill Duanling Tian in one blow and take his fortune. He believed it was a lucrative business. Whoosh! Duanling Tian accelerated in panic after finding out Huang Chang had a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman too. At this very moment, he slightly regretted that he had slowed down a little earlier. He had slowed down because he thought he had escaped Huang Chang's sight. It did not occur to him that Huang Chang would have a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman too. Moreover, he even managed to catch up to him. Just when Duanling Tian accelerated his speed again to the limit, Huang Chang had already caught up to him. Duanling Tian, I've already told you that you must disappear from this world forever from today onward. I'll send you off on your last journey. Huang Chang smirked as 2 waves of true energy appeared above his head. The True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast techniques appeared once again. Whoosh! The gigantic saber was like a stretch of silk as it swung in the air. It was ferociously aimed at Duanling Tian as though it was going to cut him into half. Bang! 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 The gigantic beast descended from the air and opened its massive mouth as it charged at Duanling Tian. Appear! Duanling Tian said in his low voice as his face turned solemn when he saw Huang Chang attacking. At the same time, the talisman he held in his hand earlier had disappeared. When Huang Chang heard Duanling Tian's words, he frowned. He saw a layer of golden energy on Duanling Tian's body. It was as though a golden eggshell had covered Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, the True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast smashed against the golden eggshell and faded away. The golden eggshell, on the other hand, was completely intact. 3-star Golden Energy Talisman. When Huang Chang saw that, his expression turned grave. He did not expect Duanling Tian to own a 3-star Golden Energy Talisman. Duanling Tian, it seems like you're afraid of death. Not only do you have a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, but you also have a 3-star Golden Energy Talisman. Huang Chang condemned him with a mocking expression on his face. Afraid of death? Duanling Tian smirked when he heard Huang Chang's words. I guess that means you're not afraid of death? Don't you want to kill me? I'm right here. A layer of defense would form on one's body as soon as the 3-star Golden Energy Talisman was activated. The defense capability was on par with a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse's defense. Similar to the 3-star Divine Strider Talismans, it would last for 15 minutes. Huang Chang, who was a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage martial artist, would not be able to break a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage defense at all. Duanling Tian, stop being so smug. Huang Chang's face turned even more solemn. When this 3-star Golden Energy Talisman's effect disappears after 15 minutes, you'll be a fish on my chopping board, and I'll be able to do anything I want to you. Your 3-star Divine Strider Talisman is going to lose its effect before that as well. We'll see. Duanling Tian glanced at Huang Chang calmly and subsequently slowed down. He eventually stopped moving altogether. Meanwhile, Huang Chang followed suit and stopped where Duanling Tian was. Naturally, he knew what Duanling Tian was thinking. Duanling Tian must have thought since he could not escape him, it would be futile for him to use the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. He stopped since the result would be the same in the end. One must say that Huang Chang's heart was bleeding at this moment. The 3-star Divine Strider Talisman that he spent 300,000 merit points on was gone after just a short while. However, He immediately dismissed it when he recalled the massive fortune that Duan Tian possessed. In his opinion, as soon as Duan Tian died, the millions of merit points Duan Tian owned would belong to him. At that time, would he not be able to purchase 3-star Divine Strider talismans whenever he wanted? Meanwhile, Duan Tian stood at his spot as he looked at Huang Chang calmly, while the golden eggshell surrounded him. Huang Chang was staring at Duan Tian too. He was waiting for the moment the 3-star golden energy talisman on Duan Tian's body to lose its effect. At that time, he would be able to unleash his power. He could not wait to kill Duan Tian in a blow. It was an odd picture. Duan Tian and Huang Chang stood motionlessly without attacking as they stared at each other. Time passed by quietly. It was approaching 15 minutes since Duan Tian had activated the 3-star golden energy talisman. Duan Tian's 3-star Divine Strider talisman lost its effect first. Subsequently, the 3-star Divine Strider talisman on Huang Chang lost its effect as well. Huang Cheng, I suppose the 3-star Divine Strider talisman on you has lost its effect? Duan Tian suddenly asked, breaking the silence. So what if it has lost its effect? My 3-star Divine Strider losing its effect means the 3-star Golden Energy Talisman on you is going to wear off soon. The moment your 3-star Golden Energy Talisman wears off will be the moment you die, Huang Chang said with a grin. Huang Chang, I'm very curious. Where did you get so many merit points to purchase the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman? Since you lost over 300,000 merit points to me previously, you shouldn't have enough merit points to purchase a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Duan Tian asked. Huang Cheng only responded with a low scoff to Duan Tian's question. Naturally, it was impossible for him to tell the truth. How could he say that he had gotten a loan from an inner court elder? Moreover, he was charged 100,000 merit points of interest each month for every 200,000 merit points that he borrowed. I suppose you don't have a second 3-star Divine Strider talisman with you? Duan Tian asked as he narrowed his eyes. Why? Do you have one? Huang Chang asked instinctively when he heard Duan Tian's words. Huang Chang, Duan Tian, will remember what you did today. Duan Tian looked deep into Huang Cheng's eyes and took out another 3-star Divine Strider talisman. He shouted, Appear! Again when the golden eggshell was fading away on his body. Suddenly, Duan Tian disappeared before Huang Chang once again. Shit! Huang Cheng's expression changed drastically. How's it possible that he has another 3-star Divine Strider talisman? Why is he so afraid of death that he has so many 3-star Divine Strider talismans with him? At this moment, Huang Chang felt like he was going to go insane. He did not expect Duan Tian to have another 3-star Divine Strider talisman. How could he catch up to him now? Although he could determine the direction Duan Tian left in during a split second, he had no idea if Duan Tian had changed direction. He was not even certain he could catch up to him even if he did not change direction. The reason he managed to catch up to Duan Tian earlier was due to his 3-star Divine Strider talisman. He managed to catch up to Duan Tian earlier before he managed to change direction. It's impossible for me to return to Moon Illumination Sect if I don't kill Duan Tian. That Duan Tian might return to the Moon Illumination Sect now to look for Bai Lihong. With Bai Lihong's status in the Moon Illumination Sect, he can take my life if he wants to. Huang Chang took a deep breath as his face turned pale. Maybe it's good to leave. At least I don't have to return the loan I got from that inner court elder. Huang Qing knew very well that he was only left with one choice, and that was to leave the Moon Illumination Sect. It would mean death for him if he returned to the Moon Illumination Sect. Bai Lihong had a good reason to kill him. Even if he did not, nobody would say anything even if he killed him. The special status Bai Lihong was given in the Moon Illumination Sect gave him power that was different from ordinary inner court elders. Put aside the fact that Huang Chang was merely an outer court elder, even if he was an inner court elder, he would still die if he looked for trouble with Bai Lihong. Duan Tian, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I, Huang Qing, will put you through hell. Huang Qing clenched his teeth from the resentment he felt when thinking about the culprit who forced his departure from the Moon Illumination Sect. He almost cracked his teeth from clenching them so hard. In his opinion, everything was Duan Tian's fault. If Duanling Tian returned him the merit points he had lost previously, he would not have resented him and things would not have escalated to this state today. However, he did not think that it was his own greed that caused him to bet with Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who had left, far away from Huangcheng, flew at full speed for 15 minutes. He only stopped flying when the effective 3-star Divine Strider Talisman had worn off. It's fortunate I had a second 3-star Divine Strider Talisman with me. Otherwise, I would definitely die today, Duanling Tian muttered under his breath. His heart beat fast when he recalled what had happened earlier. You'll definitely die today, even if you have a third 3-star Divine Strider Talisman with you. A hoarse voice that seemed like it came from all directions entered Duanling Tian's ears. His expression changed, and he shouted, "Who is it?" At the same time, a silhouette covered in a black robe appeared like a specter not far away from Duanling Tian. The person whose entire body was covered in a black robe that only showed a pair of cold eyes stared at Duanling Tian. "It's not important who I am. All you have to know is that I'm here to take your life. No wonder you're so valuable. You have so many trump cards with you," the man muttered to himself. Based on the black-robed man's words, it was obvious that he had witnessed the conflict between him and Huangcheng earlier. It was just like the saying, "The mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind. This person was clearly the oriole. "You're an assassin?" Duanling Tian heard the black-robed man's words and his expression changed. "You're smart. Unfortunately, there are many people who are smarter than you and they still died in my hands." The black-robed man grinned. "Boy, you can only blame your terrible luck." "Eh? So you really do have another 3-star Divine Strider Talisman? Is that a 3-star Golden Energy Talisman as well? It seems like you have an extraordinary number of trump cards." Duanling Tian took out another 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and 3-star Golden Energy Talisman. The black-robed man saw these as soon as he took them out. "Boy, don't tell me you're treating me like that piece of trash Huangcheng?" The black-robed man smirked. "Do you think these 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and 3-star Golden Energy Talisman are going to help you escape under my watch? I'll show you how naive and ridiculous your thoughts are." Almost as soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, the black robe on his body began to flutter violently like dark clouds above a city. At the same time, 3 majestic and rumbling waves of true energy swept out from his body. One turned into a gigantic scythe, the other turned into a skinny wild beast, and the last one swept out in all directions. The last wave of true energy swept out in a 100-meter radius around the black-robed man, covering Duanling Tian in it as well. There were waves of faint green energy that appeared at the edges of the land that was in the 100-meter radius. True energy consolidated territory. Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically when he saw that. You're a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse." He thought the black-robed man managed to catch up to him earlier by using a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. He finally realized the man was a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. If True Energy Consolidated Weapon was the symbol of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and True Energy Consolidated Beast was the symbol of the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, then True Energy Consolidated Territory was the symbol of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. The True Energy Consolidated Territory would form a territory in a 100-meter radius. Every Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses had different territories. Some Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses' territories were gravitational territory. As soon as it was activated, the gravity within the radius of 100-meter would quickly intensify to a ridiculous scale. Naturally, the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses who controlled the territory would not be affected. Some Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses' territories had the wind territory. The entire territory would be wrought with the wind as soon as it was activated. The wind within the territory could be controlled by the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse and turned into wind blades to attack. It could turn into a strong wind that swept in all directions that would affect the opponent since it was hard to deal with. There were also some Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, including Ling Yun, who possessed the sword territory. Countless swords would appear within the territory as soon as it was activated. Needless to say, all of the swords were controlled by the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse who mastered the territory. There were many varieties of territories. Why do you think I said you'll definitely die today, even if you have a third 3-star divine Strider talisman with you? The black-robed man said solemnly. How many saint stones did the person who hired you paid you? As long as you're willing to back off, I can give you the number of saint stones you desire. Duanling Tian felt helpless when he found out the black-robed man was a paramount saint rudiment stage powerhouse. Just like the black-robed man said, the 3-star divine Strider talisman and even 3-star golden energy talisman were useless against him. Although the 3-star divine Strider talisman speed was on par with the speed of a paramount saint rudiment stage powerhouse, it was only on par with the speed of ordinary paramount saint rudiment stage powerhouses. The same applied to the 3-star golden energy talisman's defense. The two talismans might work on martial and Dao cultivators below the paramount saint rudiment stage, but it was nothing when they were used on people above the paramount saint rudiment stage. Boy, people like me in this business have our own rules. Moreover, as soon as you die, all of your fortunes will be mine. There's no need for me to break the rules, the black-robed man said solemnly. At the same time, the black scythe above the black-robed man's head that looked like a blood moon hanging high in the sky had its tip pointed at Duanling Tian. On the other hand, the skinny wild beast was glaring at Duanling Tian ferociously. Although it was a wild beast that was consolidated from true energy, it looked alive. Naturally, the saint stones I offered you aren't with me. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to take the 99 heavenly tribulation oath that I'll give you the saint stones as promised. Duanling Tian said to the black-robed man after taking a deep breath. In fact, he was not afraid of death. His life was not the first thing that surfaced in his mind when faced with such a life-or-death situation. If he really died, what would happen to his 2 fiancées and the 2 children in their wombs who would be fatherless even before they were born? That was why he did not want to die. He wanted to live as long as there was a sign of hope. He was different from who he was in his past life. He was worry-free in his past life, and he was a lone ranger. That was why he was calm even when facing death. However, he had too many concerns now. Boy, stop talking nonsense. Do you think people in this business didn't have to take an oath to not break any rules before getting into the business? The black-robed man smirked. So, it's useless even if you tell me you're willing to give me 10,000 first-grade saint stones if I let you go. If I break the rules, the oath penalty will see to it that I'm killed by the 99 heavenly tribulation right where I'm standing. Duanling Tian's expression changed dramatically when he heard the black-robed man's words. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes as he tightly clenched the 2 talismans in his hand. Would he really die here today? Duanling Tian was at a loss and confused at this moment. Appear! Appear! Without any hesitation, Duanling Tian shouted twice consecutively and used the 3-star divine Strider talisman and 3-star golden energy talisman in his hand. At this moment, his entire body was covered in a golden eggshell once again. At the same time, the 3-star divine Strider talisman's energy entered his body, bestowing him speed that was on par with a powerhouse at the paramount saint rudiment stage. It was clear Duanling Tian was not going to wait for death to approach even though he knew there was only a slim chance he could escape it. Waiting for death was not his style. All of a sudden, Duanling Tian turned into a streak of light and shot into the distance. The black-robed man stood far away and with a mocking smile on his face as he watched Duanling Tian use the 3-star divine Strider talisman and 3-star golden energy talisman. Child's play. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the territory that encompassed a 100-meter radius activated suddenly. The territory that was washed in faint green turned bloody red at this moment. There was black mist mixed in with the bloody red, emitting an extremely devilish aura. At the same time, the black mist within the bloody red did not stop rumbling and eventually consolidated into a human form, turned into a giant and blocked Duanling Tian's way. The giant was formed entirely from the black mist. The giant stood there like a steel wall, blocking Duanling Tian's way. Humph! Duanling Tian scoffed coldly and lifted his arm to take out a 2-star offensive Dao talisman. Attacks that were equal to the attacks of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse landed on the giant following the shout of, "Appear!" At this moment, Duanling Tian was unreservedly using all the resources he had. He no longer thought of being thrifty. His life was currently hanging on a thread. It did not make sense for him to be thrifty now. He would lose everything anyway if he died. However, Duanling Tian's expression changed completely when he saw the giant remained unharmed after being attacked by the 2-star offensive Dao talisman. What kind of monster is this? Without any hesitation, he turned around instantly and attempted to run in the other direction. However, another giant with similar appearance appeared in that direction as well. Subsequently, the same giant would appear no matter where Duanling Tian ran to. These giants were formed from the black mist and bloody red aura. It gave off an aura of suppression, making Duanling Tian feel extremely heavy. Boy, are you trying to escape from my blood devil territory? You're too naive, the black-robed man said with a cold smile. Blood devil territory? So this is the true energy consolidated territory's power. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned gloomy when he heard the black-robed man's words. Will Duanling Tian, really die here today? I'm unwilling. I'm unwilling. He was unwilling. He had yet to see his 2 children who were yet to be born. He had yet to find his parents. He had yet to take revenge back on Earth. There were just too many things he had yet to achieve. As the giants surrounded Duanling Tian faded away and reverted to black mist in the bloody red aura, the black-robed man arrived before him in just a blink of an eye. There was an eerie light shining in the eyes under the black robe. Duanling Tian noticed the eyes did not look like they belonged to a human. Boy, it's over now, the black-robed man said calmly. The gigantic scythe above his head and the skinny wild beast were charging in Duanling Tian's direction. Their speed was not very fast, as though they were giving Duanling Tian a chance to catch his breath. This was the black-robed man's habit when he was killing. He did not like to immediately end his opponent's lives when he killed. He liked to see their despair and struggle before they died. To him, it was an indulgence, a spiritual indulgence. However, it was destined that Duanling Tian would disappoint him. At this moment, Duanling Tian lifted his head suddenly and looked at the black-robed man. The gloominess on his face and the hint of unwillingness in his eyes had disappeared. He had a strange smile on his face. You are a devil cultivator? Boy, you're not too shabby. You even managed to tell I am a devil cultivator just from my blood devil territory. Although he did not like the strange smile on Duanling Tian's face, the black-robed man scoffed arrogantly. Even in the Moon Illumination sect, apart from the few Saint Stage powerhouses, only people at the imminent Saint Stage are able to defeat me. You should be proud that you'll die in my hands. The black-robed man smiled coldly. We don't know who will die yet. Duanling Tian grinned as his eyes gleamed. Subsequently, he lifted his arm and took out a tablet with a chipped corner before the black-robed man managed to react. Black mist lingered around the tablet as it emitted a terrifying aura. The black-robed man had an ominous feeling when he saw the tablet. Boy, what's that? As a devil cultivator on Dao Martial Saint Land, I think you should know this super saint weapon in the 10 great saint weapons ranking that's able to control devil cultivators, right? The smile on Duanling Tian was charming. The despair he felt previously had completely vanished. 10 great saint weapons ranking? A super saint weapon that can control devil cultivators? The black-robed man was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He seemed to have thought of something as he jumped. His expression changed drastically. Seal? That's right. It's the Devil Seal tablet. Duanling Tian said loudly, shocking the black-robed man whose body had begun to tremble. When the man was still at a loss, Duanling Tian lifted the tablet and tossed it at the black-robed man. There was no martial art technique in that toss, it was purely a throw. However, the toss alone was like a voodoo talisman to the black-robed man. The tablet with a chipped corner was one of the super saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land's 10 great saint weapons ranking. The black ray around the tablet expanded when it was tossed out and its speed increased in a frenzy. Just when the black-robed man regained his senses, the Devil Seal tablet smashed hard against his body. Bang! As a loud noise sounded, the black-robed man's body shook and he was thrown out. At this very second, the black-robed man's eyes that were initially shining with an eerie light turned dark suddenly, blending in with the black robe that covered his entire body. At this time, the black-robed man had already lost his breath. His soul had been absorbed and suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet. Meanwhile, the gigantic scythe and the skinny wild beast the black-robed man consolidated from his true energy had vanished. It was like they were never there at all. On the other hand, the blood devil territory the black-robed man performed using his true energy consolidated territory technique that covered a 100-meter radius disappeared as well. The Devil Seal tablet returned to Duan Ling Tian's hands after the black-robed man was killed. That's a close call. Fortunately, he's a devil cultivator. Otherwise, I would have died today, Duan Ling Tian said, still shaken. He took a deep breath to calm his chaotic emotion. The Devil Seal tablet was only effective against devil cultivators. With Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base at the mortal shedding stage, he could activate the Devil Seal tablet and easily suppress devil cultivators as long as they were not at the saint stage. He probably did not expect the boy he didn't take seriously possesses the Devil Seal tablet that can make all devil cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint land tremble. Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath as he flew and landed next to the black-robed man's body. At the same time, he flipped open the black robe on the man's body, revealing his face. Although Duan Ling Tian had lived 2 lives and was toughened because of that, he could not help but frown when he saw the black-robed man's face. His face was putrid. One could not tell he was human at all. If it was someone else, they might have thrown up the food they ate the night before when they saw the black-robed man's appearance. Duan Ling Tian found the black-robed man's spatial ring and took it after searching his body. Since the black-robed man had died, the spatial ring had become ownerless. After performing blood ownership claim, Duan Ling Tian's jaw dropped in shock when he looked into it. So this is what a powerhouse at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage has. The fortune he owned is amazing. I'm guessing there are 1,000,000 saint stones that are at the 6th grade. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could tell there were up to 1,000,000 6th grade saint stones in that mountainous pile. Apart from 6th grade saint stones, there were many 7th grade saint stones too. Naturally, the number was not as jaw-dropping as the 6th grade saint stones. There were more higher grade saint stones and fewer lower grade saint stones. Seemed a little strange, but it was undoubtedly a great gain for Duan Ling Tian. I suppose ordinary people at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage won't have such a ridiculous amount of fortune. The reason why this fellow was so rich must have something to do with him being an assassin. Duan Ling Tian was certain of this. When he was a mercenary in his past life, the business he had conducted was similar, wherein he was also hired to kill. Naturally, he had his own rules. The target had to be someone who deserved to die. No matter what, he was trained by the Hua's standard special force. He had his bottom line. Apart from the over 1,000,000 6th grade saint stones and hundreds of thousands of 7th grade saint stones, there were many other things in the black-robed man's spatial ring. There were saint weapons inscribed with saint inscriptions and a variety of Dao talismans. 3-star divine strider talismans and 3-star golden energy talismans. He has so many. And is this the 3-star offensive Dao talisman? After looking through the Dao talismans in the spatial ring for a while, Duan Ling Tian was surprised to find 3-star offensive Dao talismans that even Moon Illumination Sect did not have. When the 3-star offensive Dao talisman was activated, its attacks were on par with powerhouses at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's breath could not help but quicken. I can't believe there are 2 3-star offensive Dao talismans here. These are good stuff. Although the number of 3-star offensive Dao talismans was not as many as 3-star divine strider talismans and 3-star golden energy talismans, Duan Ling Tian was still elated to obtain 2 3-star offensive Dao talismans. One must know he had slightly regretted using his 3-star divine strider talismans and 3-star golden energy talismans when he realized the black-robed man was a devil cultivator. After all, the 3-star divine strider talismans and 3-star golden energy talismans were useless when used against the black-robed man. Naturally, the most important thing was the black-robed man was a devil cultivator. He did not have to do much at all to deal with devil cultivators below the saint stage. All he needed to do was to bring out the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet's force alone was enough to kill the black-robed man. However, his regret disappeared when he discovered the black-robed man left behind so many 3-star divine strider talismans and 3-star golden energy talismans. Not only did he get back what he had wasted, but he had even gained quite a lot of extra items. Most importantly, he obtained 2 3-star offensive Dao talismans. There were even more 2-star Dao talismans. However, there was no 1-star Dao talisman. Based on his ability, he definitely looked down on 1-star Dao talismans. Duan Ling Tian figured it out easily. Judging by the black-robed man's words, it was apparent he was at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Otherwise, he would not boast that nobody in Moon Illumination sect could defeat him apart from the few Saint Stage and Imminent Saint Stage powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian continued to look through the pile of saint weapons in the black-robed man's spatial ring when he was done looking at the Dao talismans. The best saint weapon was only inscribed with 2 3-star saint inscriptions. Duan Ling Tian was not bothered with these saint weapons. What a joke! His sun's shooting bow was inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions. The pile of saint weapons in the black-robed man's spatial ring could not even compare to it. In terms of value, all the saint weapons in the black-robed man's spatial ring could not even measure up to his sun's shooting bow. There are quite many materials. I wonder if there's anything that I can use to restore the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda among these materials. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he saw the materials in the black-robed man's spatial ring. He was so determined to restore the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to the point that it seemed like he was possessed. This was because the 3rd level was important to him. He even thought about restoring the 3rd level when he was sleeping. Elder Hua. Duan Ling Tian contacted Elder Hua in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda immediately. At the same time, he poured out every single item in the black-robed man's spatial ring and spread them out for Elder Hua to look at. Elder Hua did not say a thing even after he looked at them for a while. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask impatiently, Elder Hua, are there any materials that we can use? You're in great luck. There are a few materials that we can use. These materials are enough to restore the remaining parts of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Elder Hua said. Duan Ling Tian was momentarily stunned when he heard Elder Hua's words. He felt as though he was dreaming. When he regained his senses, his eyes were shining with excitement. That's great. We can finally completely restore the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. This means the next time I go into closed-door cultivation, I'll be able to go directly up to the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As soon as the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was restored, it would mean Duan Ling Tian would have an excellent cultivation environment. According to Elder Hua, the cultivation environment on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much better than the cultivation environment on the 2nd level. The slower flow of time would be an immense help to Duan Ling Tian. As soon as the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is restored, we can start restoring the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As soon as the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is restored, space inside will completely stabilize. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes lit up. As soon as the space in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda stabilized, he would be able to hide in there when he encountered a life or death situation similar to what happened today. Fortunately, the black-robed man was a devil cultivator. Otherwise, he would definitely die. If the space in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was stabilized, he would have no fear even if the black-robed man was not a devil cultivator. This was because he could hide in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and turn the pagoda into dust to hide it as well. At that time, he would only come out when the black-robed man had left. He had to pass the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in order to get to the 4th level. Being able to restore the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was something worth celebrating for Duan Ling Tian. Elder Hua, please start restoring the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I'll continue on my journey. The 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda should be restored when I arrive at Han River City. Duan Ling Tian said to Elder Hua excitedly after he transferred the materials into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Elder Hua began to get busy as he began the restoration after he gave a brief response. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian put away the remaining materials on the ground before he continued on his journey to Han River City. His journey thereafter was smooth sailing apart from the time when he was obstructed by the Moon Illumination sect's outer sect Elder Huangchang and the black-robed man. Duan Ling Tian successfully arrived close to Han River City after half a month. Before coming here, he made an effort to learn about Han River City. He knew the city's exact location and the situation of the areas around it. This should be Juka Mountain Range on the south of Han River City. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he hovered in the air and looked at the mountain range in the distance. The mountain range stretched tens of thousands of miles away, making it appear endless. One would have to pass the mountain range to cross it. I heard the gravity in Juka Mountain Range is much stronger than out here. Even ordinary Saint Rudiment Stage Marshal and Dao cultivators could hardly fly in the air. This was what Duanling Tian knew about Juka Mountain Range. I wonder if it's true. Duanling Tian's eyes revealed a hint of skepticism as he surveyed the never-ending mountain range before him. Meanwhile, he flew closer to it. It was hard for him to imagine how a mere mountain range could have such powerful gravity. However, as soon he got close to Juka Mountain Range, he faintly felt a pressure in the air before he even entered the mountain range. The pressure bore down on him, causing him to fly lower. The pressure was similar yet different to the flight-prohibiting formation. People with low cultivation base would not be able to fly at all when they entered an area covered with the flight-prohibiting formation. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian could still fly for now even though the height of his flight had been lowered tremendously. The closer it is to Juku Mountain Range, the stronger the pressure. Seems like the gravity in there is really extraordinary. Duanling Tian could only walk due to the pressure when he arrived outside of Juku Mountain Range. Although he could still fly, it would be strenuous for him to do so, and he would not be able to last long in the air. Him trying to fly at this time was akin to fighting the gravity in Juka Mountain Range. The gravity in Juka Mountain Range was the power of nature. Only people with a certain level of ability would be able to disregard it. Duanling Tian did not have the ability to do that now. Seems like I'll have to travel by foot if I want to cross Juku Mountain Range. I heard this mountain range has many wild beasts, including Saint Rudiment Stage wild beasts. I have to be cautious when I enter the mountain range. Duanling Tian reminded himself before entering Juku Mountain Range. Duanling Tian entered Juku Mountain Range following the entrance ahead. He could feel the pressure getting more and more powerful after entering. Every step I take now is a little strenuous. Duanling Tian was surprised to discover this. He had only heard that Juku Mountain Range had powerful gravity. He had no idea how powerful it was. He realized he had underestimated Juku Mountain Range's gravity now that he had experienced it for himself. Such powerful gravity. Apart from people above the perfection Saint Rudiment Stage, nobody else can fly in the air as they please, Duanling Tian thought to himself after familiarizing himself with Juka Mountain Range's gravity. Naturally, he would be able to fly in the mountain range if he used the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, but he did not plan to do that. Unless he encountered a life and death situation, he would not consider using the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. In Juka Mountain Range, not only was the gravity powerful, but there was an unknown risk as well. The wild beasts were the risk. The wild beasts in Juka Mountain Range grew up in the mountain range, and they were used to the gravity in there. The pressure that restricted them since they were young served as a sort of training for them. Being able to survive in such a terrible environment made them stronger than other wild beasts outside that were at the same level. Therefore, Duanling Tian did not dare to act recklessly when he entered the mountain range. He was extremely cautious of his surrounding. Roar! The roar of a beast reverberated in the air as a strong wild beast that resembled a tiger came out of the bamboo forest. It pounced at Duanling Tian with its mouth wide opened as though it was going to swallow him. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt a heat wave approaching his face. A force followed the heat wave. It was the breath of the beast that charged out from the bamboo forest. Damn it! Duanling Tian shouted as his expression turned solemn. The 1,000-mass sword appeared in his hand suddenly, and he directly swung it as hard as he could at the wild beast's massive mouth. The 2-star Saint Inscription, 1,000-mass Saint Inscription, was activated. Gargantuan Taishan. When Duanling Tian swung the 1,000-mass sword in his hand, it was like a gigantic mountain collapsing as it pressed against the wild beast's maw. It caused the wild beast to slam on the ground. Roar! Roar! The wild beast that was pressed on the ground continuously let out a fierce roar as it glared with its big red eyes. Its strong body, on the other hand, did not stop struggling. attempting to break free from the restraint of the broadsword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Do you really want to stand up? Duan Ling Tian smirked. If that's what you really want, I'll grant you your wish. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his 1,000-mass sword at lightning speed as soon as he finished speaking. At that moment, the wild beast's big eyes lit up, and it tried to stand up. Gargantuan Taishan. Naturally, it was impossible that Duan Ling Tian would let it stand up. He lifted the 1,000-mass sword over his head and he swung it again, directly aiming at the wild beast's head. The attack successfully killed it. Bang! The wild beast's massive body fell on the ground as dirt flew up in the air. It had completely lost its breath. Its big eyes were still wide opened as though it did not die in peace. This wild beast's cultivation base is at the mastery mortal shedding stage at the most, but the power it demonstrated earlier was almost on par with wild beasts at the perfection mortal shedding stage. The wild beasts in Juka mountain range really have terrifying strength. After killing a wild beast at the mastery mortal shedding stage, not only was Duan Ling Tian not happy, but his facial expression had turned grave as well. It was the first wild beast he encountered since he entered Juka mountain range. The wild beasts that he would encounter as he goes deeper into the mountain range would definitely be more terrifying than this one. Thus, Duan Ling Tian was extremely cautious as he continued on his journey. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian killed a few wild beasts at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage and Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. When he encountered a couple of Paramount Mortal Shedding wild beasts, he would avoid them at all cost and try his best to avoid conflict with them. The Paramount Mortal Shedding wild beasts grew up in Juka mountain range after all. Even he would have to exert all his strength due to how powerful they were. If they were to fight, it would definitely cause a great commotion. At that time, he might attract even more Paramount Mortal Shedding wild beasts or even more powerful wild beasts. Therefore, he did not fight even though he was confident he could kill those Paramount Mortal Shedding wild beasts. The wild beasts he killed were the ones he had the confidence to kill in one blow. Naturally, the one-blow kill did not include using the Sun Shooting Bow. With the 3-3-star Saint inscriptions on the Sun Shooting Bow, he was confident he could kill the Paramount Mortal Shedding wild beasts in Juka mountain range with just one arrow. However, the commotion caused by the explosive flame Saint inscription was too big. He did not want to use it unless it was necessary. Therefore, he tried his very best to behave himself as he crossed the Juka mountain range. Duan Ling Tian, who was still being cautious, heard a huge commotion ahead of him suddenly. As he got closer to take a look, he saw an old man fighting a wild beast. Whether it was the old man or the wild beast, both of them were injured. However, it seemed as though they had no intention of stopping. They were fighting intensely as though they would not stop until one of them died. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian saw two people standing not far away from the old man as he fought the wild beast. It was a young lady who looked rather pretty and a young man in fine clothes with an ordinary appearance. It was obvious the young lady came from a wealthy family from the way she was dressed. Elder Ping is worthy of being Ouyang clan's Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. He has the upper hand even when he's fighting this wild beast at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. This is a wild beast that grew up in Juka mountain range. Its ability is superior to wild beasts from other places. The young man in fine clothes complimented. Of course, the young lady had a hint of arrogance written between her eyebrows. Our Ouyang clan's heritage ranks at the top in the entire Han River City. There was a cold glint in the eyes of the finely dressed young man when he heard the young woman's words that were caught by Duan Ling Tian. Aren't they together? Why does it seem like there's some conflict between them? Duan Ling Tian was a little confused. At this moment, the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast was finally killed by the old man at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. With the 3-foot-long blade in his hands, the old man had pierced through the space between the wild beast's eyebrows and nailed it to the trunk of a tree at the side. It hung on the tree, causing the tree to shake. The young woman walked toward the old man with a smile on her face as she marveled, "Elder Ping, you're so powerful." Barf! When the young woman was walking toward the old man, his face suddenly turned red. He fell to his knees and spat out a mouthful of blood as his body began to tremble. It was obvious that he had suffered quite severe injuries. "Elder Ping, are you hurt?" The young woman asked. Her expression had changed dramatically. Her question left Duan Ling Tian speechless. Did that woman seriously think the old man was just a little bit bruised? Naive. That was the first impression Duan Ling Tian had of that young woman. Second, young miss, let's return to Han River City, the old man finally said after lifting his head up with many difficulties. Yes, yes. The young woman nodded hurriedly. She looked at the finely dressed young man beside her and said with a frown, Tianxing, why aren't you helping Elder Ping? I'm coming. The finely dressed young man, Tianxing, smiled awkwardly as he walked toward the young woman and the old man. All of a sudden, his eyes turned cold, and his expression turned vicious. Oh Yang Ping! Tianxing exclaimed loudly all of a sudden, startling the young woman next to him. Ouyang Ping, who was kneeling on one knee, lifted his head up instinctively and looked at Tianxing with a puzzled expression. When he saw a saber ray racing toward him in the split second after Tianxing raised his hand, his expression changed and hints of terror and urgency could be seen in his eyes. Although he was at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, he was currently powerless after the fight with the wild beast. The early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator whom he had never feared in the past was attacking him under such circumstances, and he could not avoid it. Xing. Ouyang Ping's head was sliced off when Saber Ray landed. It rolled to the side as blood gushed out from the decapitated body. The blood that stained the ground looked dazzling. Soon after, the stench of blood permeated the place. Tianxing, you're crazy. The young woman finally regained her senses, and her expression changed when she saw the scene before her. You actually killed Elder Ping. You'll certainly die. You're dead. Even your father won't be able to protect you this time. My father won't be able to protect me? Tianxing smiled. Oh Yang Rua, you don't seem to be aware of your current predicament. The old man is dead. Do you think you'll be able to live to tell the tale? You want to kill me? Ouyang Rua's expression changed drastically. If you dare to kill me, your clan will not have peace. Even if I kill you, who's going to know I did it? Tianxing sneered. I met both of you during your journey. Who would know we were together? If you fail to return to the Ouyang clan, they'll think both of you died inside Juka mountain range. Why would they suspect me? Tianxing. Ouyang Rua paled when she heard Tianxing's words. Naturally, she knew Tianxing's words were true. Tianxing, I don't think I've ever offended you. Why are you doing this? Ouyang Rua's voice trembled when she spoke. She was the young miss of a big clan and was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. When had she ever encountered this kind of situation? She was extremely terrified. Why am I doing this? Tianxing heard her words. With a fierce expression he said, it's to obtain you. You, with the power Ouyang clan, have never taken me, Tianxing, seriously. From when we're little until we're all grown up, I've written no less than 1,000 letters to you. Have you even read any of them? You've always looked down on me. When Tianxing spoke, his voice gradually began to rise. Ouyang Rua was completely dumbfounded when she heard his words. She did not expect Tianxing would be so malicious and murderous because of that. How twisted must he be to have such thoughts? For a time her heart was filled with terror. Tianxing, it's not like that. I've read the letters you wrote. It's just that I don't have the habit of replying to letters. Ouyang Rua lied in an attempt to calm Tianxing. Don't have the habit of replying to letters? Tianxing laughed. His laughter was slightly tinged with insanity. What about those letters from Sita, how that you replied? What was that? Up until now, you're still treating me like a fool whom you can play with. Ouyang Rua turned ghastly pale. She did not think Tianxing was aware of that. I heard the Situ clan will be going to the Ouyang clan to make a marriage proposal for Situ how to marry you soon. It seems like your father has agreed to it. I've been thinking about how I can have you. God's great. I'm finally given a chance. Tianxing slowly walked toward Ouyang Rua as his eyes revealed a hint of lewdness. Tianxing, as long as you let me go, I'll swear an oath to keep what happened here a secret. As for Elder Ping, I'll just say that he died protecting me. Ouyang Rua was completely terrified now. That's not necessary. Even if I have my way with you and kill you, what happens today won't come to light. Didn't you always act high and mighty before me? What? Why are you no longer acting high and mighty? Tianxing yelled as though he had gone insane. His expression was fierce. At this moment, Ouyang Rua retrieved a Dao talisman at lightning speed and threw it toward Tianxing. Appear! Ouyang Rua cried out. At the same time, another voice saying, "Appear," could be heard as well. Xianxia had also thrown out a Dao talisman that emitted a powerful force. It collided with the force from Ouyang Rua's talisman, nullifying each other. Both were two-star offensive Dao talismans, neither one was better than the other. Ouyang Rua, stop struggling. If you serve me well, maybe I'll leave your corpse intact after I kill you. Otherwise, I'll cut you into pieces and feed each part to a different wild beast. Xianxia grinned sinisterly. Ouyang Rua turned ghastly pale in shock as her body trembled. She was speechless. Xianxia immediately made a move. Although Ouyang Rua resisted, she was far from being Xianxia's match and was subdued in just a blink of an eye. She was a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. She could not fight Xianxia, who was an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. TSK, you must be twisted to do such a thing. When Xianxia was about to rape Ouyang Rua, who had a desperate expression on her face, Duanling Tian emerged from the shadow, clicking his tongue. He had never been a nosy person. Even if he did not really like Ouyang Rua's princess temperament, Xianxia's behavior had disgusted him. He could not bear to see Xianxia getting his way. Who's it? Duanling Tian's voice caused Xianxia to change his expression dramatically. He hurriedly turned around and saw Duanling Tian with just a glance. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. More importantly, you disgust me. Duanling Tian looked at Xianxia coldly and said, a man degenerating to this state because of a woman, that's sad. Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of lecturing me, Xianxia? Xianxia sneered as a saber as thin as a cicada's wings appeared in his hand. The blade gleamed and a crescent-shaped saber ray flew toward Duanling Tian suddenly. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. Duanling Tian, who was prepared, moved and managed to narrowly avoid the crescent-shaped saber ray. This was also because Xianxia had attacked casually. If he had attacked with all his might, Duanling Tian would not have been able to avoid it so easily. No matter what, Xianxia was still an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. His cultivation base was 2 levels higher than Duanling Tian. Save me! Save me! When Duanling Tian avoided Xianxia's attack, it caused Xianxia to let go of Ouyang Rua. He looked at Duanling Tian with a dark expression as Ouyang Rua quickly sought protection from Duanling Tian and hid behind him. Currently, she was no longer as arrogant as she was earlier. If you save me, the Ouyang clan will reward you generously. At that time, no matter what you want, the Ouyang clan will give it to you as long as we can afford it, Ouyang Rua said to Duanling Tian. Although Ouyang Rua was not trying to be arrogant when she said that, Duanling Tian still felt uncomfortable when he heard it. However, he had made a decision. If he was given the chance, he would definitely rip them off. Die! Xianxia cried out at this moment as he attacked at lightning speed. The saber that was as thin as a cicada's wings swept out along with his Saint-grade saber martial tactic and headed straight for Duanling Tian. The strength of an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator could be seen at this moment. It must be said that Xianxia was actually quite strong. Moreover, Xianxia's Saint Saber was inscribed with 3 2-stars Saint inscriptions. It seemed invincible. If Duanling Tian only used the 1000-mass sword and the gargantuan Taishan, he knew he was not going to be a match for Xianxia. Therefore, he used all his ultimate killing moves. Sun Shooting Bow, Body and Arrow Synchronization, Arrow Light Strike. Duanling Tian knocked his arrow, drew his bow and quickly activated the 3 3-stars Saint inscriptions on his Sun Shooting Bow. He had unleashed almost all his abilities apart from the strange pupil. Show! The arrow shot across the sky, heading for Xianxia's vital organs. You overestimated yourself. Xianxia sneered and flicked the saber that was as thin as a cicada's wings to form a layer of defense in front of him. In his opinion, an arrow formed from true energy by a mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator could never break through his defense. However, he realized how naive he was when the arrow Duanling Tian shot out arrived before him. Duanling Tian's arrow pierced through the Saint Saber in Xianxia's hands and embedded itself into Xianxia's shoulder. Although he was shocked by the strength of Duanling Tian's shot, Xianxia could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the arrow deviating a little and hit his shoulder due to his defense. However, his face changed in the next moment. His face that was filled with terror was destined to be his last expression in life. Boom! At the same time, the arrow embedded in Xianxia's shoulder exploded suddenly and turned his upper body into a bloody mist. Apart from that, his lower body had also completely eroded in just a minute. In just a blink of an eye, Xianxia's body was devoured by a black mist and completely disappeared from the face of the earth as though he was never there. Ouyang Ruo, who was hiding behind Duanling Tian, stared in wide-eyed astonishment at the scene before her. Her body even began to tremble. Someone who was still alive and kicking just a moment before had completely disappeared before her eyes in the time it took her to blink. This scene greatly shocked her. However, Ouyang Ruo was still the young miss of a big clan after all. She quickly recovered from her shock and thanked Duanling Tian. "Thank you for saving me." Duanling Tian turned around and glanced at Ouyang Ruo, but he remained silent. Up until now, he did not have a good impression of this woman. The only reason he had emerged from the shadows was due to his disgust of Xianxia's behavior. If Xianxia did not intend to kill him first, Duanling Tian would not have killed him. When Ouyang Ruo saw Duanling Tian picking up the spatial rings left behind by Xianxia and Ouyang Ping like a money grubber and unceremoniously put it away in his own spatial ring, she could not help but frown. "That's Ouyang clan's elder Ping's spatial ring. Shouldn't you?" Ouyang Ruo began to speak, but she was interrupted by Duanling Tian before she could finish her sentence. That spatial ring was Xianxia's trophy. It could be considered as belonging to him. Since I killed Xianxia, his things are naturally my trophies. Duanling Tian's words made Ouyang Ruo so angry that she was unable to speak. When she thought about it, seemed like he was right. "Miss Ouyang, if I didn't save you, not only would these things be mine, but even your spatial ring would have been mine," Duanling Tian said as he coldly glanced at Ouyang Ruo. After saying that, Duanling Tian did not bother with Ouyang Ruo anymore and continued on his journey to the other side of Juka mountain range on his own. As for the remuneration from the Ouyang clan that Ouyang Ruo had promised, Duanling Tian was not very interested in it then. With Ouyang Ruo's temperament, who knew if she would bite the hand that fed her after they arrived at the Ouyang clan? Earlier, Ouyang Ruo dared to question him when he merely collected what was due. She even used the Ouyang clan to pressure him when she spoke. Was that how she usually treat her savior? Wait up! Ouyang Ruo instantly became anxious when she saw Duanling Tian was abandoning her. Who did not know that Juka mountain range was extremely dangerous? If she bumped into a wild beast with just her strength, she would definitely die. Ouyang Ruo instantly caught up to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian did not bother to pay any attention to Ouyang Ruo and left on his own accord. If it was not because he had to be extra cautious in Juka mountain range, he would have sped off and left her alone. He actually ignored me. Ouyang Ruo's face sank when she realized Duanling Tian was ignoring her. As the only daughter of the clan leader of Ouyang clan, the second young miss of Ouyang clan, she had grown up surrounded by men. Was there a man who did not admire her when they met her? For the first time, she was ignored by a man of her age. For a time, Ouyang Ruo felt as though her self-esteem had been stomped on by Duanling Tian. There was only anger in her eyes as she looked at Duanling Tian's retreating back. However, she did not dare to do anything or challenge Duanling Tian verbally even though she was furious. She had already experienced Duanling Tian's heartlessness. She knew he was a man who did not know how to treat women tenderly. I really don't know if he's a real man or not. How can he be so cold towards such a beautiful woman like me? If Duanling Tian knew what Ouyang Ruo was thinking, he definitely would not be able to hold back his laughter. Among his fiancées, any one of them were hundreds and thousands of times better than Ouyang Ruo. He's also a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Ouyang Ruo witnessed Duanling Tian attack a few times during their journey. During that time, she clearly sensed the aura of Duanling Tian's true energy, and it was a mortal shedding stage true energy. There was a distinct difference between the true energy of someone at the Saint Rudiment stage and the true energy of someone at the mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. This difference was easily distinguished by Ouyang Ruo. A mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, who manages to pierce Xianxia's defense and kill him in just a shot, It seems like the saint inscription on his saint weapon isn't that simple, Ouyang Rua thought to herself. Fear still lingered in her heart when she recalled the scene when Tianxing was instantly killed. The arrow he shot seemed to have penetrated through Tianxing's defense easily. In fact, it seems like it wasn't even slightly hindered. As a mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, it's impossible for him to be so strong. Ouyang Rua came to a conclusion on her own. It must be the strength of the saint inscription. Saint inscription with such a strong penetrative ability. It's unlikely that it's a 1-star saint inscription. It's also unlikely that it's a 2-star saint inscription. Is it a 3-star saint inscription? Among all the 3-star saint inscriptions, the penetration saint inscription has the exact ability. Ouyang Rua's heartbeat quickened involuntarily when she thought of that. 3-star saint inscription. It should be noted that even the Ouyang clan did not have more than a few saint weapons that was inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription, and those were in the hands of the decision-makers in the clan. Who's he? When Ouyang Rua looked at Duanling Tian again, her eyes were sparkling. His origin must be extraordinary. I'm afraid that even Sitahao cannot compare to him. The Situ clan is merely an 8th-rate clan like the Ouyang clan. He's probably from a 7th-rate force. When Ouyang Rua thought of that, she no longer found Duanling Tian unpleasant. In fact, she began to initiate conversations with him. Not only that, but she also quickly changed her behavior to that of a gentle lady. If Duanling Tian did not already witness Ouyang Rua's arrogance, he would have been deceived by it. This Ouyang Rua, why did she suddenly change so much? Duanling Tian was secretly on guard since he had heard of the saying, "There's no such thing as a free lunch." She must be up to something. Of course. When Ouyang Rua probed him for his identity, he finally guessed her intention. "Miss Ouyang, I heard you're going to marry into the Situ clan soon?" Duanling Tian asked faintly. That's Tianxing's speculation. That Sitahao is a playboy, and I don't like that. I like a man with integrity, Ouyang Rua said softly but deliberately. She stared at Duanling Tian meaningfully as her eyes shone with admiration that felt overly contrived. Duanling Tian sneered in his heart. Naturally, he was not so naive to believe that Ouyang Rua would fall for him just because he had saved her. This Ouyang Rua is not a simple-minded person after all. Did she figure something out? Duanling Tian could slightly guess her intention, causing his wariness against her increased. This woman was smarter than he thought. You know my name, but I still don't know yours. This seems a little unfair, right? Ouyang Rua asked with a smile as she looked at Duanling Tian. There's nothing unfair about it. You didn't tell me your name on your own accord. Duanling Tian responded calmly as though nothing could affect him. It made Ouyang Rua feel annoyed, but she tried to rein in her temper and forced a smile on her face. The more Duanling Tian acted this way, the more she felt that Duanling Tian's background was not simple. I hope that I can eliminate his prejudice toward me along the way. As soon as I have him in my hands, my Ouyang clan will be able to contact the force behind him. At that time, my clan will soar to a greater height. Ouyang Rua's eyes lit up as though she could already see the status of Ouyang clan soaring. This was because she did not only make her own conjecture that Duanling Tian was from a 7th-rate force, but she even came to the conclusion that Duanling Tian's position was quite high as well. Otherwise, how could he possess a saint weapon inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription even though he was only at the mortal shedding stage? After half a day, Duanling Tian could not help but sigh in relief when he felt the pressure from the gravity lesson. Finally, I'm leaving this hellhole. To Duanling Tian, Juka mountain range was a hellhole. Not only must he guard against wild beasts in this hellhole, but he also had to deal with Ouyang Rua, who was an extremely cunning woman. Hence, once Duanling Tian left Juka mountain range, he stepped into the air and flew off without saying a word. Wait for me. Ouyang Rua panicked immediately when she was Duanling Tian was going to abandon her. She lifted her arm to retrieve a 1-star divine strider talisman and cried out, "Appear!" to obtain the speed of an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. She managed to catch up to Duanling Tian in just a blink of an eye. Oi! How come you're so rude? You even abandoned a delicate lady like me alone. Aren't you afraid something bad might happen to me? Ouyang Rua said angrily to Duanling Tian as a result of her embarrassment. Delicate lady? When Duanling Tian heard Ouyang Rua's words, He subconsciously sized her up and sneered. If Ouyang Ruo was considered a delicate lady, then there would not be any delicate ladies in this world. Appear. Duan Ling Tian, annoyed by Ouyang Ruo, used a 2-star divine strider talisman from the black-robed man's spatial ring. He disappeared before Ouyang Ruo's eyes in just a blink of an eye. It made Ouyang Ruo so angry that she kept stomping her feet. Am I that annoying? However, this proves that I'm not mistaken. He must have quite the background to be able to use a 2-star divine strider talisman so casually. Soon after, Ouyang Ruo began to smile again with her eyes narrowed. A glint flashed in her eyes. Based on the direction he's headed, he should be going to Han River City. Ouyang Ruo muttered to herself. As the largest city within the area under the influence of the 9 sect alliances, Han River City covered the most land area among the cities Duan Ling Tian had ever seen in this life. The reason he had said that it was the biggest city he had ever seen in this life was that the cities in this world were not comparable to the ones from his past life. Cities from his past life were different from those from this life. While they were similar, Duan Ling Tian had been living in modern society then, one that did not have city walls and specific divisions. A city in a modern society would encompass a whole area and not just be bound by city walls. Before Duan Ling Tian went near Han River City, he had discovered that there were more and more people around him. Judging by the direction they were headed in, they were obviously going toward Han River City. To Duan Ling Tian's knowledge, Han River City, as one of the cities within the area under the influence of the 9 sect alliances, had set up a flight prohibiting formation as well. Han River City's flight prohibiting formation was the same as the one at the city governor's estate of the Moon Illumination sect, whereby it would restrict martial cultivators and Dao cultivators below the Saint stage from flying. However, martial cultivators and Dao cultivators above the Saint stage could control the air and fly at will. Therefore, when Duan Ling Tian arrived outside Han River City, he could only walk into Han River City immediately, following the flow of humans. The streets inside Han River City were wider than the streets of an ordinary city. The sheer number of people also broadened Duan Ling Tian's horizons. Comparing the cities I've been to in Han River City, the countryside towns seem like small villages. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian could not help but stick his tongue out while he observed the majesty of Han River City. However, he did not forget the purpose of going to Han River City. After he found an inn to stay at, he began to snoop around regarding the inner workings of the city. Before he went to Han River City, he only had a general understanding of the place and was not too familiar with the inner workings. Nevertheless, money made people talk. After Duan Ling Tian had a meal at a restaurant and gave out some saint stones, he had a better understanding of the ins and the outs of Han River City. Han River City was a district under the common administration of the 9 sect alliances as it received protection from them. Furthermore, the headquarters of the 9 sect alliances was inside Han River City. Almost all of the assets and industries in Han River City, no matter big or small, were divided among the 9 greatest sects of the 9 sect alliances. After that was done, they were decentralized to some local forces in Han River City to manage. The local forces of Han River City were 8th-rated forces. Certainly, the strength of those 8th-rated forces was not comparable to the 8th-rated forces like the 18 cities which were under the Moon Illumination sect. The 18 cities were barely considered 8th-rated forces, they were considered as one merely because of the influence the Moon Illumination sect had. On the other hand, the 8th-rated forces in Han River City had profound strength. The stronger ones among those 8th-rated forces even had several Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses guarding them. The weaker one would also have several Perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Those forces might be familial clans or sects, but all of them were local forces of Han River City. It seems that the Ouyang clan, the Situ clan, and the Yi clan behind Yi Tianxing were all local forces of Han River City. Besides that, the Ouyang clan and the Situ clan should be the top dogs, whereas the Yi clan is a bit worse off. It was not hard for Duan Ling Tian to make such speculation after the scene he had witnessed when he had met Ouyang Ruo and Yi Tianxing previously. In addition to a certain understanding of the local forces at Han River City, Duan Ling Tian had also found out about places that sold inscription pens and a variety of rare materials. Apart from relaxing, there were 2 main purposes that brought him to Han River City. Firstly, he wanted to buy an inscription pen. Secondly, he intended to scout for more materials to restore the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The sky started to darken when Duanling Tian left the restaurant, and he soon returned to his inn. After he shut his room door properly, he entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and found out that Elder Hua was resting his mind on the first level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with his eyes closed. He called his name out a few times, but Elder Hua did not react at all. It seems that restoring the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was quite burdensome for Elder Hua. Duanling Tian thought secretly. I'll go and take a look at the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He had been waiting for that moment for such a long time. Before he entered the Juka mountain range, he had received Elder Hua's voice transmission stating that the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had been completely restored. If it were not for the unsuitable environment, he would not have waited to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duanling Tian did not stop even when he reached the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He just continued to the 3rd level. However, he did spare several glances around the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda before entering the 3rd level. In the future, this place will be left empty. With a better cultivation environment, he certainly would not stay and cultivate on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda again. The 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After going up to the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duanling Tian could clearly feel the thick heaven and earth spirit energy in the air. It was totally incomparable with the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was an empty and spacious area. Right in the middle stood a huge stone. The stone stood there like a hill, covering an area no larger than the size of a World Cup football field from Duanling Tian's past life. After flying up to the huge stone, Duanling Tian saw a long weapon pierced into the ground in front of him. It was a halberd. Is this the celestial supreme treasure that Elder Hua previously mentioned, the astonishing godly halberd? Duanling Tian's heartbeat quickened involuntarily when he saw the weapon. The astonishing godly halberd was one of the 7 treasures in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. In terms of ranking, it placed above the Jasper celestial sword, which was on the 2nd level. Although he knew that he probably could not lift the astonishing godly halberd, Duanling Tian still tried. He only stopped when he had fully exerted himself, but the astonishing godly halberd still remained stationary. I also don't know when will I be able to use a celestial supreme treasure. Duanling Tian sighed with a bitter smile. Who could ever understand his desire? Even though the sun-shooting bow was also a celestial supreme treasure, it was a broken one of which its strength could not even compare to the weakest of all celestial supreme treasures. Meanwhile, the Jasper celestial sword on the 2nd level and the astonishing godly halberd on the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda were complete celestial supreme treasure with incredible powers. According to Elder Hua, when I'm able to use any one of the 6 celestial supreme treasures inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I should be invincible in this world. As Duanling Tian's thoughts trailed, he became antsier. However, there was nothing he could do no matter how anxious he was. He was too weak to carry a celestial supreme treasure. It had been half a day in the outside world, but 2.5 days inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. 2.5 days were sufficient for Duanling Tian to stabilize his cultivation base on the paramount mortal shedding stage. When the next cycle of dawn shone across all the land, Duanling Tian left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He walked out of his room and left the inn after he took a hot shower and enjoyed his own time a little. After leaving the inn, Duanling Tian went to buy an inscription pen. This inscription pen is really expensive. A mere 3-star inscription pen actually costs me 100,000 pieces of grade 7 saint stones. After he got the inscription pen, Duanling Tian could not help but pull a face. After buying the inscription pen, he went to the largest marketplace in Han River City and spent a whole day there. It's a pity that Elder Hua hasn't recovered. Otherwise, he could see that if there are any other materials which could help to restore the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Anyway, it was not like Duanling Tian had not reaped any rewards for the whole day. He did manage to find 2 materials that were required to restore the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda as Elder Hua had previously requested. In the evening of the same day, Someone was already at the inn waiting for him when he arrived. "Young master, I'm the steward of the Ouyang clan. Our clan leader is inviting you to come over." The person was an old man. Duan Ling Tian raised his brows. He had an inkling that the old man's strength was no weaker than any one of the outer court deacons of the Moon Illumination sect. Generally, the outer court deacons of the Moon Illumination sect were on the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Only a small portion of them was on the Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. The Ouyang clan? Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows involuntarily. When he was at the marketplace that day, he had detected someone following him, but that person had hidden well enough so he could not pick him out at once. Later on, that person stopped following him, so he left the matter at the back of his mind. Who knew that someone would have come looking for him the minute after he arrived at the inn? Moreover, that someone was a steward of the Ouyang clan. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian knew it must be Ouyang Rua's idea. As a fresh face around Han River City, how else would he get the attention of the Ouyang clan otherwise? Indeed, Duan Ling Tian guessed correctly. After Ouyang Rua had returned to the Ouyang clan, the first thing she did was to go to her father, the Ouyang clan leader, and tell him about the accident inside the Juku mountain range. The Ouyang clan leader was enraged when he heard that his precious daughter had almost suffered such distress and wanted to the E-clan to reprimand them immediately. However, Ouyang Rua managed to stop him in time. Along with Ouyang Rua's account of the incident, the clan leader of the Ouyang clan realized that the pressing matter was to find that young talent who had saved his daughter instead of getting even with the E-clan. According to his daughter, that young talent was most probably from a 7th-rated force or stronger. Therefore, he sent people all over Han River City to find that young talent once his daughter finished drawing a portrait of him. Ouyang Rua was quite skilled at drawing. At least, with that portrait, the people from the Ouyang clan managed to find Duan Ling Tian in the largest marketplace of Han River City and discover the inn he was staying in. "Please." The Ouyang clan steward narrowed his eyes and extended the invitation to Duan Ling Tian yet again whilst a glint flashed in his eyes. "What will you do if I reject you?" Duan Ling Tian glanced at the steward coolly and asked. "Please don't make it hard for me, young master." The Ouyang clan steward added, "Don't you worry. You've saved the life of our young Mississippi. No matter how bad our Ouyang clan is, we won't bite the hand that fed us. This invitation bears no ill will. Our clan leader merely wants to express his gratitude." Duan Ling Tian stared intently at the Ouyang clan steward for a while and then nodded. "Lead the way." He was not an overly cautious person. He was just trying to determine their intentions by asking the Ouyang clan steward such questions. On the way to the Ouyang clan, Duan Ling Tian also learned that the steward was called Ouyang Ji. When Ouyang Ji asked for his name, he merely said that his surname was Duan. "Young Master Duan, is this your first time in Han River City?" Ouyang Ji asked. "Why do you ask?" "I have reports from my man about your behavior at the marketplace," Ouyang Ji said with a smile. "The person who followed me was under you?" Duan Ling Tian frowned. "Yes," Ouyang Ji openly admitted. "He's an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator who's good at tracking people. He didn't think that you'd be able to discover him, young Master Duan." Before this, besides mortal shedding stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators, in fact, none of the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators who were followed had ever discovered him. As Ouyang Ji spoke, he sighed a little. "No matter how good you think you are, there's always someone out there who's better. He's just never met them," Duan Ling Tian said faintly. "Yes, young Master Duan, you taught him a lesson today," Ouyang Ji said with a smile. "Was it him who discovered the inn I'm staying at?" asked Duan Ling Tian. That was what he was most curious about. As Earth's strongest weapons specialist in his past life, he thought that he had an extraordinary tracking ability, but he could not figure out that someone had followed him back to his inn. The 99 saint veins in his body were open now. Whether it was his hearing, his vision, or his sense of smell, all of those were far superior to an ordinary person's. As a result, his anti-tracking abilities were enhanced. However, he still did not discover that person. It was okay that he did not discover Huang Cheng and the black-clad man previously when he was on the way to Han River City. After all, one of them was a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator and the other was a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator. Their cultivation bases were far superior to his. However, the person who had followed him back to the inn would definitely not be a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. In a family like the Ouyang clan, anyone above the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage would undoubtedly be the pillar of the clan. They would be the clan's top management. It was impossible for those people to trail him. He stopped following you after you discovered him at the marketplace, young Master Duan. Ouyang Ji nodded. After he came back and reported it, I personally come to follow you, young Master Duan. Therefore, I appeared not long after you arrived at the inn. So, does that mean that you're a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage cultivator? Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, Ouyang Ji nodded. Duan Lingtian's heart sank slightly at the fact that his anti-tracking abilities seemed to be useless when their cultivation base differed so much. However, he was relieved when he remembered that he was merely at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage right then. How could he, on the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage, could be expected to discover the existence of someone above the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage? If he really could discover them, then they would have been very invaluable. Unconsciously, Duan Lingtian followed Ouyang Ji to the Ouyang clan estate. As one of the 8th-rated clans in Han River City, the Ouyang clan estate was situated on the east side of the city on a vast land. It looked magnificent. While he followed Ouyang Ji into the entrance of the Ouyang clan estate, a dozen guards stood beside the entrance, bowing respectfully at Ouyang Ji. Lord Ji. Lord Ji. The current Ouyang Ji was no longer as accommodating and warm as he was when he had only been with Duan Lingtian. He looked solemn and presented the dignity of being a steward. However, after entering the estate when they were alone again, he changed his demeanor and started to introduce the landscape along the way to Duan Lingtian. The Ouyang clan estate was huge, and it took a while for them to walk past the front yard. In the front yard, there were ponds, rock gardens, and walkways very similar to the Imperial Garden of Duan Lingtian's hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Certainly, even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Garden was not as big as the front yard of the Ouyang clan estate. At that time, the sun began to set and the sky darkened. It was almost night time. The Ouyang clan estate started to light their lamps up all over the estate, bringing out the buildings in the front yard and making them seem majestic and magnificent. Young Master Duan, the building in front is the Ouyang clan's main hall for meeting guests. The clan leader and young miss have been waiting for you there for quite some time. Ouyang Ji glanced forward and said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked over after hearing that. In a glance, he saw that a palace-style building stood in front, surrounded by other buildings. Like stars twinkling around a bright moon, it stood out. Duan Lingtian was brought outside the main hall, and then Ouyang Ji respectfully shouted, "Clan leader, young Master Duan is here. So, your surname is Duan." Almost at the same time as Ouyang Ji finished his sentence, a figure which seemed familiar to Duan Lingtian appeared in front of him. It was Ouyang Rua. Currently, Ouyang Rua was looking at Duan Lingtian while smiling. "What now? We meet again. Miss Ouyang, the way you treated is not how one usually treats their savior. It's more like the way one treats their enemies," Duan Lingtian commented pointedly. "If I didn't do that, how could I have found you?" Ouyang Rua's smile remained unchanged since she had guessed what Duan Lingtian would say. She knew that he would highlight the fact that their Ouyang clan had followed him. "Ruor, why don't you ask your savior to enter?" At that time, a loud and majestic voice rang out from inside the main hall. Just by listening to the voice, one would be able to tell that the person must have been holding a position of power for a long time. Duan Lingtian did not have to guess that the voice belonged to the Ouyang clan leader. "Please come in, young Master Duan." Ouyang Rua looked towards Duan Lingtian and called out to him with a smile. Duan Lingtian also did not try to be courteous and just strolled into the main hall of the Ouyang clan. Ouyang clan's main hall was elaborately decorated and seemed majestic. Once Duan Lingtian entered the main hall, he saw the middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the main hall at first glance. The middle-aged man was bearded and built. He sat there majestically like the king of lions. It was the Ouyang clan leader Ouyang Ba. Behind him stood a young man who looked quite handsome and somewhat similar to Ouyang Rua. Duan Lingtian could guess that he must be Ouyang Rua's eldest brother, the elder young master of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Qing. It said that a dragon would give birth to a dragon and a phoenix would give birth to a phoenix. Someone who looks as bearish as the Ouyang clan leader actually gave birth to a pair of children who appear so delicate and pretty. That's rare. A thought crossed Duanling Tian's mind and he could not help but secretly pull a face. Currently, Duanling Tian could foresee that Ouyang Ba's wife must be very pretty. Otherwise, how could such delicate and pretty children come about? If Ouyang Ba's wife was not pretty, then there was only one other possibility. Both Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Ruo were not the children of Ouyang Ba. Naturally, the possibility of that was very low. As the Ouyang clan leader who was a tyrannical local strong force, how could he raise the children of others? Ouyang clan leader. Duanling Tian cupped his hands and called out towards Ouyang Ba as a greeting. I'm Ouyang Ba, the clan leader of the Ouyang clan. What's your name, little brother Duan? Ouyang Ba said smilingly. He sounded kind and easygoing without putting on airs. My last name's Duan. Duanling Tian responded calmly, still refusing to say his full name. His name must sound terrible, thought Ouyang Rua to herself as she entered the main hall behind Duanling Tian while looking at his back. Humph. Just as Ouyang Ba's face froze, Ouyang Qing, who stood behind him, scowled. Who do you think you are? You're still reluctant to tell us your name when my father has asked for it. I'm really curious as to where you from. How bloody uncouth. Whether I'll tell you my name or not depends on my mood. If you really want to compare our manners, as the eldest young master of the Ouyang clan having treated me, your sister's savior, as such, how refined are you really? Duanling Tian responded calmly. You. Having heard Duanling Tian's words, Ouyang Qing was instantly flustered and exasperated, but he could not rebut him. After all, Duanling Tian was right. He had indeed saved his sister's life. At that crucial moment, Ouyang Ba spoke. All right, Qinger, little brother Duan is our guest and Ruor's savior. Don't be rude now. Little brother Duan, thank you for saving my daughter's life. Ouyang Ba stood up and clasped his hands towards Duanling Tian as a show of his gratitude. You're welcome, Ouyang clan leader. It was nothing. Duanling Tian shook his head and then added, now that you've thanked me, I should go back if there's nothing else. I've got an appointment with my elder at the inn tonight. Elder? When they heard Duanling Tian's words, Ouyang Ba and Ouyang Rua looked at each other in the eye and saw the elation. No matter what happens, I must thank you, little brother Duan, for saving my daughter by inviting you to dinner tonight. As for your elder, he'll naturally be invited as well. Perhaps I could go with you to invite your elder, Ouyang Ba said in earnest towards Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian made up a story about an elder to try and get away quickly. Who would have known that the Ouyang clan leader would be so stubborn and would personally go with him to invite that elder to the Ouyang clan? Ouyang clan leader, I'm afraid that wouldn't work. My elder doesn't really like meeting outsiders, Duanling Tian said while shaking his head. Doesn't like meeting outsiders? Ouyang Qing scowled. How haughty of you, but I don't know if you're truly that capable or not. Noticing that Ouyang Qing was deliberately speaking against him, not only was Duanling Tian displeased. In fact, he happily took the opportunity, clasping his hands and turning to leave after declaring, Ouyang clan leader, it seems that your son isn't very welcoming either. I shall take my leave now. Little brother Duan, please stay. Ouyang Ba became frustrated when he saw his reaction. His first thought when he heard that Duanling Tian had an elder was to meet the latter and try to network with them. There was much to gain and nothing to lose for their Ouyang clan. Please forgive my son who didn't know better. Once Ouyang Ba finished saying that, he turned around and looked at Ouyang Qing and shouted angrily, Disobedient child, get out of here. I shouldn't have let you come along. Ouyang Qing was stunned when he heard Ouyang Ba's angry voice and saw the scowl on his face. It was the first time seeing his father being so furious at him, and it was because of an outsider. Instantly, he boiled with anger. Humph. Ouyang Qing stomped angrily and glared at Duanling Tian when he passed by him while leaving the main hall. By Ouyang clan leader, Duanling Tian walked out without waiting for Ouyang Ba's response. He would be dumb if he missed this perfect opportunity to leave. You're not allowed to leave. However, Duanling Tian had forgotten about Ouyang Rua, who managed to beat him to it and blocked his way. Miss Ouyang, is this how you treat your savior? Duanling Tian's face darkened slightly. If I had known that this would happen, I wouldn't have saved you back then.
You. Ouyang Ruo was so angry that her face was flushed.
Duan Tian was not courteous with Ouyang Ruo as he shifted and continued leaving after he avoided her. However, he was blocked again outside the main hall of the Ouyang clan. This time, the person who blocked his way was the Ouyang clan steward, Ouyang Ji. Steward Ji, are you stopping me too? Duan Tian narrowed his eyes. They were sparkling with a cold glint.
Young Master Duan, please don't make it hard for me, Ouyang Ji said with a bitter smile. He would not dare to let him leave without the clan leader's permission. At that time, Ouyang Ba spoke out, Steward Ji, let little brother Duan leave. Father. Ouyang Ruo's face changed. She did not expect her father to let Duan Tian go so easily. She had made a concerted effort to draw a portrait of him and finally managed to find him.
However, Ouyang Ba ignored Ouyang Ruo and looked toward Duan Tian. Little brother Duan, I'm sorry about what happened today. Tomorrow morning, I'll prepare some gifts and personally apologize to you. There's no need for that, Duan Tian responded faintly and left.
After leaving the Ouyang clan estate, Duan Tian felt lighter, as if he was a bird which could fly in the boundless skies and a fish which could swim in the vast ocean.
In the Ouyang clan's main hall, Ouyang Ruo looked at Ouyang Ba with a frown as she asked, Father, how could you let him go just like that?
In that situation earlier, what could I have done? Forcefully make him stay? Ouyang Ba shook his head. I'm afraid that many people in Han River City would know that he's been to our Ouyang clan. Setting aside those forces that have been watching, even the force behind him would know that he was here.
Ouyang Ruo kept silent after listening to Ouyang Ba.
Father, he must have quite the background. Should we let it go past us just like that? Ouyang Ruo said, somewhat unresigned.
Of course not. I shall prepare gifts and ask for his forgiveness tomorrow morning. I'll bring your brother along to apologize as well. Ouyang Ba could not help but frown when he mentioned Ouyang Qing. Qing Air really disappointed me this time. Father, please don't blame brother. He was merely outraged on your behalf. I don't know why that Duan guy is being so mysterious that he wouldn't even let us know his name. Ouyang Ruo pleaded for her brother, Ouyang Qing, and then she looked sour again when she talked about Duan Tian. He has an indisposed impression of the Ouyang clan. As the Ouyang clan leader and one of the tyrannical local forces of Han River City, Ouyang Ba was actually a good judge of character. Ruor, did you miss out anything in your narration? I feel that he seemed to be quite antagonistic towards you. Antagonistic towards me? Ouyang Ruo was stunned. Even though she knew that Duan Tian seemed to dislike her, she never thought that he would antagonize her.
Yes. Ouyang Ba nodded.
Was it because I asked you to forcefully bring him here?
Is that why he was so antagonistic toward me? Ouyang Ruo was puzzled.
It shouldn't be that simple. I felt that his antagonism towards you didn't develop overnight.
Ouyang Ba shook his head. Think again. Did you miss out on anything? Just as Ouyang Ruo was racking her brains, Ouyang Qing watched Duan Tian walk out of the Ouyang clan estate. Boy, my father and my sister said that you're from a 7th-rated force. I'd like to see if you're lying. A faint sneer hung on the corner of Ouyang Qing's mouth as he growled under his breath.
At the same time, he went to the backyard of the Ouyang clan and looked for an old, white-haired man.
Grandpa Shan, there's someone plotting against us, the Ouyang clan. In fact, he even lied and said that he was from a 7th-rated force. My father seemed to believe him, Ouyang Qing reported to the old man in an anxious tone.
The old man with white hair whom Ouyang Qing called Grandpa Shan was the second elder of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Shan. Ouyang Qing had grown up with him since he was young. The old man had always treated him as his grandson by blood. His love for Ouyang Qing surpassed the love Ouyang Qing's father, Ouyang Ba, had for him. Ouyang Ba had to give half of his love to Ouyang Ruo while Ouyang Shan poured all of his love to Ouyang Qing. Qing, your father isn't reckless. Since he trusts the person, it means that the person's possibly someone from a 7th-rate force. Ouyang Shan said with a smile while shaking his head. Grandpa Shan, you said possibly.
Perhaps he isn't at all, Ouyang Qing said. My father asked him to stay to throw him a feast, but he rejected. He said something about having a plan with an elder. I'm guessing it's just an excuse.
Perhaps even Ouyang Qing did not expect that the nonsense that he had spouted about Duan Tian to the old man as part of a verbal attack to happen to be true.
Indeed, it was just Duanling Tian's excuse.
So, that means he left? Ouyang Shan asked. Yes, Ouyang Qing confirmed. If he's really coming for the Ouyang clan for something that he desires, he shouldn't have rejected your father. So, there shouldn't be anything wrong with him.
Just like the saying, wisdom comes with age, Ouyang Shan was very thorough when it came to this.
Grandpa Shan, that might be true. But maybe he's just trying to play hard to get so that we'll fall for his trap? Ouyang Qing panicked upon hearing Ouyang Shan say that. If it were him, he really would not dare to plot anything secretly if he were alone. Moreover, he heard from his sister that the fellow, whose family name was Duan, was not someone to be underestimated. He had killed Yi Yanxing from the Yi clan in one blow. His ability was slightly more powerful than Yi Tianxing's. That's actually possible. Ouyang Qing nodded, deep in thought.
Grandpa, all we'll have to do is to observe him at the inn that he's staying at to find out if there's something up with him. We'll find out everything by then. I'd like to see if he really has a plan with his elder or if he was lying. A cold gleam flashed through Ouyang Qing's eyes as he plotted.
Qinger, you seem to have some kind of rivalry with him, eh? Ouyang Shan sensed that something was wrong. He had watched Ouyang Qing grow up, so it was only natural that he knew Ouyang Qing's temper.
My instinct's telling me that he's really plotting something against our Ouyang clan. Naturally, Ouyang Qing knew that he had exposed his emotions before Ouyang Shan, so he added immediately, we can't let anyone who plots against our Ouyang clan to live.
If he really lied today, there's no need for him to live in this world after tonight.
Ouyang Qing had a will to kill in his eyes as he spoke while his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost.
Grandpa Shan, follow me to watch him secretly. If his elder doesn't show up, it would mean that he lied. It would also show that he has impure intentions. So we'll have to get rid of him if necessary to avoid any trouble in the future. Ouyang Qing made a slicing gesture across his neck fiercely as he spoke.
Qinger, even if he lied, it would only prove that he was unwilling to accept the clan leader's invitation. I don't think it means he's plotting against our Ouyang clan, does it? Ouyang Shan frowned. Moreover, it wouldn't prove that he's not from a seventh-rate force.
There's a possibility that he rejected the clan leader's invitation even if he's from a seventh-rate force. Some people really don't like those kinds of events like large feasts.
If we kill him out of nowhere, we'll definitely offend the force behind him. If he's really from a seventh-rate force, that would definitely be a disaster to us Ouyang clan. Ouyang Shan's face turned solemn as he spoke.
Grandpa Shan, I've already thought about that. We don't have to use the entrance when we leave the clan, so our family won't know we left. Even if he's dead, nobody would know that it was done by people from our Ouyang clan, Ouyang Qing said. It was clear that he had planned this ahead.
Ouyang Qing spoke up again, seeing that Ouyang Shan seemed to still be hesitant. Grandpa Shan, just like the saying, kill the wrong ones rather than letting the right one go.
The vibe that he gives me is dangerous. Such a person would definitely be a risk to us Ouyang clan in the future as long as he lives. Seeing that Ouyang Shan's frown eased a little after hearing what he said, Ouyang Qing clenched his teeth and knelt on the ground in an instant. Qinger, what are you doing?
Get up.
Get up now. Ouyang Shan stood up immediately and tried to help Ouyang Qing up. However, Ouyang Qing refused to budge. Grandpa Shan, please believe me this time. Do you want to see the Ouyang clan being destroyed just like that?
You said that you'd like to see me becoming the clan leader, but if the Ouyang clan is destroyed, how could I be a clan leader? Ouyang Qing was emotional as he said that. He kowtowed so hard on the ground that his forehead split open. There was bright, fresh blood flowing out. At the same time, there was a fleeting flash of slyness in his eyes.
Naturally, Ouyang Shan did not see that as he held his head low. Even if he did not hold his head low, Ouyang Shan might not have seen that. Qinger, I'll promise you that. Seeing Ouyang Qing's forehead bleeding, Ouyang Shan felt like his heart was being ripped apart by a knife. He had always focused on martial Dao his entire life. Apart from the failed relationship that he had gone through when he was young, he had always been alone with no children.
Ouyang Qing's existence was like a beam of light that lit up his world of darkness. He was no longer alone since then, as he had someone that was worth caring and loving for the rest of his life.
For Ouyang Qing, he was willing to do anything, including dying. Seeing the blood oozing out of Ouyang Qing's forehead, he no longer had any doubt and agreed to him right away.
However, he regretted at that moment. Naturally, he did not regret promising Ouyang Qing. He regretted his hesitation. If he had promised Ouyang Qing since the beginning, he would not have kowtowed so hard and his forehead would not have been bleeding. Thank you, Grandpa Shan. Thank you. Although he knew that Ouyang Shan would promise him, Ouyang Qing thanked him pretentiously anyway. Grandpa Shan, I'll prepare 2 sets of black garbs and masks. Ouyang Qing said to Ouyang Shan and turned around, ready to leave as soon as he was done speaking. I have all the stuff that you mentioned. Wait for a while. I'll go get them. Ouyang Shan stopped Ouyang Qing. At the same time, he turned around and walked into his room. Duan, I'll forget about it if you really have your elder with you. If your elder doesn't show up, tonight will be the day you die. Ouyang Qing had a ferocious gleam that flashed through his eyes as he thought to himself. He had heard about Duan Lingtian from his sister. In reality, he was sure that Duan Lingtian was from a 7th-rate force. The reason being, only a remarkable young man from a 7th-rate force might own a saint weapon with 3-star saint inscriptions inscribed on it. According to Ruor, the brat named Duan has a saint weapon in his hand with 3-star inscriptions inscribed on it. It doesn't seem like there's only one saint inscription on it. Ouyang Qing was elated when he thought about this point. Naturally, the Ouyang clan's safety was not the reason why he got Ouyang Shan to help. It was just an excuse. His goal was to kill Duan Lingtian and take all of his belongings, including his saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions and the precious Dao talismans he had. To him, those were definitely huge fortunes that excited him. Although he was the young master of the Ouyang clan was just an 8th-rate force. Given the fact that they were one of the best among the 8th-rate forces, they were still incomparable with a 7th-rate force. Just like in Han River City, their Ouyang clan would have to survive under the wing of the 9-Sex Alliance. The reason why they were under the 9-Sex Alliance was that it was an alliance formed from 9 7th-rate forces. Any 7th-rate force had the ability to end their Ouyang clan. In Han River City, besides their Ouyang clan, even other 8th-rate forces were under the wing of the 9-Sex Alliance. Although Duan Lingtian had saved his sister's life, he did not take that to heart. Saving his sister aside, even if Duan Lingtian saved his life, he would take away whatever he desired no matter what as long as there was something that he wanted from that person. Soon, Ouyang Shan came out having changed into a black garb. There were another black garb and 2 grimacing masks in his hand. It could cover a person's face completely without being recognized as soon as it was put on. Grandpa Shan, let's go. After changing into the black garb and putting on the mask, Ouyang Qing looked at Ouyang Shan impatiently while feeling excited. Naturally, Ouyang Shan could not see the thrill on his face since it was covered by the mask. Ouyang Shan responded and lifted his arms before leaving his courtyard with Ouyang Qing. They blended into the night. As the second elder of the Ouyang clan, it was only natural that Ouyang Shan's cultivation base to be so powerful. Along the way, the guards who were keeping watch around the Ouyang clan did not notice Ouyang Shan and Ouyang Qing's whereabouts. It was easy for both of them to get to the remote corner of the Ouyang clan's estate. They climbed over the wall and left the grounds. They disappeared at the end of a secluded alley in Han River City after leaving Ouyang clan. Meanwhile, a conversation was happening at the meeting hall of the Ouyang clan. Father, do you think... Is it because I asked him to surrender Elder Ping's spatial ring to me after he killed Tian Xing and took it? Ouyang Ruo was thinking hard and finally thought of something that could have possibly happened. But Elder Ping is from our Ouyang clan, so it's fair to ask him to return Elder Ping's spatial ring to me. He's too petty if that's really why he rejected me. Ouyang Ruo scoffed. Ruar, do you know that you've put me in a pickle? Ouyang Ba forced a smile, finally knowing the reason. Elder Ping was killed by Tian Xing. If he had not attacked, not only would Elder Ping's spatial ring become Tian Xing's, but even your spatial ring would too. He killed Tian Xing and saved you, so it's fair for him to keep Elder Ping's spatial ring. How could you ask him to give it back? Ouyang Ba shook his head and sighed. In reality, Ouyang Ba knew that he could not blame his daughter. His daughter hardly exposed herself out there. She had no idea how cruel the rules of the law of the jungle were in the real world. Father, why did you say the same thing as he did? Ouyang Ruo frowned, remembering what Duan Lingtian had said when she asked him to return Elder Ping's spatial ring.
It was almost the same as what her father had told her just now. Had she known that it was impossible for her father to have discussed this with Duan Lingtian before, she would suspect that both of them had conspired together. Ruar, these are the rules in the outside world. That was the explanation Ouyang Ba could come up with. Some things could not be explained with words. They had to be understood through experience. All right, Ruar, it's over now. Don't overthink. Go and get your brother. I want to talk to him about asking little brother Duan to apologize, Ouyang Ba said to Ouyang Rua. Father, brother will never agree to this. Bitterness revealed itself on her face. She knew her brother very well. His pride was so immense that it was terrifying. Him asking a person with whom he was at loggerheads with to apologize aside, it was impossible for him to even ask someone with whom he never had any conflict with to apologize. He'll have to agree even if he doesn't. I don't think he'll be able to revolt against my will. Ouyang Ba scoffed coldly and said in an overbearing manner. Just get your brother here. Don't tell him about this. Let me tell him about it. I don't want him to run away from me if you tell him beforehand. Although Ouyang Ba did not dare to say that he knew his son's character the best, he still knew him well. Yes, father. Ouyang Rua forced a smile and left the meeting hall to get her brother, Ouyang Qing. Meanwhile, because Ouyang Qing had left the Ouyang clan's estate, naturally, she found nobody there. Knowing that her brother was not there and seemed to have left, Ouyang Rua was relieved. She went back to report to Ouyang Ba at the same time. Father, I went to brother's compound to look for him, but he wasn't there. I asked the servants at his compound who told me that he didn't return. That brat must have been affected by my scolding and went out to look for entertainment. Ouyang Ba condemned. Steward Ji, Ouyang Ba called out loudly at the same time. Clan leader. At that moment, the old man who stood outside the meeting hall walked in. He was the steward of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Ji. Send someone to bring that brat back. No matter what way you use. Bring him back even if you have to tie him up, Ouyang Ba ordered. Yes, clan leader. Ouyang Ji retreated while forcing a smile. That was something that he was most reluctant to do. However, he did not dare to disobey since it was an order from the clan leader. Although Ouyang Qing was a descendant of the clan leader, he was fearless of him since he was still immature. He was scared of the person behind Ouyang Qing. That person was a powerful figure of the Ouyang clan and was not someone that he, Ouyang Ji, could offend. At that moment, Ouyang Ba thought that Ouyang Qing was out looking for entertainment. What he did not know was that his son was plotting against the young man in whom he was interested to become closer to and was suspected to come from a seventh-rate force. Little did he know that tonight might possibly be a disastrous turning point for his Ouyang clan. Having left the Ouyang clan and returning back to the inn, Duan Lingtian did not leave his room. If he were a coward, it would be natural for him to leave as far as he could from the Ouyang clan's field of vision. He could not wait to enter the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate as soon as he returned to the guest room. The flow of time and the perfect cultivation environment on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda allowed his cultivation to skyrocket. If I calculate the time spent outside while I cultivated on the third level of this Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I suppose that the time I'll take to break through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage would be shorter than time taken to break through from the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage, Duan Lingtian told himself confidently. Cultivating for 5 days on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was only equivalent to 1 day outside. It was totally incomparable with the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda at all. Moreover, the cultivation environment on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was far behind the third levels. If one were to compare the both, it was safe to say that the cultivation speed on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was less than half compared to that on the third level. I should be able to break through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage before I return to Half Moon Island. Of course, it would be better if I could break through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Lingtian's mind became more active as he thought about this. What I need now is to cultivate diligently and try to elevate my cultivation base as soon as I can. With my current ability, I can still handle ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators, but I'll be dead if I encounter someone really powerful.
Duanling Tian experienced a pressure that he had never felt before ever since he found out there were people above the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage who could avoid his anti-tracking ability easily. He was eager to elevate his cultivation base. However, there had to be a process in everything. He knew very well that he could not force things to happen. Still, he was eager and could not control his emotions at all. There are people watching you out there. To his surprise, a familiar voice came into Duanling Tian's ears. It was like a rumble of thunder that woke him up. Elder Hua? Are you awake? Duanling Tian saw Elder Hua near him the moment he opened his eyes. Elder Hua nodded. Restoring the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda took a heavy toll on me, so it took me a while to recover completely. But I got some gains when I recovered and my ability seems to have elevated a little bit. Now that my divine consciousness has recovered so much, I can spread it out to cover a wider area. Although it has no attack ability, it's useful when it comes to detection, Elder Hua said. I picked up 2 people watching you outside the inn earlier. They come with ill intentions. 2 people? Watching me. Duanling Tian frowned. Could they be from the Ouyang clan? I suppose that it could be them. What do they want from me exactly? I left behind a gust of sun force when I recovered this time. I'm going to release it into your body to refine your true energy. When your true energy is converted to the true origin of this world, you can turn the sun force into sun true origin. Elder Hua explained to Duanling Tian. True origin was the energy in the body of powerhouses above the saint stage. When one elevated from the saint rudiment stage to the saint stage, his true energy would transform into true origin. Sun force? Sun true origin. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard that. However, his eyebrows soon furrowed again. Elder Hua, maybe we'll do it another time. There are 2 fellas outside that I have to handle. The sun force is fading away by the second. Even I can't hold it for long. Moreover, with your current true energy, you'll only need 1 shirchun at the most to refine it. Elder Hua did not even wait for Duanling Tian to reply, and he lifted his fingertip between Duanling Tian's eyebrows. At that moment, the only thing that Duanling Tian could feel was a scorching hot aura sweeping towards his face. It turned into an ebbing heat that flowed between his eyebrows into his chi-si like it was a robbing pirate. The gust of heat was the entrance of the sun force. Soon, Duanling Tian noticed the true energy in his chi-si was boiling. Duanling Tian felt dizzy at that moment before he lost consciousness right away. In his state of unconsciousness, the true energy in his chi-si experienced a drastic change. The first thing that changed was his true energy that was boiling. It was expanding like it was going through a frenzy. Subsequently, a heat wave brought the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air into Duanling Tian's body through the 99 saint veins and rotated in circulatory cycles over and over again. The heat wave was extremely overbearing and seemed to have an engulfing characteristic. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda were initially invisible. However, a big pile of liquid that pooled above Duanling Tian's head and did not stop growing. It was the materialization of the heaven and earth spirit energy. The metamorphosized heaven and earth spirit energy flowed into Duanling Tian's body continuously and rotated in a cycle with the gust of the heat flow. At the same time, every single pore on Duanling Tian's body was releasing black impurities. Naturally, there were not that many impurities. Duanling Tian's body had been reincarnated twice, so it was impossible that he had impurities as much as ordinary people did. At that moment, if someone powerful had been there, he could definitely tell that this 3-legged golden crow was using the sun force to cleanse him through enlightenment, helping him to achieve a sun body. Every 3-legged golden crow could only use enlightenment once in their life. It was overbearing and over the top. Elder Hua had transformed into his original form at the moment. He was now a 3-legged golden crow whose body was covered in flames while overbearing heat waves were released all over his body. It caused the entire 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to feel like it had fallen into a scorching hot baptism. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who had passed out, had no idea that all of this was happening. 1 shirchun was equivalent to 2 hours. 2 hours later, Elder Hua finally turned back to his human form.
His cheeks that were initially rosy were now gravely pale, as if he had aged a few hundred years older.
At that point, Duanling Tian slowly woke up. He felt a little lost at first, but soon he came to completely after recalling what had happened for a while.
He looked at his Qi immediately and was shocked as soon as he did that.
Wait. What? Duanling Tian was stunned. He was completely flabbergasted. Disbelief was written all over his face as if he had just found out something unbelievable.
Isn't this the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage? Duanling Tian only snapped back to his senses a while later and mumbled to himself as he gulped hard. Duanling Tian realized that the Qi in his body had turned into a small lake. It was completely different from his previous Qi, which had just been a big pool at the most.
From what he knew, even the Qi of early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators was just like a creek.
Therefore, although he found it hard to believe, he knew that it was true that he had broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage the moment he looked into his Qi. Elder Hua, this?
Duanling Tian looked at Elder Hua, who was in front of him emotionally. He had too many things he wanted to ask, but he had no idea which to ask first. Ask whatever you want to later. Your priority should be handling the two people who are watching you, Elder Hua said to Duanling Tian, and left to the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
Watching Elder Hua's pale face, although he was curious, Duanling Tian knew that today was not the best time for him to get his questions answered. Ouyang clan. Duanling Tian lifted the edge of his lips and revealed a smirk. However, he did not get out there right away. Instead, he began to test the true energy in his body on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The true energy in his body was like a majestic lake now. A large part of it swept out through the 99 saint veins in the blink of an eye. Even if I encounter anyone on the paramount mortal shedding stage, their short-term explosive ability from their true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, or true energy consolidated territory aren't going to defeat me. He was very confident about that. If his true energy were his car in his past life, his saint veins would have been the road in his past life.
Meanwhile, he had more cars that could travel at the same time here.
Naturally, Duanling Tian knew that the ability of people on the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage would not be limited to the application of their true energy and saint veins. At the same time, one must consider the true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, and true energy consolidated territory techniques.
Duanling Tian had witnessed all three techniques. The impact was powerful.
But with my current ability, Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators might not be able to defeat me even if they were to use a true energy consolidated weapon. Although these cultivators who had mastered the true energy consolidated weapon were powerful, there was a limit to it. With the techniques and things that he could rely on, people on the Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage might lose him unless they secretly had the ability to defeat someone whose cultivation base was higher than them.
Naturally, he did not dare to claim to have the ability to defeat someone on the Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage.
After all, Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage cultivators did not only master the True Energy Consolidated technique, but they also mastered the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. After spending a couple of hours familiarizing with the true energy in his body, Duanling Tian then left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. My spiritual energy has been elevated following the elevation of my cultivation base. I can now inscribe 2-star saint inscriptions, Duanling Tian thought to himself when he returned to the guest room in the inn. Soon he walked out of the room and left the inn. He's leaving. Meanwhile, 2 silhouettes covered in black garb and wearing grimacing mask walked out of the corner of the inn when Duanling Tian left. It was midnight now and there was almost nobody on the streets. Grandpa Shan, let's follow him, said one of the masked men to the other through true energy voice transmission. The other man said nothing. He only nodded and followed the other person. There really are 2 of them. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who had walked ahead, noticed the 2 people who followed far behind him, although he did not turn around.
Actually, he might not be able to see them even if he were to turn around now because the 2 men were walking secretively in the shadows with no street lights shining on them. Now that my cultivation base has broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage with the spiritual secret tactic divine eye that Elder Ho imparted me with earlier,
I can detect their cultivation base and age without them noticing at all. Duan Ling Tian expanded his spiritual energy secretly as he thought, and very soon, he detected their cultivation base. Saint Rudiment Stage? How dare he follow me with such insignificant ability? Duan Ling Tian could not help but scoff when he detected one of the men's cultivation base. Soon, Duan Ling Tian noticed that something was not right. That's not right.
This person's hiding it very well. I might not have noticed him if my cultivation base hadn't broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. He either has some unique hiding technique or he has a powerhouse protecting him.
At that moment, he began to detect the other person with his spiritual secret tactic Divine Eye.
His heart was beating fast when he detected the person's cultivation base.
Perfection. Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank. Even the steward of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Ji, is only on the Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage. Someone on the Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage is rare even in the Ouyang clan. He must be at least an elder. Wow! The Ouyang clan's crazy to send an elder to watch me. At that moment, the only thing that Duan Ling Tian felt was the raging fire that was rising in him. He did not plan to have any contact with the Ouyang clan at all. Otherwise, he would not have rejected the clan leader of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Ba's invitation today.
Who would have thought that the Ouyang clan would do one thing on the surface and another secretly?
What do they want, sending someone secretly to trail me so late at night?
Are they trying to kill me and take my fortune? Duan Ling Tian suppressed the raging fire in him slightly after inhaling a deep breath. He came up with a plan after calming himself down. Eventually, he walked into an avenue in a flash.
The avenue was the main road of Han River City. Thus, although it was late at night, there were still a couple of scattered silhouettes. Where exactly is he going? One of the masked men who followed him secretly seemed to be a little impatient as he spoke.
We'll find out if we follow him. The other man, on the other hand, was very calm. However, his voice was old, so it was obvious that he was an elderly man.
After following Duan Ling Tian for over half an hour, the weary masked man stopped walking and said as he watched Duan Ling Tian heading north towards Han River City. He sounded a little scared as he said,
He's going toward the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters. Could be one of them from the 9 Sect Alliances? Grandpa Shan, there's still a distance away from the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters. Perhaps he's just passing by, said the younger man. Let's follow him. The other man hesitated for a moment, but he nodded eventually. He moved forward while guarding the other man.
The older man was relieved when the target stopped heading north and turned into the street heading west. He was really worried that the person was a member of the 9 Sect Alliances. If he were to be from the 9 Sect Alliances, it would mean that he was from a 7th-rate sect. It would be fine if they killed such a person without exposing themselves. As soon as they exposed themselves, it would definitely be disastrous to their clan. I've told you that it's impossible for him to have anything to do with the 9 Sect Alliances, reassured the younger man. They're really following me. They might not dare to follow me if I proceeded north to the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters. However, what the two stalkers did not know was that their target had only changed his route and headed west after noticing their hesitation.
After going west, they arrived at a remote area. There was a heavy stench all over the place. It was where Han River City disposed all its trash. Apart from workers who were responsible for cleaning Han River City, there was hardly anyone else there.
It was a vast place which occupied a mile. Soon, Duan Ling Tian stopped when he arrived at the center of the remote land. He turned around at the same time. At that moment, the two masked men who followed behind him ducked behind a pile of trash. One of the men watched Duan Ling Tian secretly from a distance. He thought to himself while a ferocious gleam flashed through his eyes. He's pretty alert.
Tsk tisk, Duan Ling Tian snickered mockingly while looking where the two masked men were hiding. You've been following me all the way. I guess it's time for both of you to show yourselves. I wonder what exactly do you want from me to have been following me for such a long time? If Duan Ling Tian had not said both of you, the two men might have thought that he was just trying to be mysterious.
After all, many people would say something like, I see you, or come out. Stop hiding on purpose when they were concerned that somebody might follow them. In actual fact, they would have no idea if there was anybody following them at all. However, now that he said both of you, It proved that he really had noticed them following him. Humph! I can't believe that you found out about us. As the masked man with the older voice was stunned, the other young man walked out from behind the pile of trash. Covered by the grimacing mask, he could not help but frown. It was clear that he could not get used to the stench there. At that moment, the older masked man walked out after him since he had no other choice. However, he seemed grave. He was confident about his hiding technique. How could a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator notice him? At that moment, he spread out his spiritual energy as he focused his eyes while he performed his spiritual secret tactic in an instant. Duan Ling Tian could feel a gush of spiritual energy sweeping towards him at that moment in an attempt to detect his cultivation base. Humph! Duan Ling Tian scoffed softly, but he did not stop the man. He allowed the person to let his spiritual energy linger on his body and detect his cultivation base. With the spiritual secret tactic divine eye that Elder Hua had given him, there was a secret tactic that could be used to stop someone from using their spiritual energy for detection purposes. However, such a secret tactic could only be performed with spiritual energy above the saint stage. Therefore, he could not perform that at the moment. Intermediate saint rudiment stage. The masked man exclaimed softly and revealed his weary voice after detecting Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. Intermediate saint rudiment stage? Meanwhile, the other masked man with the young voice exclaimed out loud upon hearing what the older masked man said. At the same time, shock and disbelief were apparent in his eyes. His exclamation was completely different from his voice earlier. He had faked his voice earlier to be a little hoarse, but now he did not fake it. Ouyang Qing. Duan Ling Tian recognized his voice and immediately found out who the masked man with the young voice was. He was the young master of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Qing. Ouyang Qing panicked when he realized that Duan Ling Tian had found out who he was. He proceeded to speak whilst faking a hoarse voice. What Ouyang Qing? I've no idea what you're talking about. TSK? You're the young master of the Ouyang clan, but you're such a coward. That's disappointing. In my opinion, such a scumbag like you doesn't deserve to be the descendant of the Ouyang clan leader. Even your sister, Ouyang Rua, deserves the position more than you do. Duan Ling Tian shook his head while teasing. There was a mockery in his tone that he did not intend to hide. The young masked man was the young master of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Qing, just like he said. Enraged at the moment, he took a step forward and was ready to tear Duan Ling Tian apart. Even if Duan Ling Tian really was a martial cultivator on the Saint Rudiment stage, it was impossible for him to defeat his grandpa Shan. His grandpa Shan was the second elder of the Ouyang clan whose cultivation base was on the perfection Saint Rudiment stage since a long time ago. He was just a step away from breaking through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, just when Ouyang Qing was about to say something after taking a step forward, he was stopped by the masked man with the old voice who followed behind him. The masked man was the second elder of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Shan. It seems like you're a rival of the Ouyang clan, sir. Unfortunately, we're not from the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Shan said to Duan Ling Tian calmly, while looking at him. I supposed you're the elder of the Ouyang clan judging from your cultivation base? I wonder if you're here following your Ouyang clan leader, Ouyang Ba's orders? Or are you just listening to this cowardly young master of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Qing? Duan Ling Tian shifted his focus from Ouyang Shan to Ouyang Qing. Naturally, Ouyang Qing could not take it and almost throw a fit when he heard Duan Ling Tian calling him a coward. However, he was interrupted by Ouyang Shan as soon as he spoke again. Sir, I've told you that we're not from the Ouyang clan. Ouyang Shan's tone sounded exasperated. Not from the Ouyang clan? Duan Ling Tian grinned. If the both of you aren't from the Ouyang clan, then tell me who are you? Humph. It's harmless to tell you since you're going to die soon. We're both from the Mountain Shade Black Market, and we're here to take your life. As soon as Ouyang Shan was done speaking, 2 gushes of true energy rose from his body. One of them turned into a gigantic axe as it hovered in the air majestically like it could smash anything open. Meanwhile, the other one turned into a massive eagle like a falling cloud as it spread its wings open and covered the moonlight, causing the area that was already dim to be even darker. It was like a bottomless abyss whereby nothing could be seen. Suddenly, The giant axe and the massive eagle dashed to surround Duanling Tian. Including Ouyang Shan, they formed a triangle while trapping Duanling Tian in the middle.
You can rest in peace since you're going to die in your chosen burial space here, Ouyang Shan spoke calmly as he glared at Duanling Tian like he was a dead man. However, Duanling Tian was thinking of something else when he heard what Ouyang Shan said.
The Mountain Shade Black Market? Naturally, he had heard of the Mountain Shade Black Market. He knew that it was something big among the 9 sect alliances. It was said that the Mountain Shade Black Market was a powerful and unique third-rate force in Dao Marshall Saint Land. Compared to the usual third-rate forces, it had its hands all over Dao Marshall Saint Land.
They were even in the remote area of the 9 sect alliances in Dao Marshall Saint Land. Naturally, the Mountain Shade Black Market in the 9 sect alliances was just a small branch. However, back then, such a small branch had managed to threaten the 9 sect alliances into establishing the alliance which lasted until today.
The 9 sect alliances revealed to the public that the reason they had established the alliance was to avoid the invasion of sixth-rate forces. In reality, it was established to defend the Mountain Shade Black Market. To them, the Mountain Shade Black Market was like a furious dragon which gave them immense pressure. They were grateful that the Mountain Shade Black Market did not do anything to them publicly throughout the years. However, the Mountain Shade Black Market ruled the underworld.
The Mountain Shade Black Market was a unique force. No matter who you were, you could join the force as long as you had power. Meanwhile, people who joined the Mountain Shade Black Market would usually be able to gain great fortune within a short period of time. Naturally, many of them who died before making their fortune after joining the Mountain Shade Black Market.
There were tens of thousands of businesses going on in the Mountain Shade Black Market. As long as you had Saint Stones and were willing to pay the price, there was nothing that the Mountain Shade Black Market could not do. The black-robed man might be from the Mountain Shade Black Market. From what Ouyang Shan said, Duanling Tian recalled that the assassin who had attempted to kill him was most probably from the Mountain Shade Black Market. However, Duanling Tian knew that now was not the time for him to think about all that.
Since when do people from the Mountain Shade Black Market have the habit of revealing their identity when they're on the job? Duanling Tian smirked as he looked at Ouyang Shan.
I've told you that it's something that I let you in on something since you're dying anyway. Ouyang Shan repeated calmly. Now, I'll send you off. Almost as soon as Ouyang Shan was done speaking, the gigantic axe was brandished in the air. After charging its power, the gigantic axe charged at Duanling Tian with a force like it was going to split Mount Hua into halves. Whoosh! 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 There were explosion noises wherever the gigantic axe passed by while the terrifying force created a vacuum in the air. Fleeting ferocious rays were coming toward Duanling Tian's head. Aerolite strike. Facing Ouyang Shan's attack of the true energy consolidated weapon, Duanling Tian, who was mentally prepared, pulled his bow and released an arrow across. The arrow flew as if it would pierce through anything. It was aiming for the gigantic axe that was coming for his head.
Naturally, the arrow's speed was much slower compared to the falling gigantic axe. However, something unexpected happened when the two collided.
The gigantic axe was pierced through and subsequently exploded in flames, disappearing completely. Penetration Saint Inscription. Explosive flame Saint Inscription. At the same time, Ouyang Shan could not help but exclaim out loud. It was clear that he could tell that there were saint inscriptions in Duanling Tian's arrow. You're quite knowledgeable to be able to tell the saint inscriptions that I'm using, Duanling Tian said, while glancing at Ouyang Shan faintly. Ouyang Shan's eyes lit up. Now, he was almost sure that the purple-clad young man before him was definitely from a seventh-rate force. Penetration Saint Inscription? Explosive Flame Saint Inscription? Ouyang Qing's emotions were stirred after hearing Ouyang Shan exclaim and Duanling Tian's confirmation. He had earlier suspected that the saint weapon Duanling Tian had might be inscribed with more than 1 3-star saint inscriptions.
Never had he expected to have guessed it correctly. There was a second 3-star saint inscription on Duanling Tian's saint weapon.
Just like the penetration saint inscription, the explosive flame saint inscription was also a 3-star saint inscription. Grandpa Shan, kill him. He already suspects that we're from the Ouyang clan. If we let him live, It would be a catastrophe to our clan. Ouyang Qing urged Ouyang Shan through true energy voice transmission while looking at him righteously. He only had one thought now: he wanted Duan Ling Tian dead. As long as he was dead, everything he owned would become Grandpa Shan's. In turn, his Grandpa Shan would naturally give him all of the belongings generously. Ouyang Shan took a deep breath in. He knew very well that he only had one option left now.
You've made a mistake if you think that you can defeat me with merely 2 3-star saint inscriptions, Ouyang Shan announced coldly, the black garb on his body fluttering without the presence of the wind.
Meanwhile, the gravel beneath his feet flew up and levitated as a result of the aura that was released from all over his body. He seemed like he was giving the gravel life at that moment.
At the same time, Ouyang Shan spread out a gush of true energy from his body which turned into a gigantic axe again.
One could always consolidate and perform the true energy consolidated weapon technique as long as they had yet to exhaust their true energy. Ouyang Shan could consolidate another one as soon as Duan Ling Tian destroyed one. Compared to how he had attacked Duan Ling Tian with the gigantic axe earlier, Ouyang Shan did not hold back at all this time. Besides the gigantic axe hurtling at him, even the massive eagle that was formed by his true energy consolidated beast technique was flying towards Duan Ling Tian while flapping its wings. On the other hand, he also darted towards Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed with a saint weapon in the form of another gigantic axe in his hand.
Although the gigantic saint axe in his hand had no 3-star saint inscription, there were 3 2-saint inscriptions on it, all of which he had activated. In order to kill Duan Ling Tian, the intermediate saint rudiment stage martial cultivator, so that there would not be any trouble in the future, as a perfection saint rudiment stage martial cultivator, Ouyang Shan attacked without holding back. He performed at his peak with a strength that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Die!
Go to hell! Everything you own will be mine after you die. Far away, clad in black and hidden beneath a grimacing mask, Ouyang Qing was extremely agitated as he watched everything that was happening. He seemed to be able to see the saint weapon with the 2-3 saint inscriptions in Duan Ling Tian's hand waving at him. He could also see that all of the fortunes the remarkable young Duan Ling Tian owned would belong to him.
Duan Ling Tian's face became gravely serious as he faced Ouyang Shan, who was coming at him at full force.
Arrow light strike. He shot another arrow as he lifted his arms, and it smashed into Ouyang Shan's gigantic axe once again. The massive eagle which Ouyang Shan formed with his true energy consolidated beast had come near him so quickly that he could not shoot another arrow.
Now, even Ouyang Shan himself had arrived close to him. It was a gravely critical situation for Duan Ling Tian at the moment.
He was surrounded by enemies in both the front and the back. During such a crucial moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Although my cultivation base has broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, the pressure of fighting a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator is pretty high. Also, this old fella from the Ouyang clan isn't an ordinary perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Duan Ling Tian's eyesight had improved significantly now that he had had a breakthrough in his cultivation base. It was easy for him to see that Ouyang Shan who was attacking him was extraordinary. Meanwhile, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure the reason why Ouyang Shan was so determined to kill him.
He was concerned that he would go after the Ouyang clan if he managed to live today.
He believed that this old man had roughly guessed his identity upon recognizing the 2 saint inscriptions on his son's shooting bow. That was the reason why the old man had a change in his mindset. He was determined to kill Duan Ling Tian. Ouyang clan would only be at peace if he was dead. You want me dead?
I'm sorry that you'll be disappointed. Today you're the one who will be dead.
Meanwhile, your Ouyang clan's destined to pay the price of your doing. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his sharp eyes and targeted Ouyang Shan who appeared before him. He yelled out at the same time in a voice so explosive that it made Ouyang Shan and Ouyang Qing's ears ring. What utter nonsense! Ouyang Qing snickered in mockery as he thought that Duan Ling Tian was over his head. Did he really think that an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator like him could defeat someone on the perfection Saint Rudiment stage? Moreover, he was not just a powerhouse on the perfection Saint Rudiment stage, but one who was close to breaking through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. You're young and dumb. Ouyang Shan sniggered coldly while dashing towards Duan Ling Tian, waving the gigantic axe in his hand.
At the same time, apart from oppressive true energy, 3 odd energy pulses surrounded the gigantic axe. It was clear that those were the 3 soaring 2-star saint inscriptions on the saint weapon in Xianxia's hand. Whoosh! At the same time, the massive eagle that was flying downward was just a stone's throw away from Duan Tian. The time seemed to freeze at that very second. In a flash, Duan Tian activated his strange pupil that he had charged beforehand to its peak, while burning his spiritual energy without holding back. His strange pupil was targeting the massive eagle, which was formed using the true energy consolidated beast technique by Oyangshan and was coming at him. The massive eagle had been consolidated by Oyangshan's true energy, which could definitely suppress a Mastery Saint Rudiment martial cultivator. One could imagine how powerful its strength was. Therefore, Duan Tian did not dare to underestimate the massive eagle ever since the beginning. The power of the massive eagle was even stronger than the gigantic axe Oyangshan had condensed with the true energy consolidated weapon technique. Time was limited at the moment. Duan Tian did not have time to shoot his arrow again during this critical moment, while Oyangshan did not have the time to produce another gigantic axe. Die! Oyangshan's pupils shrunk as he glared murderously at Duan Tian as if he was looking a dead person. To Oyangshan, he could easily kill Duan Tian even without the gigantic axe. In fact, the gigantic axe solidified with true energy consolidated weapon was his weakest technique. Strange pupil. Spatial manipulation. Duan Tian used the most insane ability of his strange pupil just when the massive eagle was swooping down and coming at him. Perhaps the strange pupil that he had activated using his current spiritual energy could not affect a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator perfectly. However, it could easily affect the true energy consolidated beast from a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Duan Tian deviated the eagle's direction with merely one glance and inched a few steps aside at the same time. At that second, the deviated eagle tore towards Oyangshan, who was attacking Duan Tian on the other side ferociously without stopping at all. He did not manage to react to everything that was happening in time. He would never have thought that the massive eagle would act out of his control suddenly and attack him instead. He barely even had the time to think about anything else. He shook the gigantic axe in his hand and made the massive eagle disappear like a piece of cake. The massive eagle had been consolidated by his true energy after all. A thought alone decelerated the eagle's speed before it was then smashed by Oyangshan's assault. Although I've no idea which technique you used to affect my true energy consolidated beast, you won't escape death today even without it. Oyangshan scowled at Duan Tian after smashing the eagle and advanced once again. Just when Oyangshan attacked again, Duan Tian, who was prepared beforehand, lifted his arms and tossed a Dao talisman at Oyangshan. He shouted loudly at the same time to activate the Dao talisman's force. Appear! Do you really think that the insignificant force from the Dao talisman could threaten me? Oyangshan cackled when he saw Duan Tian's Dao talisman. He did not even look at the Dao talisman as he dashed at Duan Tian with the gigantic axe in his hand with destructive intentions. He was confident that he could crush the Dao talisman's force like a piece of cake in a single blow. From the beginning until the end, Oyangshan had never thought that Duan Tian would have a 3-star offensive Dao talisman with him because only 2 forces in the 9 sect alliances had 3-star offensive Dao talismans. Moreover, they usually would not distribute the Dao talismans elsewhere, so it was scarce even in the black market. The 2 forces were one of the 9 sects called the Profound Talisman Sect and the Mountain Shade Black Market. It was rare even for the younger generation in either force to own a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. As a result, he did not think that his luck would be so bad that he would encounter such a person. Die! Die! Far away, Ouyangqing, whose face was hidden under the grimacing mask, was excited. He seemed to be able to see all of the fortune belonging to him after Duan Tian died. Bang! However, as an earth-shattering thud exploded, Ouyangqing's face turned completely stiff. Fear that came from his core and soul burned in his eyes. What exactly happened that caused him to quake in fear? As the Dao talisman exploded, the air far away seemed to be slightly distorted while majestic airwaves coming out of the rumbling impact rolled out in an overbearing manner. Apart from the gigantic saint axe that was flung away from his hand, Oyangshan, who happened to be within the coverage of the Dao talisman's force,
was torn into pieces before he could even groan in devastation. The bloody chunks of flesh that were flying all over the place were smashed by the gushes of shockwaves that seemed to distort the space. Then, the flesh turned into a sky full of blood mist.
A spatial ring was the only thing that was left. Xianxia was dead. He was killed before he could even react.
He's just a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. But he dared ignore a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. TSK. Seems like everyone in the Ouyang clan are the same. They're so arrogant that they think they rank second after God. Duanling Tian sighed in mock sympathy, while deliberately shooting a glance at Ouyang Qing, who was far away.
Apart from the little accident that happened in the end, everything that occurred earlier had been within his plan. Shooting an arrow at full force to smash Xianxia's true energy consolidated weapon, he then deviated the direction of the true energy consolidated beast's attack with the strange pupil's ability.
Eventually, he killed Xianxia with the 3-star offensive Dao talisman. As soon as any 3-star offensive Dao talisman was activated, it would launch a full force attack on par with a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Even though Xianxia was the best of the best among the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators and was close to breaking through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he was still not on the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage after all. It was impossible to defend a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage's full force attack. Meanwhile, to Duanling Tian, the last accident that happened was killing Xianxia directly.
In his plan, Xianxia might have still been alive if he had defended himself against the Dao Talisman's full force attack. However, he would still have been badly injured even if he were not killed and become meat on Duanling Tian's chopping board. Surprisingly, Xianxia was killed directly by the 3-star offensive Dao Talisman that Duanling Tian had tossed at him and he had ignored.
Grandpa Shan. Ouyang Qing was completely dumbstruck as he looked at the crimson ground under the bloody mist, looking lost.
Had his Grandpa Shan that he treated as the undefeatable god died just like that?
3-star offensive Dao talisman. 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Who exactly is he? How is it possible that he has a 3-star offensive Dao talisman? At that moment, no matter how dumb Ouyang Qing was, he knew that he was in trouble.
Moreover, this was a tough rut. Even the entire Ouyang clan behind him might not dare to offend this person.
He snapped back to his senses after his heart jolted and he inhaled sharply. He knew very well that he would definitely die if he were to stay there. He wanted to escape as soon as the thought popped up in his head. However, he heard a cold voice coming behind him as soon as he turned around. Ouyang Qing, stay here as I tell you to if you don't want to die. Hearing Duanling Tian, Ouyang Qing's face that was hidden under the grimacing mask turned stiff again. He did not dare to do anything. All he did was standing there obediently. Are you really not killing me? Ouyang Qing asked while his voice was shaking. He did not speak in his disguised hoarse voice now because he knew it would be useless for him to pretend now.
Duanling Tian was the ruler of the situation now and he was the one who would be making the decision.
What? Are you doubting what I said? Duanling Tian smirked. No, I don't. Out of the blue, Ouyang Qing recalled the scene whereby Xianxia was smashed into a sky full of blood missed by the 3-star offensive Dao talisman when he saw Duanling Tian's smirk. His heart jolted out of nowhere as fear rose in him.
Duanling Tian only walked to Ouyang Qing after putting away Xianxia's spirit weapon, gigantic axe and spatial ring.
Remove your mask and revoke the ownership of your spatial ring. Then hand it to me. Don't pull any tricks on me. You know what will happen to you after seeing what happened to that old fella. Duanling Tian ordered while glaring at Ouyang Qing coldly. No. The moment Ouyang Qing heard Duanling Tian's threat, he shook his head hastily. Right then, all of his high and mighty air had disappeared, unlike before. At that moment, he looked like a sparrow that had had the fright of its life. Taking off his grimacing mask, Ouyang Qing's pale face was exposed right away. His eyes were completely filled with terror and they stayed that way for a long time. F for you. After removing the ownership claim on his spatial ring, Ouyang Qing obediently handed it to Duanling Tian very cooperatively.
Of course, although he was cooperative, his heart was actually bleeding inside.
At first, he thought that he would be able to obtain Duan Tian's spatial ring, but it had never crossed his mind that in the end, it was Duan Tian who managed to snatch his spatial ring away in a coercive manner. Apart from that, he had no way of rejecting at all.
To be more precise, he did not dare to reject his request.
The moment he recalled how his grandfather Shan, the almighty second elder of the Ouyang clan, had died, Ouyang Qing could not summon any strength to defy him at all.
Let's go. With a raise of his hand, Duan Tian grabbed Ouyang Qing's elbow as tight as a metal claw and led him away from this dump site back to the junction earlier.
Then, Duan Tian brought Ouyang Qing with him to the north. Are you from the 9 sect alliances? Realizing that Duan Tian was bringing him to the 9 sect alliances headquarters, Ouyang Qing's voice started to tremble in sheer terror. Weren't you very arrogant today when I went to the Ouyang clan?
Why have you suddenly become a coward now? I'm really not used to this. Duan Tian cast a nonchalant glance at Ouyang Qing and remarked.
With just a casual remark, Ouyang Qing's face turned entirely red, yet he had nothing to refute at all.
After a while, he finally asked in a quivering voice, what do you want to do? What do you want to do to me?
Why, you told me that you aren't going to kill me, so you can't just go back on your word. Ouyang Qing completely panicked.
Even though he realized that Duan Tian's background must be very terrifying the moment he learned that he had used a 3-star offensive Dao talisman to kill Ouyang Shan, it was only an assumption and might not be true.
Perhaps, Duan Tian had encountered some fortuitous meeting and obtained treasure left behind by a powerhouse. Possibly, he had obtained the 3-star Dao talisman from that treasure. However, now that he realized that Duan Tian might turn out to be from the 9 sect alliances, the sense of luck that he felt in his heart earlier completely dissipated.
He was very clear that if he were from the 9 sect alliances, the Ouyang clan would not dare to utter a squeak at all even if Duan Tian killed him.
Duan Tian killing him would be just like killing a chicken. He had no need to fear anything at all.
When he realized that his life was in Duan Tian's hands, Ouyang Qing was mortified and absolutely in fear. I've said that I wouldn't kill you, so of course I won't. Duan Tian cast a disgusted look at Ouyang Qing and thought to himself that had it not been for the fact that this fellow still was of use to him, he would not have spared his life.
Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Ouyang Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Although he could guess that Duan Tian might use him to do something, he did not think much about it. To him, he was fine with it as long as he was able to exist.
As long as he could live, he was willing to do anything. For when a person was dead, he would lose everything and vanish from this world completely, ceasing to exist without leaving a trace.
The 9 sect alliance's district headquarters covered a large region of Han River City's northern area. This area was further divided into 9 districts, each district being the operation point of the 9 great sects of the 9 sect alliances in Han River City. When Duan Tian arrived at the great entrance of the 9 sect alliance's headquarters, he was immediately blocked. The grand entrance of the 9 sect alliance's headquarters was brightly illuminated by lights. At each side of the door stood 9 people, making it a total of 18 people. Right now, one of them was scrutinizing Duan Tian and asking him with a frown, "Who are you?
Why are you here at our 9 sect alliance's headquarters at such a late hour?"
"I'm a disciple from the Moon Illumination sect," Duan Tian answered. Now that he had come to the 9 sect alliance's headquarters, of course, he would need to reveal his sect to them. Otherwise, he could not enter at all. The Moon Illumination sect? When Ouyang Qing, who was hoisted in his grip, heard his words, shock filled his face right away. Now, he finally learned about Duan Tian's identity. So, it turned out that he was from the Moon Illumination sect. However, it was a little too late for him now. "You're from the Moon Illumination sect?" When the middle-aged man, who was frowning when he interrogated Duan Tian, heard him, his frown eased up right away before he turned to 2 other men among the 18 people. "Lu Hai, Lu Yu, since he claims that he's from your Moon Illumination sect, I'll leave him to you to check his identity." The 2 men, whose names were Lu Hai and Lu Yu, one young, while the other was middle-aged, nodded their heads right away and walked up to Duan Tian.
Looking at Duan Tian, Lu Yu asked politely, "You said that you're a disciple from our Moon Illumination sect. Do you have the order token of the sect?" Despite Duan Ling Tian appearing very young, Lu Yu was someone who had made a living wandering around the world for many years. He could feel that Duan Ling Tian's presence was extraordinary. Even if he was a disciple of the Moon Illumination sect, he must not be an ordinary one. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and at the same time he took out an order token to pass to Lu Yu. It was a personal token of an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. After Lu Yu had checked the order token, he returned it to Duan Ling Tian and asked in surprise, "It's the correct order token, but you're an outer court disciple." Casually nudging Ouyang Qing aside as though he had just thrown away trash, Duan Ling Tian clasped his hands together to greet Lu Yu and Lu Hai. "I'm Duan Ling Tian. Good day to you, senior brother Lu Yu and senior brother Lu Hai." From their order tokens hanging by their waists, he could tell that they were both inner court disciples of the Moon Illumination sect. However, the instant Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth, Lu Yu and Lu Hai were instantly stunned into bafflement. Duan Ling Tian? The outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Right at that second, the other 16 men had also paid close attention to Duan Ling Tian, as though he had something that attracted them. "What's the matter?" Duan Ling Tian was taken aback as well. "Why, you're Duan Ling Tian?" Precisely at this point, Ouyang Qing, who was casually nudged onto the floor, also stared at him as though he had just seen a ghost. It was as if he had just gotten to know Duan Ling Tian. "You know me too?" Upon hearing Ouyang Qing's words, Duan Ling Tian frowned straight away. Was he that famous? "J Junior brother Duan, don't you know that your name has spread out to almost the entire 9-sect alliances district?" Lu Yu finally returned to his senses. After he heard Duan Ling Tian responding to Ouyang Qing, he could not help but smile wryly. "My name has spread out to almost the entire 9-sect alliances district?" Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. "After you killed and replaced Feng Fan, who was ranked 99th on the Earth rankings not long after you entered the sect, your fame started to spread out in the 9-sect alliances district," Lu Yu mused. "Then, you continued to defeat He Zhong, who ranked 66th on the Earth rankings again and straightaway took his spot in the Earth rankings. This has even taken the entire 9-sect alliances district by surprise. Right now, other than those who are in extremely secluded areas and those who are completely not alert about the latest news, basically nobody in the 9-sect alliances district has never heard of you before," Lu Yu added. Duan Ling Tian was hit by a pang of realization. In the end, it was still related to the Earth rankings. When he thought of this, he finally understood something. As far as he knew, the Earth rankings was a ranking chart in the entire 9-sect alliances district that took all of the most outstanding powerhouses who were at the peak of the mortal shedding stage in the district into account. Now that he was linked to the Earth rankings, it was not strange that his identity was spread out to the entire 9-sect alliances district. At first, the reason Duan Ling Tian had no idea about this was that he had never thought about it from this point of view before. Now, he realized that he had somehow become somebody who was well known in the entire 9-sect alliances district unknowingly. Although those who were ranked on the Earth rankings were merely mortal shedding stage martial or Dao cultivators, all of them were powerhouses who stood at the peak of the mortal shedding stage. "What's more important is that you're only a perfection mortal shedding stage, junior brother Duan. There's never been such case whereby a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator grabbed the 66th spot in history ever since the Earth rankings was created," Lu Hai exclaimed. "He's Duan Ling Tian? He looks really young. I heard that he's only 35 years old. 35 years old, and he's already ranked 66th on the Earth rankings. His strength and innate talent are indeed formidable. I hear that he's only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Isn't it impossible? I also feel that it's improbable. It's most likely some hoax created by people from the Moon Illumination sect with the intention to attract attention to themselves." The other 16 middle-aged and young men, who were guarding the great entrance of the 9-sect alliance's headquarters, buried their heads in a discussion. From their words, all of them did not believe that Duan Ling Tian was able to become 66th on the Earth rankings with his mere cultivation base of perfection mortal shedding stage. "I heard that this Duan Ling Tian was even taken in by the Moon Illumination sect's elder by Li Hong as a disciple on behalf of his teacher to become his junior brother. This is what's truly shocking. This news must be true since it's spread out by the Moon Illumination sect." "That's right.
Who'd dare to spread fake news when it concerns Elder by Lihong? Casting everything else aside, just this alone is reason enough for anybody not to go against Duanling Tian. If we go against him, it's equivalent to going against Elder by Lihong. When the discussion among the 16 people reached this point, dread could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Duanling Tian again.
As for Ouyang Qing, who was sitting down on the ground after being pushed by Duanling Tian after he knew the identity of the person he wanted to take advantage of, he was also terrified to his core.
Duanling Tian was a powerhouse ranked 66th in the Earth rankings, and he was also an outstanding person in the outer court of the Moon Illumination sect.
If that was it, that might have been all right.
However, what sent chills down his heart was none other than Duanling Tian's identity. Duanling Tian was the junior brother acknowledged by the 3-star Saint Inscription Master, by Lihong, from the Moon Illumination sect. It's no wonder that there are so many 3-star Saint inscriptions on his Saint weapon. As by Lihong's junior brother, of course, he won't lack 3-star Saint inscriptions. At this moment, Ouyang Qing finally was able to piece the puzzles together. However, his comprehension came too late now.
Junior brother Duan, who is this? After politely exchanging some words, Lu Yu took a glance at Ouyang Qing, who was sitting on the ground, and asked Duanling Tian with a puzzled look. Eh? Isn't this Ouyang Qing, the great young master from the Ouyang clan? Right at that moment, one of the 16 people recognized Ouyang Qing.
The great young master from the Ouyang clan? At once, everybody's gaze, except for Duanling Tian's, landed on Ouyang Qing, making him the limelight. Had it been earlier, when his identity was still flashy, Ouyang Qing would have been very proud and honored for being noticed by the 9-sect alliance in such a way. However, today, he had his head drooping down like a disowned dog as he itched to dig a hole on the ground to bury himself. The great young master from the Ouyang clan? Upon hearing the identity of the person sitting on the ground miserably, although Lu Yu and Lu Hai were taken by surprise, they were not very astonished by this. As a person from a 7th-rate force, of course, they would not look up to people from mere 8th-rate clans. Junior brother Duan Yu and him. However, the two of them were still curious about the relationship between Duanling Tian and the great young master of the Ouyang clan.
This was because earlier they had noticed that this great young master of the Ouyang clan was lifted by Duanling Tian with just one hand when he came. It was obvious that the two of them were not friends.
Now, the two of them looked at Ouyang Qing with an unfriendly gaze too.
Unless they had some unresolved dispute among themselves, the Moon Illumination sect disciples usually were unanimous in how they treated outsiders.
Therefore, when they realized that Ouyang Qing might have gone against Duanling Tian, Lu Yu and Lu Hai instantly were filled with hostility against him.
Noticing the two unfriendly looks, Ouyang Qing was so terrified that his body started to tremble violently.
The matter between him and I can't be summarized by words in just 2 or 3 sentences. 2 senior brothers. The reason I came to the 9-sect alliance's headquarters at this late an hour is to find Elder Hui. After shooting an indifferent glance at Ouyang Qing, Duanling Tian looked at Lu Yu and Lu Hai in a friendly manner, completely different from how he looked at the latter. Upon hearing that, Lu Yu quickly replied, "So, you're actually here to find Elder Hui. I'll bring you in then." Elder Hui was one of the Moon Illumination sect's persons in charge of the 9-sect alliance's headquarters. Among the 3 Moon Illumination sect high officials in the 9-sect alliance's headquarters, he could be deemed as the second most powerful person. Besides that, everybody in the Moon Illumination sect knew that as a 2-star Saint Inscription Master in the Moon Illumination sect, Elder Hui usually had a good relationship with Bai Lihong, the 3-star Saint Inscription Master in the Moon Illumination sect.
He had even told the outside world that Bai Lihong was like a teacher or older brother to him. Hence, in Lu Yu's opinion, even if Elder Hui was resting or in the midst of cultivating now, he would not deny Duanling Tian's visit. Duanling Tian was Elder Bai Lihong's junior brother after all. "Thank you, Elder Lu Yu," Duanling Tian expressed his gratitude. With a raise of his hand, he lifted Ouyang Qing again and followed Lu Yu into the 9-sect alliance's headquarters. Before he left, he politely bid farewell to Lu Hai. With his current identity and background, it's really rare that junior brother Duanling Tian would still be so polite in front of me, an ordinary inner court disciple. Watching Duanling Tian's disappearing silhouette,
Emotions could be seen in Lu Hai's eyes.
In his opinion, this purple-clad young man was destined to soar into the sky if he did not die halfway. In the future, if he continued to stay in the Moon Illumination sect, he would most likely become the next sect leader.
Now that such a magnanimous person had been so polite to him, how could he not be overwhelmed with emotions?
It looks like the great young master of the Ouyang clan is going to be doomed now. There are so many people around, so why did he dare to pick a fight with Duan Lingtian? Many people whispered at the grand entrance of the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters.
That's right. Let alone the great young master of the Ouyang clan. I think even the Ouyang clan leader would never dare to pick any trouble with Duan Lingtian no matter how much guts he has. Many people nodded their heads in agreement. However, that great young master of the Ouyang clan must have heard about Duan Lingtian before, hasn't he? Why does he still dare to pick a fight with Duan Lingtian? You know nothing about this at all, do you?
TSK. As though you do. Well, even though I have no idea either, I can see that the great young master of the Ouyang clan was obviously gripped by panic when Duan Lingtian announced his own name just now. It's apparent that he didn't know about Duan Lingtian's identity before this.
You even noticed this? Wow, are you born in the year of the eagle? How can your eyes be so sharp?
If that's true, Duan Lingtian is dressing up as the pig to catch the tiger. It looks like this time, the Ouyang clan has really hit a hard stone and is going to be doomed soon.
The 16 people, other than Lu Hai, exchanged glances with each other and could see the pity in each other's eyes. It was the pity they had toward the Ouyang clan. Humph. Junior brother Duan is someone with such a good temper.
If it wasn't for that great young master of the Ouyang clan who offended him first, he would have never raised such a big issue about this. Even though Lu Hai did not spend a long time with Duan Lingtian, he could discern his temperament well. It was clear that he was definitely not a dandy person who would turn arrogant and presumptuous the moment he had some significant ability. At the other side, Duan Lingtian carried Ouyang Qing and followed Lu Yu to the operation point of the Moon Illumination sect in the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters.
The operation point of the Moon Illumination sect was a mansion that covered a spacious area. Although it was not as huge as the Ouyang clan's mansion, it was still quite huge. Along the way, Duan Lingtian remembered the other 16 people he had seen at the great entrance of the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters. Curious, he asked, "Senior brother Lu Yu, are those people who are on duty outside with senior brother Lu Hai and you from the other 8 great sects?" "That's right." Lu Yu nodded. "Including Lu Hai and I, there are a total of 18 people on duty at the great entrance of the Alliance's headquarters. 2 members from the 9 great sects will be on duty. It turned out to be Lu Hai's and my turn to be on duty these few days." Duan Lingtian nodded. It was just as he was expected with not much difference. "Now that you've shown yourself in front of the people from those 8 great sects, I'm afraid the entire Han River City will know that you're here after tomorrow. By that time, you'll need to be mentally prepared." Lu Yu reminded as though he was reminded about something.
Mentally prepared? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What for?
To be mentally prepared against those mortal shedding stage martial or Dao cultivators who want to challenge you so that they can replace you as 66th on the Earth rankings, of course. Lu Yu replied. The match where you killed Fengfan and replaced him as 99th on the Earth rankings before this was still okay as that was a death duel after all. It was impossible for Fengfan to let you win. However, as for the duel between you and He Zhong, many people suspected that it was He Zhong who intentionally let you win. When Lu Yu reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian. After noticing that he was not angry, he breathed a sigh of relief to himself.
Intentionally let me win? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded before he burst out laughing. And all of this is because both He Zhong and I are Moon Illumination sect disciples, so he intentionally let me win?
Not just because of that. Lu Yu shook his head. Right now, many people are spreading rumors, saying that He Zhong fears the pressure from Elder by Li Hong, and that was why he intentionally lost to you and was willing to become your stepping stone. Besides that, very few people believe that you're actually just a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator.
They really are quite imaginative. Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly as though he was not at all concerned about what those people thought.
What a joke. Right now, Duan Lingtian had already made a breakthrough to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. He could even easily crush the strongest person on the Earth rankings now, let alone the challengers from Mortal Shedding Stage Martial or Dao cultivators who tried to replace him. No matter how strong the Earth rankings powerhouses were, the most they could defeat was an early Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao cultivator, and the strongest power that they could possess was equivalent to an intermediate Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao cultivator.
However, Duanling Tian's current state of strength now was enough to crush a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator.
Even if he faced an ordinary Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage, he also stood a chance of winning against them too. Of course, if he faced with a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse like Oyangshan, who already had half his foot in the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage, he had no chance of winning at all if he did not use his 3-star offensive Dao Talisman. Of course, all of that was just temporary. Once Duanling Tian had made further progress and entered the Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage along with the mastery of the True Energy Consolidated Weapon, or if he fully cultivated the Saint Grade Martial Tactic in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow to its highest state, he might just be able to have an honorable duel with a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage powerhouse like Oyangshan.
Junior brother Duan, I'm admiring you more and more now. Liu sighed emotionally. If I were in your shoes instead and heard these rumors, I'd not have been able to be as calm as you now.
Duanling Tian shook his head with a smile but did not explain anything further.
He had gone through 2 reincarnations, so he had already long thought nothing about these rumors. It was just natural for him to be unconcerned by them. Besides, he did not feel guilty at all.
With a jolt in his heart, Duanling Tian thought to himself, I'd like to see just how many of these single-minded people want to challenge me. If Lu Yu had known that Duanling Tian's cultivation base was already on the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage now, and if he knew what Duanling Tian was thinking about now,
he would definitely stand in silent tribute for the Mortal Shedding Stage Martial and Dao cultivators who would come to challenge Duanling Tian after hearing that he was in Han River City. Ouyang Qing, who was being lifted up by Duanling Tian, on the other hand, was startled as he kept thinking and praying that he would never go back on his word and kill him.
His only thought now was to hope for survival. As predicted, when Liu brought Duanling Tian to the big courtyard that Elder Hui was residing in, Elder Hui had instantly come out personally to invite him to enter his courtyard the moment he heard about his arrival. Haha, junior brother Duan. I'm finally able to meet you. If it weren't for the fact that I can't leave here for now, I'd have long gone back to the sect to see you. You talented genius whom senior brother Bai Li has taken as his junior brother. When Elder Hui welcomed Duanling Tian into his big courtyard, he chuckled and said enthusiastically. Elder Hui's full name was Dong Hui. He was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He appeared to be very benevolent, gentle, and amiable. Lu Yu, who had followed Duanling Tian, was stunned since a while ago. Was this old man who had a pleasing, graceful expression really Elder Hui? In fact, although Elder Hui did not have a bad temper, he was usually very aloof in the 9-sect alliance's headquarters and rarely interacted with other people. Yet, right now, he seemed to have transformed into another person in front of Duanling Tian. At that moment, Lu Yu also completely understood that the rumors were indeed true. The relationship between Elder Hui and Elder Bali Li was indeed unordinary. Elder Hui, I'll take my leave first. Since he had already brought Duanling Tian over, of course, Lu Yu sensibly took his leave. All right. Dong Hui merely nodded his head nonchalantly as he faced Lu Yu. Then Lu Yu bade his goodbye to Duanling Tian.
Thank you for showing me the road, senior brother Liu. After Duanling Tian had expressed his gratitude and watched Liu left, he proceeded to look at Dong Hui before clasping his hands together in front of his chest with a smile. I'm Duanling Tian. Good evening, Elder Hui.
What? Don't you like me calling you junior brother? Or do you think that I'm not worthy enough to be your senior brother? Upon hearing how Duanling Tian greeted him, Dong Hui demanded with a gloomy face. Senior brother Hui. Duanling Tian smiled wryly.
Although he could see that Dong Hui had intentionally put on a gloomy face, he could only go along with the other party, and at the same time, he realized that the relationship between Dong Hui and Bai Li Hong was much closer than his senior brother Bai Li Hong had described.
Great! When Dong Hui heard Duanling Tian change his way of addressing him, a bright smile appeared on his face right away. He is? Soon, Dong Hui turned his gaze towards Ouyang Qing, who was thrown to the side. He could faintly guess that the reason Duan Tian had come to find him intentionally this time must be related to this person. "He's Ouyang Qing, the great young master of the Ouyang clan," answered Duan Tian as he threw a nonchalant glance at Ouyang Qing. "Ouyang clan? That Ouyang clan from Han River City's eastern city." Dong Hui raised his brow and asked. "That's the one," confirmed Duan Tian, nodding his head. "What? Has he offended you, junior brother Duan?" Dong Hui asked. "If he really did just offend me, I wouldn't care much about it. But the problem is, he has actually partnered up with a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage elder from the Ouyang clan to kill me." When Duan Tian reached the end of the sentence, a murderous gleam could be seen in his eyes. "What?" When Dong Hui heard Duan Tian, his face turned dark right away. As he looked at Ouyang Qing once again, a killing intent shone from his eyes. In his heart, he had already long regarded Bai Li Hong as his teacher in the Saint Inscription Dao. When he found out that Bai Li Hong had taken a young man as a junior brother, his admiration for Bai Li Hong extended to this young man, and he regarded this person as his own junior brother even though he had never seen this young man before. He had imagined many different situations as to how he would meet with that junior brother, but it had never crossed his mind that the situation would turn out to be like this when they met for real. If something happened to Duan Tian in Han River City, how would he be able to face senior brother Bai Li Hong? Because of this, Dong Hui was enraged, fully enraged. When Ouyang Qing sensed the murderous gleam from Dong Hui, he was so terrified that his body trembled. Completely scared out of his wits, he turned to Duan Tian in fear and trepidation. "Duan Tian, you said that you wouldn't kill me. You promised that you wouldn't kill me. You can't go back on your words like that." "Ha!" Upon hearing Ouyang Qing's words, Dong Hui frowned and looked at Duan Tian in confusion. He did not understand why would Duan Tian be so lenient towards someone who wanted to kill him. "The words that I've said before is final. Why are you panicking so much?" Duan Tian snorted coldly, terrorizing Ouyang Qing so much that he instantly shut his mouth up. "However, I have a condition not to kill you. The condition is that you must go along with my plan obediently and never ever try to play tricks." Duan Tian continued nonchalantly. "I'll go along with your plan. I'll never play any tricks." Ouyang Qing hastily responded as though he feared that Duan Tian would regret his decision if he was late in responding. "Tell me, who was that old man who accompanied you to kill me? With his strength, he must be an elder of the Ouyang clan." "I'm pretty certain about that," asked Duan Tian, glancing at Ouyang Qing. "He's called Ouyang Shan and he's the second elder of our Ouyang clan." Ouyang Qing did not dare to hesitate and instantly replied. "Did he come under your father's orders, or were you the one who instigated him?" Duan Tian asked again. "It's not my father's order." Ouyang Qing shook his head. "Then, you were the one who instigated him?" A cold brilliance flashed across Duan Tian's eyes as he asked in a deep voice. "No." "No." When Ouyang Qing caught the cold brilliance across Duan Tian's eyes, he was shocked and shook his head. "I didn't instigate him. I've absolutely never instigated him at all. It's him. It's him who heard about you, and after knowing that you have a saint weapon that is carved with 3-star saint inscriptions on it, he was instantly overcome with the plan of wanting to kill you to snatch the treasure." Ouyang Qing explained, placing all the blame on Ouyang Shan, who was already dead. Had Ouyang Shan heard his false words in the netherworld, one would wonder whether he would be so pissed that he would throw blood up, or if he would keep his silence and regret agreeing to Ouyang Qing to make a move on Duan Tian. Of course, Duan Tian did not believe Ouyang Qing. However, this was not important to him at all now. "What huge balls your Ouyang clan possesses." After Dong Hui, who stood beside him, heard Ouyang Qing's words, his anger flared up right away. "How dare you even have the thought to kill our Moon Illumination sect disciple? It looks like your Ouyang clan has been living in peace for too long now. Do you really think that Han River City will be turned upside down if your Ouyang clan is gone? Junior brother Duan, you promised that you won't kill him, but I, your senior brother, have never made any promise at all. In my opinion, since he belongs to that Ouyang clan and since that clan dares to trample on our prestige, there's no need for us to spare his life at all." Although Dong Hui itched to just kill Ouyang Qing in just a slap, He still respected Duan Tian and did not make his move right away.
No. You can't kill me. Before Duan Tian opened his mouth, Ouyang Qing was already struck with panic.
That was right. Duan Tian had said that he would not kill him, but he had not said that he would not let others kill him.
Duan Tian, since you've already promised that you won't kill me, there's no doubt that this also means that you can't just let others kill me. This has nothing to do with me at all. Absolutely nothing to do with me.
Everything happened because of that Ouyang Shan. It was him who turned greedy for your saint weapon. It was him who wanted to kill you and snatch away your saint weapon. Pale-faced, Ouyang Qing explained with all his might.
After throwing a nasty glance at Ouyang Qing, Duan Tian did not bother to look at him anymore. Instead, he turned to Dong Hui and asked solemnly, "Senior brother Hui, it doesn't matter to me whether we spare his life or not. However, I want to ask you one thing.
Can we use this to wipe out the Ouyang clan entirely?"
Upon hearing that, Dong Hui turned silent instead. After a long while, he finally shook his head. Most likely not. Even if the sect helps you with all they have, they can only make those related to this matter pay. Wiping out the entire Ouyang clan doesn't seem possible. After all, no matter what, the Ouyang clan is still a top 8th rated force in Han River City. Besides that, they also have some collaboration with our 9 sect alliances.
Wiping the Ouyang clan will definitely cause the other 8 great sects to suffer quite a huge damage. So I'm sure they will never agree to this at all, Dong Hui explained.
I actually kinda guessed so too. Duan Tian smiled before he added, therefore, I don't plan to kill him. I plan to use him and use this to make a trade with the Ouyang clan. He emphasized the word trade particularly.
Dong Hui was taken aback. After a while, he finally realized what Duan Tian meant by trade. Without a doubt, this meant that he wanted to extort from the Ouyang clan.
This isn't hard. Dong Hui nodded and at the same time he said apologetically, I'm sorry, junior brother Duan, for not being able to help you take your revenge. In his opinion, not being able to wipe out the Ouyang clan was equal to not being to avenge Duan Tian and not being able to avenge by Li Hong who was behind Duan Tian. Hence, his heart was filled with apology.
Senior brother Hui, how can you say that you didn't help me to take my revenge? I still need you to help me strike a deal with the Ouyang clan later on. Duan Tian beamed.
Don't worry, junior brother Duan. I'll make sure everything is settled properly, Dong Hui pledged with all sincerity and seriousness.
Early morning the next day, clan leader Ouyang Ba flew into a great rage in the Ouyang clan residence.
What? Didn't you find that unfilial son? Looking at Ouyang Ba asked with a grave expression, don't tell me that you've actually helped to hide him for the sake of the second elder?
Clan leader, even if I have 10 balls, I'd never dare go against you. Upon hearing Ouyang Ba's words, Ouyang Ji had the greatest shock of his life and he immediately smiled wryly. When Ouyang Ba heard his answer, his face eased up a little. He was merely testing Ouyang Ji just now. He still believed in Ouyang Ji the steward as he had never once disobeyed his order before. Father, what should we do now?
Are we still going? Ouyang Rua, who was by Ouyang Ba's side, asked. Go. Of course, we'll go. Ouyang Ba gritted his teeth. If I see that unfilial son somewhere, I'm gonna skin him alive. Just as Ouyang Ba was about to bring Ouyang Rua and the large gift that he had prepared to the inn that Duan Tian stayed at to apologize to him, an anxious and panicked voice resonated from the distance. Clan leader. Something bad has happened. Something bad has happened.
The bearer of news was one of the generals of the Ouyang clan. To be more precise, he was the guard who patrolled the great entrance of the Ouyang clan. What is it that's so pressing? Ouyang Ba was originally still fuming with rage, and now that the guard had suddenly created such a scene, oil seemed to have poured upon his fire with no hint of pleasantness from him. Clan leader, it's the great young master H has. The guard quivered, and just as he opened his mouth, he was instantly interrupted by Ouyang Ba before he could finish his words. What did you say? That unfilial son?
Do you have news about that unfilial son?
Where is he?
The moment Ouyang Ba's words left his mouth, he appeared in front of the guard like a gust of wind before demanding with a glum face. Seeing how the clan leader who usually held himself aloof appeared in front of him, just a foot away, just like that, this Ouyang clan's guard immediately felt suffocated. The majestic prestige of Ouyang Ba had given him an inexplicable sense of pressure.
Clan leader, I think it's better to let him talk properly. At this second, Ouyang Qi stepped out and told Ouyang Ba before signaling to the guard to move a few steps back. Just say it directly if you have anything to say. There's no need to panic.
Yes, yes. The guard took a deep breath and hung his head down. Not daring to look Ouyang Ba in the eye, he replied speedily as though he was reciting a passage. Clan leader, somebody from the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters came to pass a message just now.
He told you to go to their place to bring the great young master back. This abrupt message from the guard struck Ouyang Ba, Ouyang Ji, and Ouyang Rua dumb until they were rooted to the ground.
The Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters? They had taken Ouyang Qing as a captive?
Brother, what have you done actually?
Why did you pick a fight with the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters? Ouyang Rua's heart gave a quiver, and at the same time she sneaked a glance at Ouyang Ba. However, she realized that her father had also been taken by surprise and was not able to return to his senses for a long time.
Gasping to himself, Ouyang Ji asked the guard in front in a deep voice, "Are you sure that he's from the Nine Sect Alliances?" "He said so himself," answered the guard. Upon hearing that, Ouyang Ji knew that this must be indeed true. Nobody would dare to impersonate as a Nine Sect Alliances personnel in the area within the Nine Sect Alliances district, let alone go to their Ouyang clan under impersonation.
Clan leader. Taking a deep breath, Ouyang Ji looked at Ouyang Ba, completely understanding his feelings now.
Swine! Swine! Finally, Ouyang Ba returned to his senses. At once, his face turned horribly grave. It had never crossed his mind that his son had first offended a handsome, talented, young man who might have come from a 7th-rated force, and now he had actually picked trouble with the Nine Sect Alliances. The Nine Sect Alliances was the alliance formed by 9 great 7th-rated forces.
Besides, almost all of their Ouyang clan's industrial properties in Han River City were actually affiliated under the Nine Sect Alliances.
With just one order from the Nine Sect Alliances, their Ouyang clan would instantly have their name wiped out from Han River City. Without any hesitation or even telling anything to the rest of the people, Ouyang Ba's body flashed and disappeared on the spot. He headed straight to the Nine Sect Alliances. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had also been thrown to the back of his mind now. To him, the matter regarding the Nine Sect Alliances was the most critical issue now. This time, I'm sure that the great young master wouldn't have a good time anymore even if he comes back, Ouyang Ji sighed. Upon hearing that, hint of worries could also be seen in Ouyang Rua's eyes. She was worried about her brother Ouyang Qing. On the way to the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters, Ouyang Ba replayed many possible scenes that could take place after he arrived there in his mind. He had already prepared to help clean up the mess of his useless son. However, when he found out about the trouble that his son had made, he almost fainted on the spot.
Elder Hui, is there any misunderstanding? I know my rebellious son very well. Even if he has 100 balls, it's still very unlikely for him to have any bad intention towards that talented disciple of your sect. After Dong Hui learned about the disaster that his son had caused, Ouyang Ba refused to believe it right away. Although his son was arrogant and foppish, he was not a brainless idiot.
He was certain about that. What? Do you think that I'm slandering your son now, clan leader Ouyang? Dong Hui asked indifferently. No, I don't dare to. Although Ouyang Ba actually had this thought in his mind, he dared not voice it out loud at all. I just feel that this is kinda impossible. Even though my unfilial son is unruly, he'll definitely not dare to pick any fight with that talented disciple, Duan Ling Tian, from your sect.
Clan leader Ouyang, it looks like you've underestimated your son. After taking a good look at Ouyang Ba, Dong Hui turned towards the inner chamber right away.
Junior brother Duan, bring him out so that we can have a direct confrontation, and let the clan leader of the Ouyang clan know that it's beneath our Moon Illumination sect to slander their Ouyang clan. When Dong Hui opened his mouth, Ouyang Ba also turned to look at the inner chamber. When he saw the figure walking out of the inner chamber, he was immediately dumbfounded. Little brother Duan? He knew this purple-clad young man in front. They had just met yesterday, and he had just planned to go to his in that morning to apologize to him. However, because his son had offended the Nine Sect Alliances, he could only come and clean his son's mess up now first.
When he heard that his son had actually tried to kill Duan Ling Tian from the Moon Illumination sect, he was scared out of his wits. At that instant, his heart almost leaped out of his chest. Of course, the name Duanling Tian was not unfamiliar to him. He was a remarkable outer court disciple from the Moon Illumination sect and was ranked as the 66th powerhouse on the Earth rankings. Besides, he had also been taken in as a junior brother by the Moon Illumination sect elder, Bai Lihong. Bai Lihong was a renowned person in the 9 sect alliance's districts. He was one of the only 2 3-star saint inscription masters in the area. His position was so special that even the Moon Illumination sect leader had to treat him politely too. This was a person whom he needed to look up to. Even if he came across this person's junior brother, he would have to bow in front of him too. Yet his son actually wanted to kill him? He dared not believe this at all. Humph. With the identity that my junior brother Duan possesses, do you think you're even worthy of calling him brother? Dong Hui snorted coldly. At once, Ouyang Ba instantly corrected himself. When he looked at Duanling Tian again, respect was seen in his eyes right away. I'm Ouyang Ba, the Ouyang clan leader of Han River City. Good morning to you, young Master Duan. I didn't know about your identity yesterday. Sorry for my slacking off. Please forgive me, young Master Duan. Right at that moment, Ouyang Ba's heart was filled with tempestuous waves. It had never crossed his mind that the handsome, talented young man, whom he suspected was from a 7th-rated force that rescued his daughter from the Juchi mountain range, would turn out to be actually Duanling Tian from the Moon Illumination sect. He was the person whose name had spread out to the entire 9 sect alliance's district these past few months. At that moment, in his heart, he was already scolding her daughter for being an idiot, had it not been for her offending Duanling Tian in the Juka mountain range. Their Ouyang clan might have been able to hitch a ride on his fame. With Duanling Tian's innate talent along with Bai Lihong's support behind him, it was not impossible for him to become the Moon Illumination sect leader in the future. Duanling Tian casually threw Ouyang Qing to the ground by the side as though he was just throwing trash. Looking at Ouyang Ba, he remarked in a calm tone, Clan leader Ouyang, I can see that you look quite well together. It looks like you had quite a good night's sleep yesterday. Right now, besides speaking in a calm tone, his face was equally calm as well with no signs of anger at all. Just as Ouyang Qing was being carried out by Duanling Tian and saw Ouyang Ba, he instantly sent a true energy voice transmission to Ouyang Ba to save him. Father! Save me! Save me! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Father, I'm your only son, so you can't give up on me. However, in the face of his cries, Ouyang Ba merely glared at him nastily and did not bother about him. From the very beginning, Ouyang Ba's attention had been fixated on Duanling Tian because he knew that Duanling Tian was the key person in this matter. As long as he managed to calm his rage down, there might be a possibility of solving this matter. At this point, he already believed that his son wanted to kill Duanling Tian. Of course, he also knew that his son had only done this because he had no clue about Duanling Tian's identity. After all, before this, they only knew that this purple-clad young man in front had the surname Duan. They had no idea that he was that Duanling Tian whose fame had spread out to the 9 sect alliance's district recently. He believed that if Duanling Tian had told them his name that day, his son would have never gone against him. At this moment, he could not help but feel that his heart was filled with resentment against Duanling Tian. Was this not like dressing up as a pig to catch a tiger? Of course, although he resented him in his heart, he did not dare to say it out loud at all. When Ouyang Ba heard how Duanling Tian remarked that he had slept well last night, he responded unconsciously, Not bad. Clan leader Ouyang, you had a good night's sleep, but I couldn't sleep at all the entire night. All of these was thanks to your great young master and second elder of the Ouyang clan, said Duanling Tian, glancing indifferently at Ouyang Ba. Second elder? When Ouyang Ba heard him, his face turned grave right away before he instantly glared at Ouyang Qing. You unfilial son! How dare you actually pull second elder into this matter? Right now, Ouyang Ba finally realized that this matter had been more complicated than he had imagined. If it were just his son, he would not have been able to kill Duanling Tian with his strength, but now that Ouyang Shan, the second elder of their Ouyang clan, was involved in this matter, he finally realized just how serious this matter was. Father, I merely told Ouyang Shan about Duanlin.
young Master Duan's matter. Who knows, he would actually be interested in the saint weapon that's inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions in young Master Duan's hand and wanted to kill him. Right now, when Ouyang Qing mentioned Duan Ling Tian, he was smart enough to change his title of address. As for his grandpa Shan, he was now called by his name directly instead. Thank goodness that blessed are all the good men, as young Master Duan had a 3-star offensive Dao talisman with him. Otherwise, he would have been dead in Ouyang Shan's hands. Ouyang Qing told Ouyang Ba. As he was explaining, anger was apparent on his face, as though he was really worried about Duan Ling Tian. Of course, Ouyang Ba knew his own son well. He would never believe Ouyang Qing's words because the second elder of their Ouyang clan was a person who would never do such a risky thing. Even though Duan Ling Tian had not told them about his identity before this, they were already almost certain that he was from a 7th-rated force. As it turned out, their speculation was correct. Duan Ling Tian was indeed from a 7th-rated force. Not only that, but the 7th-rated force that he was in held an unordinary position. Of course, under such circumstances, Ouyang Ba would never refute Ouyang Qing's words, since Ouyang Qing was still his son no matter what. No matter how much of a brute his son was, he was still unwilling to watch him die. Where's the second elder now? Ouyang Ba asked Ouyang Qing using his true energy voice transmission. In his opinion, even if he faced the force of a 3-star offensive Dao talisman, Ouyang Shan, their second elder of the Ouyang clan, should still be able to survive even though he could not fight it. Father, Grandpa Shan has died. He died under Duan Ling Tian's 3-star offensive Dao talisman. At that critical moment, Grandpa Shan didn't seem to think that the Dao talisman that Duan Ling Tian threw out would turn out to be a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Ouyang Qing replied in his true energy voice transmission, almost in tears. Wait a minute. Why would Duan Ling Tian have a 3-star offensive Dao talisman? Even in the 9-sect alliances district, only the Profound Talisman sect and the Mountain Shade Black Market have the 3-star offensive Dao talisman. On top of that, they usually won't give their 3-star offensive Dao talisman to outsiders. At this moment, Ouyang Ba had returned to his senses and started to realize this. Not only Ouyang Ba, but even Dong Hui was also stunned as well. T3-star offensive Dao talisman? Could senior brother Bai Li Hong have given it to junior brother Duan? One could not blame Dong Hui for thinking like that. In the Moon Illumination sect, even those few saint stage powerhouses, including the sect leader, might not have been able to take out a 3-star offensive Dao talisman either. However, Bai Li Hong, who was a 3-star saint inscription master, might have some ways to obtain the 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Young Master Duan, it's indeed our Ouyang clan who is in the wrong in this matter. Even I as a clan leader would never expect that Ouyang Shan would turn out to be this undaunted and ruthless. I never thought that he would be daring enough to have covetous thought towards you to the point that he'd actually lay a murderous hand on you. Looking at Duan Ling Tian, Ouyang Ba told him apologetically, and when he reached the end of his sentence, he put on a relief facade right away. It's a great thing that always blessed are the good men. Ouyang Shan has also been executed successfully, and this is a happy ending to all. Happy ending to all? Duan Ling Tian smirked coldly and stared at Ouyang Ba deeply with interest, causing him to feel slightly guilty right away. However, no matter what, Ouyang Shan was still our second elder of the Ouyang clan, so although he's already dead, our Ouyang clan will still have to take up the responsibility for this matter. Even though our clan can't take out any 3-star offensive Dao talisman, we're still willing to offer other things as compensation. Besides, we're also willing to offer more to help you get over the shock, young Master Duan. As the current clan leader of the Ouyang clan, there was no doubt that Ouyang Ba was also a smart person as well. The moment he saw how his son was still breathing and intact, he could already faintly guess Duan Ling Tian and Dong Hui's intentions. There was no doubt that they wanted to seize this chance to extort money from their Ouyang clan so that they would need to sacrifice something. Therefore, before Duan Ling Tian could open his mouth, he had already taken the initiative to offer this option sensibly. As for the matter regarding Ouyang Qing, he did not say anything further because he knew that there was no need anymore. Clan leader Ouyang is indeed a straightforward person. Since you're this candid, of course, it wouldn't be nice for me to keep nitpicking on this matter. You can just bring Ouyang Qing back with you right away. However, I hope that you'll show more of your sincerity in some matters. Otherwise, this matter might not have ended yet. Even though Duanling Tian was taken aback by Ouyang Ba's sensibility, he did not have the intention to keep nitpicking on this matter, since his plan had already been accomplished. However, he still planned to extort from Ouyang Ba a little more. From his words, there was no doubt that he was warning him not to take out some random things just to brush this off. Of course. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Ouyang Ba was so frightened that cold sweat broke out all over his body. Just now, he had indeed planned to offer some random, inexpensive things to brush the man off.
However, right now that did not seem possible anymore. He could not take the risk to offend Duanling Tian, and neither could the entire Ouyang clan behind him.
In 3 days, I'll pay you a visit at your place with senior brother Hui. By that time, I hope that you've already prepared your sincerity well, clan leader Ouyang. I am personally interested in those items that are so unusual that not everybody can identify them. Duanling Tian took a long, meaningful look at Ouyang Ba and added. His last sentence, on the other hand, was implied for the sake of his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Perhaps, among those unnamable materials in the Ouyang clan's collections, there might be some materials that were needed to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Right now, although the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had been repaired up to the 3rd level, Duanling Tian was still not satisfied yet.
The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had a total of 7 levels, so even though 3 levels had already been repaired, it was still barely half of the entire pagoda.
Young Master Duan, don't worry. I'll make sure that you're satisfied. Even though his heart was bleeding, Ouyang Ba still forced a smile to respond to Duanling Tian. Then, after bidding goodbye to Duanling Tian and Dong Hui, he brought Ouyang Qing back with him.
When they left, Ouyang Qing, who had managed to survive this disaster, had joy in his eyes. Trailing obediently behind Ouyang Ba, he did not dare to utter a word at all. No matter what, it was him alone who had caused this trouble, so he was feeling terribly guilty.
After leaving the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters, seeing how Ouyang Ba did not utter a word, Ouyang Qing felt uneasy. Father, just scold me if you want. I want to know the truth. Ouyang Ba finally opened his mouth, but he did not have the intention to scold Ouyang Qing. His tone was horrifyingly calm. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qing did not dare to hide the truth anymore. Narrating in detail, he told the ins and outs of the story. When he mentioned the part where Ouyang Shan was killed, he noticed that his father's body quivered a little, so he quickly added on, "It's I who caused Grandpa Shan to be killed.
It's all my fault.
Everything is my fault. The fact that you know that it's all your fault means that you haven't reached the hopeless stage yet. Now that 2nd Elder has been killed because of you, don't talk about yourself. Even I feel guilty towards him too," Ouyang Ba remarked indifferently.
Yes, I feel guilty towards Grandpa Shan. Ouyang Qing quickly nodded his head and dared not refute at all. This time, after we go back, I plan to send you to the Nether Ridge. As a glimpse of brilliance flashed across Ouyang Ba's eyes, the tiny ounce of remaining doubt in his eyes disappeared without a trace as it was replaced by determination.
The Nether Ridge? When Ouyang Qing heard Ouyang Ba's words, he suddenly turned horrified. Almost howling, he yelled out, "No! Father, I won't go to the Nether Ridge. Father, you can't do this. I'm your only son." When Ouyang Ba heard his pleading, his face turned cold right away.
His only son?
Well, it might have still been true the last time, but just some months ago, the concubine that he had outside had given birth to an illegitimate son. In the entire Ouyang clan, only he and his trusted followers knew about this. The reason he did not announce it was that he was worried that Ouyang Qing would inflict harm on his other son. Besides, due to Ouyang Qing's existence, the entire Ouyang clan would also discriminate against his illegitimate son.
After that illegitimate son of his was born, he did not have the intention to bring him to the Ouyang clan, although he was very ecstatic about it.
He had made up his mind to pass on the Ouyang clan to Ouyang Qing. However, Ouyang Qing had really let him down this time, causing him to make up his mind to send him to the Nether Ridge. If Ouyang Qing never came back after he left, this would only mean that he had an unlucky life.
By that time, he would bring his illegitimate son back to the Ouyang clan and train him as his next successor.
Father, I'll die. Since the ancient times, none of our Ouyang clan members who went into the Nether Ridge managed to come out alive. Ouyang Qing continued to roar as though he was unwilling to go to the nether ridge no matter what. You're wrong. There was somebody who walked out of that nether ridge alive before from our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Ba replied nonchalantly. But that was 10,000 years ago.
Besides, he's the only special case in our Ouyang clan.
In the past 10,000 years or so, there have been 10,000 people, if not 8,000, from our Ouyang clan who went to the nether ridge, but none of them have emerged alive before. Ouyang Qing's face was completely terrified. The moment his words left his mouth, he swept a vigilant glance at Ouyang Ba, and in a flash, he tried to flee.
However, how could he possibly be able to flee under Ouyang Ba's nose?
Very easily, Ouyang Ba blocked Ouyang Qing. I've already made my mind up regarding this. You don't have to be so pessimistic about this anyway. That senior of our Ouyang clan who came out of the nether ridge several 10,000 years ago was a lineal disciple from our Yang clan just like you two. Hence, you actually still stand a high chance. After all, the nether ridge is said to be closely related to our first clan leader. Perhaps, he'll take care of a lineal disciple like you more, Ouyang Ba added. Besides, if you manage to come out alive within a given time, you'll be able to surpass the Moon Illumination sect and even the 9 sect alliances, let alone Duan Ling Tian. When that senior of our Ouyang clan that time was at his prime stage, even a 6-rated Forces Saint stage powerhouse was no match for him at all. If it were not for the fact that he offended a powerful person from a 5th-rated force, he wouldn't have died just like that.
On top of that, our Ouyang clan wouldn't have reached such a stage of being finished for good. Ouyang Ba was filled with excitement and emotions at first, but when he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh out loud.
Qinger, I really think that you stand a great chance to become the second lineal disciple of our Ouyang clan who can walk out of the nether ridge, Ouyang Ba told Ouyang Qing. Father, don't think that I don't know that most of the Ouyang clan disciples who've entered the nether ridge were all lineal disciples. But look what happened to them. Not even 3 months after they've entered. Their soul pearls already completely shattered. Ouyang Qing responded with an aghast look. His body continued to struggle, trying to break free from Ouyang Ba's restraints. In the end, Ouyang Ba could only hit him so that he would pass out. Don't blame me, please, Qinger. It's all because the trouble that you've caused this time is just too huge. Not only will I not believe the words that you said in the 9 sect alliance's headquarters, but even those elders from the clan won't believe it at all.
I must give them some explanation about this. When Ouyang Ba muttered till the end, he lamented. Even though he could just let Ouyang Qing go free, he had no doubt that the moment he left, the clan elders would definitely join forces and dismiss him from his position.
There was a rule in the Ouyang clan that stated that if the clan leader had made a grave mistake, his bloodline would be robbed of the special privileges of having the priority to be his successor. There were many powerful elders who were also lineal disciples just like him in the Ouyang clan who were not from the same bloodline and were waiting for him to make a mistake. That way, they would be able to dismiss him from his position and let their own bloodlines to have the priority to succeed the clan leader's position. In order to protect these special privileges of his bloodline, Ouyang Ba had to harden his heart and make such a decision.
Such a decision would render those elders speechless and give his son, Ouyang Qing, hope. Although the hope was very tiny, to the point that he also felt that Ouyang Qing would most likely be unable to survive, it was at least better than dying right away in the 9 sect alliance's headquarters.
The nether ridge. The moment Ouyang Ba recalled the dangerous ground that their Ouyang clan had left behind since the beginning of time, his heart could not help but tremble for a moment. It was rumored that the nether ridge was related to the ancestors of their Ouyang clan.
All along, there was a legend passed on in the Ouyang clan which stated that whichever Ouyang clan disciple who could walk out of the nether ridge would definitely become a top-rated powerhouse.
At first, due to the reason that no Ouyang clan disciple had made it out alive from that place before, people no longer believed that legend anymore. It was only until 10,000 years ago when an Ouyang clan lineal disciple walked out of that place and delivered extraordinary powerful strength that he managed to prove that the legend was not just a groundless rumor. Duan Ling Tian only had 2 intentions of being at Han River City. Firstly, he wanted to buy an inscription pen.
Second, to find the materials he needed to repair the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. He had already purchased an inscription pen, so all he needed to do now was to look for the materials needed to repair the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. When he just arrived at Han River City, he was all alone, but now that he had come to the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters and more specifically to the Moon Illumination Sect's operation point, he managed to receive help from Dong Hui. With the help of Dong Hui, he managed to get his hands on many materials that were needed to fix the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Of course, there were not many high-grade materials among them. The Ouyang clan, on the other hand, brought him an unexpected surprise. With Elder Hui's reminder, the materials to repair the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda that he had obtained from the Ouyang clan were even more and better than what he obtained from Han River City. Thank you, clan leader Ouyang. Before Duanling Tian left the Ouyang clan, he smiled and thanked Ouyang Ba. Although Ouyang Ba's heart was bleeding and he hated Duanling Tian to his core, he did not reveal this at all. He did not dare show it at all too. All he could do was reply, as long as you don't dislike them. I don't dislike them. Of course, I won't dislike them. Duanling Tian shook his head. If I have another chance next time, I'll come to the Ouyang clan to pay a visit to you again, clan leader Ouyang. Duanling Tian's words gave Ouyang a fright of his life. Again, in just this one time alone, the group of Ouyang clan's elders had already formed an impressionable opinion of him. If he came again, those old men would most likely rip his skin off his bones straight away. However, the moment he recalled how he had already sent his troublemaking son away, Ouyang Ba breathed a sigh of relief again. Clan leader Ouyang, I'll take my leave first. When Duanling Tian saw Ouyang's forced smile on his face, he was swept by a wave of joy right away. After bidding goodbye nonchalantly, he proceeded to leave the Ouyang clan with Dong Hui. Ouyang Ba, the Ouyang clan leader, also sent the 2 of them off at the great entrance personally. Ouyang Ji, the steward of the Ouyang clan, and Ouyang Rua, the second young miss of the Ouyang clan, had also accompanied him to send Duanling Tian and Dong Hui off. He's actually Duanling Tian. How could he be Duanling Tian? Even after a few days had gone by, Ouyang Rua still did not believe that the person who had rescued her at the Juchu mountain range that time would turn out to be Duanling Tian, the Moon Illumination Sect disciple whose name had spread throughout the 9 Sect Alliance's district these few months. However, the moment she recalled how his brother had been sent to the Nether Ridge due to Duanling Tian's sake, Ouyang Rua's face turned frigid right away. Her eyes were filled with icy hatred. Duanling Tian, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, my brother would have never been sent to the Nether Ridge at all. All of the people who entered the Nether Ridge only had a narrow chance to escape it. Ouyang Rua also felt that Ouyang Qin would not be able to walk out of that place alive. She really itched to take revenge for her brother, but the moment she recalled Duanling Tian's innate talent, strength, and background, a wave of helplessness washed over her heart. She could not think of taking revenge at all, and she could only bury the hatred deep in her heart. After leaving the Ouyang clan on the way home, Dong Hui heard Duanling Tian mention that he would go back to the Moon Illumination Sect in a few days, and right away he persuaded him to stay. Junior brother Duan, since you don't come to Han River City often, why don't you stay here a little longer? It's just for a few days. I haven't gotten the chance to perform the duty of hosting as a senior brother. If senior brother Bai Li Hong finds out that I didn't treat you well, he'll definitely be unhappy, Dong Hui told Duanling Tian. Senior brother Duan, it's not like I'm going to leave immediately. Besides, I still have some things that I really need to do after going back to the sect these few days. I really can't stay for too long here in Han River City. Duanling Tian smiled. When your shift is already over and you're finally back in the sect, let's have a fun gathering together. Since you're so persistent about this, I won't be persuading you any more than junior brother. However, you must let me take care of your schedule for the next few days. Let me perform my duty as your host in these few days, Dong Hui replied. Sure. I'll just go along with you, senior brother Hui. Duanling Tian agreed to it right away. He was also grateful to Dong Hui these few days. Otherwise, he would have never been able to obtain so many materials. When they had just returned to the Moon Illumination Sect's operation point in the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters, Duanling Tian already heard Dong Hui calling for him before he even got enough rest. Senior brother Hui, what's up with finding me so anxiously? He had just split ways with Dong Hui, but it had never crossed his mind that Dong Hui would come to find him this fast the moment they separated. Junior brother Duan, I originally shouldn't disturb your rest, but according to the law of the 9 sect alliances Earth rankings, I have no other choice. Dong Hui smiled wryly.
Earth rankings? Could somebody be here to challenge me? Duan Ling Tian lifted his brows and asked. He could not think of any other plausible reason other than this.
That's right, Dong Hui confirmed. I've also heard that this man has been here since early morning, but it just so happened that we went out to the Ouyang clan just now. Now that the man has heard that you're back, he's already been waiting outside our moon illumination sect's operation point.
Right now, many people from the other 8 great sects are waiting for you to accept their challenges too. I think they more or less want to have a taste of battling you. Plus, the talented, handsome, young man is well known in the 9 sect alliances district, Dong Hui added. Since he's already here, I'll go meet him then. Duan Ling Tian agreed before leaving the moon illumination sect's operation point with Dong Hui and went outside. When they reached outside of the moon illumination sect's operation point, Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by surprise when they saw the crowds of dark mass in the surroundings. Outside the moon illumination sect's operation point, the crowds of dark mass made a shape of the moon as they surrounded an empty space. In this empty space stood an ordinary middle-aged man whose face was covered in stubbles, looking extremely unkempt. However, his eyes were brimming with radiating vigor, giving off an invincible spirit.
Duan Ling Tian was very clear that this person was the one who wanted to challenge him. However, he did not take this person to heart.
Even if he had yet to make a breakthrough, he would not fear any challenge from any mortal shedding stage marshal or Dao cultivator at all, especially since he had made a breakthrough to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage now.
It's Elder Hui from the Moon Illumination sect. Just as Duan Ling Tian and Dong Hui came out together, many people recognized Dong Hui right away.
The one coming out with Dong Hui must be Duan Ling Tian, isn't it? That's right.
It's him.
When I was on duty a few days ago, I personally witnessed him coming to our 9 sect alliance's headquarters.
I thought that he would purposely dodge the challenge from this Earth Rankings powerhouse, but it has never crossed my mind that he would accept it straight away. Looks like he's pretty confident about his own strength.
When the other 8 great sects buried their heads in discussions, their attention shifted towards Duan Ling Tian.
All of these people were inner court disciples from each great sect. All of them were on at least the Saint Rudiment stage. If it were just an ordinary person seeing so many powerhouses on the Saint Rudiment stage and above studying him right now, he would become more or less anxious.
However, despite facing the attention of these people, Duan Ling Tian's face remained calm, and from the beginning, he appeared to be unruffled by this at all. He was calm and without worldly passion like a monk. When Lu Hai heard the other 8 great sects, he snorted coldly and remarked disdainfully, "Humph, he's only a person ranked 71th on the Earth rankings. Our junior brother Duan could even defeat someone ranked 66th on the Earth rankings. So how could he possibly fear someone who's ranked lower? That's right. Our junior brother Duan's strength has been proven, and is definitely not a groundless rumor." Many inner court disciples of the Moon Illumination sect agreed one after another. PSSST. When many of the other 8 great sect members heard the group of inner court disciples from the Moon Illumination sect, they could not help but burst out laughing. The problem is, the person that he defeated was He Zhong, who was ranked 66th on the Earth rankings, who's also your Moon Illumination sect disciple.
That's right. Who knows whether Zheng He has been coerced by the high-ranking official of your Moon Illumination sect and had no choice but to lose to Duan Ling Tian deliberately.
Even though the other 8 great sects did not point out who the person was exactly, the group of inner court disciples from the Moon Illumination sect knew that the high-ranking official that they were talking about was none other than Elder Bai Li Hong, who had taken Duan Ling Tian as a junior brother.
All of you are spouting rubbish. Lu Hai scolded with a crimson face.
Many of the inner court disciples from the Moon Illumination sect started to curse as well. However, there was also a group of Moon Illumination sect inner court disciples who started to have doubts in their eyes after hearing what the 8 great sect disciples said as they stared at Duan Ling Tian, who was walking slowly out of the Moon Illumination sect's operation point. It was apparent that doubt had started to rouse in their hearts.
Of course, Duan Ling Tian did not miss the discussions and the suspicious gazes coming from his surroundings. He had already noticed them.
However, He was not bothered by them at all because he knew that he would make the 8 great sect disciples shut up very soon. In just a while, he would be able to erase the doubts in their eyes. The middle-aged man, whose face was covered with stubbles and appeared to be particularly unkempt, stared at Duanling Tian and asked in an almost questioning tone, "Are you that Duanling Tian who defeated He Zhong and replaced him as 66th on the Earth rankings?"
However, Duanling Tian merely cast an indifferent glance at him. "So what if I am?"
"If you are, I'm gonna defeat and replace you today." A bright brilliance flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. Arrogantly, he said, full of confidence, "Remember that the name of the man who defeated you is called Idiot." Duanling Tian spat out, interrupting the middle-aged man. He was not fond of this guy who talked down to him at all. "Just make your move quickly if you want to challenge me. Why do you need to talk so much for?"
Ha 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 ha. When Duanling Tian cut off the middle-aged man's words, the crowd who heard it burst out laughing right away.
This was because the word that Duanling Tian spat out just so happened to be able to connect the unfinished sentence that the middle-aged man uttered. Duanling Tian is really as proud as Lucifer. With just one word, he enraged the other party immediately. Many disciples from the 8 great sects shook their heads, thinking that Duanling Tian was too rash. He has now taken the upper hand thanks to his sharp tongue, but he'll definitely suffer later. They chuckled and took pleasure in his misfortune.
Noticing the furious middle-aged man open his mouth to try to say something, Duanling Tian beat him to it and offered nonchalantly, "If you still want to introduce yourself, you can just skip that part already. I have no interest in knowing a loser's name."
"I have no interest in knowing a loser's name."
The sentence that Duanling Tian uttered as he beat the middle-aged man to it made the middle-aged man's face swell with anger as he was completely infuriated. Even the crowd watching by the side burst into clamor as well.
Insane.
He was crazy.
This was the first thought that appeared in the crowd's mind, including many Moon Illumination sect inner court disciples as well. All of them felt that what Duanling Tian said was too absurd. After all, the winner and the loser had not been decided yet.
Good.
Very good. Excellent. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man temporarily suppressed his flame of rage that threatened to burst out. Glaring at Duanling Tian, he snarled, "I'll let everyone present see how you're gonna slap your own mouth with your own words. Well, I welcome you to give me a slap if you have the ability to do that." Duanling Tian smirked indifferently, appearing casual and elegant. This scene also caused the onlooking crowd to gaze at each other. Could Duanling Tian actually have the confidence to win against this middle-aged man? "You're looking for death." Without a doubt, this remark that Duanling Tian made was the ultimate blasting fuse, fully igniting the middle-aged man's flame of rage. At once, the middle-aged man roared angrily and pounced towards Duanling Tian like a maniac. His speed was so fast that he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind, as expected from a well-known powerhouse from the Earth rankings.
This speed already surpasses most of the early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. Most of the people looking on by the side were the inner court disciples from the 9 great sects, so all of them could tell that the speed that the middle-aged man demonstrated was out of this world.
At the same time, they looked at Duanling Tian too.
The next scene took them by great bafflement.
Duanling Tian's voice resonated in the air. At the same time, he dodged the middle-aged man a few times easily. On top of that, he appeared beside him immediately and remarked casually, "Is this the fastest you can go?" From his tone, it was obvious that the speed that he was displaying was not his full potential.
After all, if he had already exerted his full strength, he would not have been able to talk so coolly as though he was chatting idly even if he could still talk.
On the other hand, Dong Hui, who had come with Duanling Tian and was now standing by the side watching the battle, was also stunned by the speed that he exhibited. This speed, I'm afraid it's already on par with an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Isn't it? Dong Hui gasped secretly and muttered to himself. With the speed that junior brother Duan is displaying right now,
there's no way that he's only a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator.
From what I can see, he has already made a breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment stage. What horrifying acceleration.
No wonder senior brother by Li Hong took him as a junior brother. Right now, Dong Hui thought that the reason Bai Li Hong had taken Duan Ling Tian as his junior brother was only because he had taken a fancy to Duan Ling Tian's martial Dao innate ability. It had never crossed his mind that it was not because of his martial Dao innate talent, but because he was able to get the strange inscription art that was left behind by the teacher that he had never met before. A majority of the onlooking crowd shared the same thought as Dong Hui. The speed that Duan Ling Tian is displaying has completely surpassed his. Don't tell me that Duan Ling Tian has already made a breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment stage? It's possible. In that case, is the rumor stating that Duan Ling Tian made it into the Earth rankings with just a cultivation base of perfection mortal shedding stage also fake then? It must be fake. When the disciples from the 8 great sects buried their heads in discussion, many of them had even outrageously cast their spiritual secret tactic to probe Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. However, all of their actions turned out to be in vain. Therefore, it made them certain of one thing, that Duan Ling Tian was indeed a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. With their strength, the spiritual secret tactic that they cast could probe any martial or Dao cultivator whose cultivation base was below the Saint Rudiment stage. However, their spiritual secret tactic was not able to probe any powerhouses who were on the Saint Rudiment stage, the same level as them, or the Saint stage and above. Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator? Is Duan Ling Tian a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator? When Lu Yu and Lu Hai heard that Duan Ling Tian was actually a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, they were dumbfounded right away. Standing right there and gazing at each other, disbelief filled their faces at once. The other inner court disciples from the Moon Illumination sect were also dumbfounded. As for the Moon Illumination sect disciples, Duan Ling Tian was naturally quite familiar to them. Not only that, but they were also certain that he was indeed merely a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when his name had just started to spread out. This was because Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had been probed before by the group of Moon Illumination sect inner court disciples with their spiritual secret tactic. They had been certain that Duan Ling Tian was indeed a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. It was still possible if 1 or 2 of them made a mistake during the probing, but it was impossible for so many people to have erred. It was precisely because of this that their hearts were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Did Duan Ling Tian make a breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment stage from the perfection mortal shedding stage in just a few months? Just as the onlookers were puzzled about this, Duan Ling Tian had already lost interest in toying with this middle-aged man. With a raise of his hand, he flung out a slap and shot vast true energy out before pressing on the middle-aged man and sent him flying away with a blast. The man crashed onto the ground with severe injuries, but he still remained conscious. He no longer looked at Duan Ling Tian with a lofty and arrogant gaze. Instead, only fear could be seen on his face. YUVE made a breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment stage? In his opinion, even the strongest person on the Earth rankings would not have been able to defeat him completely in this way. There was only one possibility for this man in front to be able to beat him in such a way. That was, he had already made a breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment stage. A person who was able to be listed on the Earth rankings during the mortal shedding stage would have a strength that was on par with even an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial or Dao cultivator when he made a breakthrough to the early Saint Rudiment stage. After one earned a place on the Earth rankings made a breakthrough to the Earth Saint Rudiment stage, he would even be able to defeat an ordinary intermediate Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. You're pretty smart. After casting an indifferent glance at the middle-aged man, Duan Ling Tian turned around and left without looking back, leaving an elegant and unrestrained silhouette to the middle-aged man and the crowd. Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Ling Tian from the Moon Illumination sect was actually a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. At once, many of them on the scene started to return to their senses with shock written all over their faces. At the same time, this piece of news had also spread out like a typhoon. In just the span of a night, it had already spread out to every nook and cranny of Han River City. Whoever was not in closed-door cultivation in Han River City knew about this news. The Ouyang clan was no exception either. Has he actually made a breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment stage already? Ouyang Rua was astonished. She still remembered that the true energy that Duan Ling Tian displayed when he saved her that time was still not on the Saint Rudiment stage level yet.
It was precisely because of this that she was certain that Duan Ling Tian was still not a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator yet before this.
Yet, right now, Ouyang Rua, who originally had no intention of taking revenge against Duan Ling Tian, could only feel an even greater sense of helplessness now.
Monster! What a monster!
Our Ouyang clan must never go against him. After knowing that Duan Ling Tian had already made a breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment stage, Ouyang Ba also turned pale out of fear. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to never go against Duan Ling Tian.
No matter how frenzied it was outside with the news of him entering the Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Ling Tian was not at all bothered by it. Instead, he stayed casually at the Moon Illumination Sect's operation point in the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters, and when he was free, he would have an idle chat with Dong Hui and discuss the Martial Dao and Saint Inscription Dao. Dong Hui, who was originally prepared to bring Duan Ling Tian out for a stroll these few days, instantly dismissed this idea when he realized his attainment in the Saint Inscription Dao.
He realized that when Duan Ling Tian was discussing the Saint Inscription Dao with him, every sentence that came out of his mouth would be very meaningful and would give him great inspiration.
In the end, he also realized that the reason Bai Li Hong had taken Duan Ling Tian as his junior brother was not because of his martial Dao innate talent, but because of his innate talent in the Saint Inscription Dao. When they were discussing a problem, Dong Hui frowned and asked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's answer to solve it, "Junior brother Duan? This doesn't seem to be an orthodox Saint Inscription art, does it? Senior brother Hui, I've heard from senior brother Bai Li Hong that you've also come into contact with the strange inscription art before too. Haven't you? What?
Didn't you realize that the things that I said just now have some strange inscription art's shadow in it?" Duan Ling Tian grinned. "A strange inscription art?" However, when Dong Hui heard Duan Ling Tian, he was absolutely dumbfounded. He stared at Duan Ling Tian as though he was looking at a ghost. "Junior brother Duan, don't tell me that you've already mastered the strange inscription art already."
"Well, I haven't reached the stage of mastering it yet. It's only at the fundamental awareness stage," Duan Ling Tian replied humbly. However, his humble words were already enough to send Dong Hui into so much shock that he was rendered speechless for a long time. After some time, he finally sighed emotionally. "Looks like senior brother Bai Li Hong has finally come across the person that he has always been waiting for, and to think that I used to think that the reason senior brother Bai Li Hong took you as a junior brother was because of your martial Dao innate talent.
It looks like I've been greatly mistaken from the very beginning."
Right now, Dong Hui was very certain now that Bai Li Hong took Duan Ling Tian as his junior brother not because of his martial Dao innate talent, but because he could master the strange inscription art.
Bai Li Hong had shared the strange inscription art with him before, but just like Bai Li Hong, he was unable to cultivate it due to his spiritual energy. Duan Ling Tian merely smiled indifferently and did not say anything more.
"Senior brother Hui, all the materials that I want will arrive in 2 days, won't they?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Dong Hui and changed the topic.
The reason for extending his stay at Han River City for a few more days was mostly because a great pile of the materials that he wanted was now on the way to Han River City.
Those were the materials that Bai Li Hong had asked his men to gather. Duan Ling Tian also wanted them urgently as they could be used to repair the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda.
"Yeah, they'll arrive in 2 days at the most." Dong Hui nodded. He did not dare to slack on matters regarding Duan Ling Tian. 2 days later, the materials finally arrived.
According to Elder Hua, the 4th level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda must be able to be repaired up to 10% with all of the materials that I've gathered from Han River City. Despite having so many materials, only 10% of it can be repaired. Looks like the repairing of the 4th level is much more difficult than the 3rd level. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. However, he also knew that no matter how hard it was, he still had to continue to gather these materials.
Since Duan Ling Tian had received the materials, he had no plan to remain in Han River City any longer.
"Senior brother Hui, I'll count on you to get the materials that I need then," added Duan Ling Tian when bade farewell to Dong Hui. "Don't worry, junior brother Duan. I'll continue to send my men to search for those materials that you need. When I've already gotten them, I'll ask them to bring back to the sect to you," Dong Hui said, nodding.
"Thank you, senior brother Hui." After expressing his gratitude again, Duan Ling Tian finally left. When he left, it was already late at night. It was so dark that he could barely see his hands in front of him. Seizing the chance since it was so dark, Duanling Tian left the Moon Illumination Sect's operation point quietly and left the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters. The reason he chose to leave at this hour was to avoid all unnecessary trouble. Duanling Tian knew very well that even though he was already an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator now, he would still stand no chance resisting if he came across a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. What Duanling Tian did not know was that when he left, a figure was stalking him close behind and only came to a halt when the figure watched him leaving Han River City successfully. He raised his head and watched Duanling Tian's silhouette fading into the air and vanished in this moonlight. The moonlight shone down, revealing the man's face. He was none other than Dong Hui, who had just said farewell to Duanling Tian not long ago. It turned out that after Duanling Tian had left, Dong Hui had pondered about it and still felt worried. Hence, he secretly escorted Duanling Tian out of the city. Only after he had witnessed him leaving Han River City until his figure vanished before his eyes, he finally stopped following him. Duanling Tian exerted his full speed and traveled at the speed of light as he flew towards where the Moon Illumination Sect estate was. Huangcheng. On the way back to the Moon Illumination Sect, Duanling Tian could not help but remember that outer court elder who had made his move to kill him when he had first left the Moon Illumination Sect. Had it not been for the fact that he had had 2 3-star Divine Strider talismans with him, he would have been dead by Huang Cheng's hand. I hope your balls are big enough to remain in the Moon Illumination Sect so that I can have a chance to take my revenge, Duanling Tian muttered to himself. It was obvious that these words were targeted towards Huang Cheng. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. When Huang Cheng did not manage to kill him, he already realized that he would not have a happy ending if he went back to the Moon Illumination Sect, so he went into hiding instead. Of course, the reason Huang Cheng went into hiding was not that he feared Duanling Tian. Instead, he was scared of Bai Lihong, who was backing Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian returned to the Moon Illumination Sect, many people come and left a secluded mansion in Han River City. Under the cover of the moonlight, these people walked back and forth in and out of the mansion. In the daytime, this mansion was devoid of activity. One could only see people leaving and entering when it was nighttime. Here was the operation point that the Mountain Shade Black Market had set up in Han River City in the 9 Sect Alliance's district. Tonight, inside a spacious room in this bustling mansion, candlelight swayed in the faint breeze and flickered ceaselessly, reflecting 2 figures. One of the figures was a skinny, old man who had a mixture of black and white hair. His face seemed to be asymmetrically divided into 2 halves. Half of it looked like male while another looked feminine. Right now, he was looking at the sturdy middle-aged man in front of him as he said, Duanling Tian from the Moon Illumination Sect is exactly Qi Ming's target. There's only one explanation how he could have come to Han River City alive and even created such a huge commotion. Qi Ming must have failed. Could there be some other reason? It's pretty impossible for Qi Ming to fail. Standing right there, the sturdy middle-aged man who had a stocky and imposing build was like an iron tower who oozed a powerful sense of intimidation towards the other man. Even if there's some other reason, Qi Ming should have come back by now. Seeing that he still hasn't made it back, he must have met a grim ending, the old man replied. Knock. Knock. Right at this moment, 2 faint knocks reverberated. Just as the old man and the middle-aged man shifted their gazes towards the door, a polite voice resonated from the outside. Lord Yin Yang. As though he could hear who the voice belonged to, the old man answered nonchalantly, Come in. At the same time he waved his hand and the room door opened by itself. A young man who was covered in black clothing gradually walked in. When he saw the strong-built man, he politely bowed and paid his respects. Lord Tai Wu. The old man raised his hand again to close the room door before he asked indifferently, Anything? Lord Yin Yang, there's a quasi-3-star assassin who's looking for you. He said that he must talk to you personally, the young man replied. If you refuse to see him, I'll send him away, Lord Yin Yang. A quasi-3-star assassin? A brilliance flashed across the old man's cloudy eyes. After remaining silent for some time, he finally said, Bring him over. In the Mountain Shade Black Market, the assassins were ranked by various grades too. That black-robed man, whom Duan Ling Tian killed the last time, was a 3-star assassin in the Mountain Shade black market. Although a quasi-3-star assassin was not as powerful as him, there was not much difference between them.
In the Mountain Shade black market, a quasi-3-star assassin would usually be able to assassinate an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage marshal or Dao cultivator if there were no mishaps.
One could easily imagine just how terrorizing a quasi-3-star assassin was.
Soon, the young man brought a man who was completely enveloped in a black robe in with him. Nobody could see his face or body at all. "Good day to you, Lord Yin. The black-robed man bowed slightly towards the old man, but he did not seem to recognize the middle-aged man beside him, so he did not bow towards him at all. However, the middle-aged man did not seem to be concerned about it. Still, he studied the black-robed man with interest. The old man, who was a high-ranking official in the Mountain Shade black market with the code name Yin, asked nonchalantly, "Why were you looking for me?" Of course, he was only a high-ranking official in the Mountain Shade black market branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district. If he were in the Mountain Shade black market headquarters, he would be merely a handyman with his strength of early Saint Rudiment stage and would not be worth mentioning at all. The black-robed man was the quasi-3-star assassin who wanted to look for Yin. After he cast a glance at the young man beside him, he glanced at the middle-aged man.
"You can leave first." Upon hearing Yin Yang's order, the young man retreated and closed the door when he left.
Looking at the quasi-3-star assassin, Yin Yang said, "That's Tai Wu." Tai Wu. However, when Yin Yang's words left his mouth, the quasi-3-star assassin could not help but tremble a little. When he opened his mouth once again, even his voice was slightly shaking. Is it Lord Tai Wu?" Then, he lifted his head slightly and glanced at the muscular, middle-aged man. When he saw the horrendous sword scar that slashed across his left eye, he took a deep breath and hastily bowed. "Good day to you, Lord Tai Wu." As a Mountain Shade black market assassin, the official of the highest level that he had ever come across was Yin Yang.
Although he had heard of Tai Wu many times before, he had never seen him before. Therefore, even when Tai Wu was standing in front of him today, he did not recognize him at all. The moment he recalled the rumor regarding Tai Wu, his heart could not help but tremble a little again. There was a shocking rumor that was being spread out among the Mountain Shade black market assassins, stating that the former clan leader of the Profound Talisman sect had died by Tai Wu's hand.
When the former clan leader of the Profound Talisman sect died, his strength could be deemed to be the top 3 in the entire 9 Sect Alliances district. He was so powerful that he even surpassed Yin Yang, one of the high-ranking officials of their Mountain Shade black market. He had also heard of Tai Wu's origin before.
It seemed like Tai Wu had offended a high-ranking official in the Mountain Shade black market's upper division, and for this reason he was suppressed by that official and was expelled to the branch of the Mountain Shade black market in the 9 Sect Alliances district.
That particular branch was ranked one of the lowest in the entire Mountain Shade black market.
There was also another rumor regarding Tai Wu when he had just arrived at the Mountain Shade black market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district.
It was said that when he had just arrived, he was also not welcomed by the high-ranking officials at the branch.
Cornered in such a situation, he did not say anything, and with just his pair of iron fists alone, he sealed a place for himself in the Mountain Shade black market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district.
Right now, his position at the branch was even higher than Yin Yang's.
Therefore, when the black-robed quasi-3-star assassin heard that the strong-built man standing in front was Tai Wu, he was instantly taken aback.
"Just spit it out if you have anything to say." Tai Wu nodded his head at the black-robed man and said nonchalantly, "Yes," quickly replied the black-robed man. Not daring to slack at all, he looked at Tai Wu and Yin Yang to report, "Lord Tai Wu, Lord Yin Yang. A few days ago at midnight, I just so happened to witness an incident that has an adverse impact on our Mountain Shade black market." When the black-robed man reached the end of his sentence, his face turned grave right away. "Oh!" When Tai Wu and Yin Yang heard him, they exchanged glances with each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes.
That night, because I had a mission to carry out, I left in a hurry after I ascertained the identity of the 2 men. By the time my mission was done, I hurried back and instantly came to find you, Lord Yin Yang, the black-robed man told Yin Yang.
"What incident?"
Yin Yang asked.
Somebody actually impersonated as our mountain shade black market men. The black-robed man gnashed his teeth. They claimed that they were assassins from our mountain shade black market, but from the aura that they exuded, I could see that they were definitely not assassins.
Besides, our mountain shade black market assassins are shackled by the thunder penalty of the 99 heavenly tribulation oath, so it's impossible for us to expose our own identity.
Swish. Swish. The black-robed man's words instantly caused Tai Wu and Yin Yang's face to turn dark right away in unison.
The headquarters that was at the highest level in their mountain shade black market was a third-rated force. As the saying went, rules and regulations must be adhered to in handling affairs. If such a huge force did not have such rules, it would have been impossible for them to achieve glory.
There were also many prohibitions in the mountain shade black market. One of them was that none of the mountain shade black market assassins could reveal their identity when they were on duty outside. For this reason, the mountain shade black market had set a rule stating that every killer of the mountain shade black market must swear using the 99 heavenly tribulation oath before they entered. It was exactly because of this reason that the mountain shade black market assassins could never reveal their identity no matter what.
If the assassins revealed their identities, this would be a big taboo, and they would even be killed by the thunder penalty of the 99 heavenly tribulation oath. If someone impersonated the mountain shade black market, he would not be forgiven too.
There was an explicit rule clearly stipulated in writing that whichever sect or person dared to impersonate a mountain shade black market member, they would definitely be annihilated by the mountain shade black market. In order to protect this baseline, the mountain shade black market had even come up with a rule that all mountain shade black market members who had reached the saint stage must swear using the 99 heavenly tribulation oath that they would go all out to annihilate whoever impersonated as their fellow members.
Those who refused to follow this rule would be blasted to death by the thunder penalty.
Even Tai Wu and Yin Yang were of no exception as well. Both of them had already made this oath. It was still all right if they did not know anything, but once they found out, the 99 heavenly tribulation oath would start to run its course. How are you going to prove that what you've said is true? Yin Yang looked at the quasi-3-star assassin in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Do you dare to make a 99 heavenly tribulation oath and prove that every word you spoke just now was nothing but the truth? If there was any false statement in it, you'd be blasted to death by the thunder penalty. Upon hearing this, the quasi-3-star assassin instantly completed the 99 heavenly tribulation oath without saying anything. Boom, 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 boom. 9 thunderous sounds reverberated and took half of Han River City by surprise. Those who heard the thunderous booms knew that somebody must have already made the 99 heavenly tribulation oath, and the thunder had corresponded to him.
Seeing how this quasi-3-star assassin had made his 99 heavenly tribulation oath so straightforwardly and was not punished by the thunder penalty, Tai Wu and Yin Yang realized that the man was not lying.
The reason they wanted to affirm this was because they were also worried that the quasi-3-star assassin just want to find an excuse to kill a person. In the 9-sect alliance's district, their hands were no doubt the sharpest blade that existed.
Looking at the quasi-3-star assassin, Tai Wu asked, just now you said that you've confirmed the identity of the people who impersonated as our Mountain Shade Black Markets members, haven't you?
Yes. The quasi-3-star assassin nodded. Who are they? Yin Yang asked. They're from the Ouyang clan of Han River City. The Ouyang clan is an 8-rated force from Han River City. They usually rely on the 9-sect alliances to do their business and have accumulated quite a lot of wealth, answered the quasi-3-star assassin. The Ouyang clan? Upon hearing his words, Tai Wu and Yin Yang exchanged glances with each other, both noticing the cold brilliance in each other's eyes. That night, the Ouyang clan had received an unprecedented catastrophe that they had never faced before.
The entire Ouyang clan, including Ouyang Ba the clan leader, had all been slaughtered except for a minority of them who were not in that night.
Before the group of high-ranking officials of the Ouyang clan could realize what was happening, they had all already been killed one by one.
Even the few old Ouyang clan elders who were at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage were also dragged out from the Ouyang clan's secret room by the intruders before they were slaughtered. Up to that moment when they were slaughtered, the old Ouyang clan elders did not understand why would Saint stage powerhouses be coming to kill them, to the point that they did not even say half a sentence to them at all.
That night, the Ouyang clan's blood flowed like a river. Just as the Ouyang clan shed blood like water, the two Saint Stage powerhouses who made their move rapidly also left ostentatiously. When they left, a group of black-robed men rushed in and ransacked the entire Ouyang clan. By the time the people from the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters came, almost everything that was worthy in the Ouyang clan had already been looted, leaving only bodies strewn everywhere on the ground and streams of blood that looked like a river. The Ouyang clan that was once glorious and magnificent had completely become history in just a night. All of the people in charge of the 9 great sects gathered together in the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters. Everyone, what do you think of the incident regarding the Ouyang clan? A huge burly man with a bristly beard asked in a boisterous voice. His glance swept past all of the 30 over people present at the scene. These people were all the people in charge sent by the 9 great sects to Han River City. Each of them worked together to manage the affairs in the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters. They came from 9 great sections. The few people from the Moon Illumination sect, including Dong Hui, were also present. Why would the Ouyang clan suddenly be annihilated entirely?
Don't tell me that senior brother by Li Hong was the one who made the move?
Wait a minute. Even if senior brother by Li Hong made his move, he couldn't possibly have wiped the entire Ouyang clan out overnight.
All of the few Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in the Ouyang clan have actually died.
None of them managed to escape at all. At first, Dong Hui thought that Bai Li Hong had taken revenge for Duan Ling Tian's sake, but very soon, he realized that this was not possible. Oh! Suddenly, Dong Hui noticed many of them shifting their gaze towards their Moon Illumination sect members. Do we still have to think? It must be the Moon Illumination sect who did that. TSK.
The Moon Illumination sect really loves Duan Ling Tian so much to the point that when they found out that he was already bullied by the Ouyang clan, they immediately wiped out the entire Ouyang clan. An ugly middle-aged man exclaimed sarcastically. Just one night and the entire Ouyang clan was wiped out.
Even those few Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses couldn't make it out either. A Saint stage powerhouse must have been involved too, another person added. An old man glared at Dong Hui and a few others with fury and almost howled as he demanded, "What a great move, Moon Illumination sect! How could you actually wipe out an 8-rated clan who is also an alliance of our 9 sect alliances just for the sake of one small conflict?"
Besides, it was a clan that we helped to support and raise together in the past. Moon Illumination sect, you owe us an explanation.
That's right.
No matter how bad the Ouyang clan is, it was still raised and brought up by us.
Even if your Moon Illumination sect wanted to annihilate it, you should have at least told us first. Acting all by yourself without consulting us, what do you take the other 8 great sects as? Many people continued to interrogate.
Now that you guys have slaughtered the Ouyang clan, who's going to clean up the mess that the Ouyang clan left behind then? Do you know how much effort we need to take to raise another 8-rated force?
What your Moon Illumination sect has done this time is just too much. Right at this moment, Dong Hui and the few others had become the target of the 8 great sects. Humph! What proof do you to accuse our Moon Illumination sect? A sturdy, old man beside Dong Hui snorted coldly with disdain and asked in a deep voice as he cast a glance at the crowd. This old man was the main person in charge sent by the Moon Illumination sect to the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters. He was Tan Quan, one of the few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect. That's right.
It's better not to point fingers before you have any evidence, Dong Hui also grunted. The few remaining people in charge of the Moon Illumination sect also agreed. Even though they were secretly skeptical about Elder Bai Li Hong managing to persuade the high-ranking officials in the sect to let the Saint Stage powerhouses annihilate the Ouyang clan, they could not show their suspicions right now.
What kind of proof do you still want to see? A strong, middle-aged man stood up and smirked. Other than your Moon Illumination sect, who else would have the motive to wipe out the entire Ouyang clan? That's right.
We can be certain that it was a Saint Stage powerhouse who wiped out the entire Ouyang clan in a night. Tell us then, other than our 9 great sects here, which other force has Saint Stage powerhouses in the 9 Sect Alliances district? Somebody questioned again. Other than our 9 great sects, which other force has Saint Stage powerhouse in the 9 Sect Alliances district? When Tan Quan heard this person's question, he smirked right away. You seem to have forgotten the Mountain Shade black market, huh? The Mountain Shade Black Market. The moment they heard Tan Quan mention the Mountain Shade Black Market, the entire scene turned deadly silent. The atmosphere changed to become slightly weird. The Mountain Shade Black Market had always been the thorn in the 9 sect alliance's throat all the while. It was also the force that made the 9 great sects stick together closely like birds of the same feather. If there were no Mountain Shade Black Market, there would be no 9 sect alliances. One could even say that the alliances among the 9 great sects were created by the Mountain Shade Black Market alone. The Mountain Shade Black Market had given them an inexplicable sense of huge pressure. Humph! Stop using the Mountain Shade Black Market to scare us. All this while, the Mountain Shade Black Market has only been making their move in the dark, and since when have they done anything like this before? Soon, one of the high-ranking officials of one of the sects returned to his senses and scoffed. Many other people agreed with his words. That's right. Although the Mountain Shade Black Market is peculiar about what they do, this doesn't seem to be their style at all. The Ouyang clan has just offended Duan Ling Tian from your Moon Illumination sect a few days ago, and now it's already wiped out. Who would believe you if you say this has nothing to do with your Moon Illumination sect at all? So it turns out that the Moon Illumination sect is actually a sect that doesn't dare to admit their doings, huh? Many people from the other 8 great sects started to mock Tan Quan, Dong Hui, and a few others. At once, the Moon Illumination sect did not have any comeback at all. After all, whatever the 8 great sect members uttered kind of made sense too. Perhaps it was some simple-minded people from the Ouyang clan who offended the Mountain Shade Black Market. In the end, it was Dong Hui who first returned to his senses and tried to refute. Just as the group of high-ranking officials of the 8 great sects wanted to answer, a young man hastily rushed in from outside. Such rude manners caused the crowd to frown right away. Which sect's disciple is this who doesn't know any manners at all? He's definitely not from our profound talisman sect. Not from our sect too. The high-ranking officials of the 8 great sects clarified their relationship to the man one after another. Soon, their gazes shifted towards the few high-ranking officials of the Moon Illumination sect in unison. If he was not from their sects, then he must be from the Moon Illumination sect. At this moment, be it Tan Quan, the vice-sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, or Dong Hui and the others, each of their faces appeared solemn. The Moon Illumination sect's disciple who barged in, on the other hand, seemed to not have realized that the atmosphere of the scene was heavy, and he still stormed in. As he was barging in, he kept saying, "Senior uncles, the reason the entire Ouyang clan being annihilated has already been spread out in Han River City." What? The moment the Moon Illumination sect disciple's words left his mouth, the entire scene broke into an uproar. At this moment, nobody was concerned about this Moon Illumination sect disciple's manners anymore. To them, the reason the entire Ouyang clan had been annihilated was the most important right now. What reason is that? At once, the 9 great sects' high-ranking officials, including the few high-ranking officials from the Moon Illumination sect, looked at the Moon Illumination sect disciple altogether. The Moon Illumination sect's disciple who barged in was just an ordinary inner court disciple. He had rushed in because he was shocked by the news. When he saw the high-ranking officials from the 9 great sects turn to look at him in unison, he stiffened immediately. He could not utter a word at all, even though he had already regained his senses and opened his mouth. "You don't have to be nervous. You can take your time," Tan Quan said encouragingly to the Moon Illumination sect's disciple with a smile when he saw how stiff he was. Thanks to the encouragement from the vice-sect leader, the Moon Illumination sect's disciple took a deep breath before he began to say slowly. "The news that's spreading around is rumored to be released by the Mountain Shade Black Market. They had annihilated the Ouyang clan because someone from the Ouyang clan had pretended to be from the Mountain Shade Black Market." Mountain Shade Black Market. The minute the Moon Illumination sect's disciple finished his sentence, all the high-ranking officials of the 9 great sects who were present gasped. Humph! In the future, let's not say things without any evidence. After Tan Quan recovered from the shock, he immediately looked at the high-ranking officials of the other 8 great sects and sneered. Although the high-ranking officials from the other 8 great sects were displeased with Tan Quan's sneer, they remained quiet. They were in the wrong after all. Vice-sect leader Tan,
Let's not dwell on that matter anymore. What needs to be discussed now is the matter regarding what the Mountainshade black market has done. This time, they've really crossed the line.
They obviously knew the Ouyang clan is supported by the 9 sect alliances, and yet they still annihilated them. A white-bearded old man said huffily, a discontented expression on his face.
You can't say that. The Mountainshade black market has put the word out that someone from the Ouyang clan had pretended to be one of them. That's why they were annihilated. That's right. That person from Ouyang clan was digging his own grave by doing that. I've also heard about the rules of Mountainshade black market. Whichever clan the impersonator belongs to will be annihilated once it's confirmed. The Ouyang clan brought it upon themselves. There's no one else to blame.
The high-ranking officials of the sects, including the Moon Illumination sect, felt that Ouyang clan had brought this upon themselves and the Mountainshade black market was not to be blamed.
Even they knew of the Mountainshade black market's rules. It was impossible that people from the Ouyang clan was unaware of it. Nevertheless, people from the Ouyang clan still dared to impersonate someone from the Mountainshade black market. They were simply looking for death.
You can't say that. Even if the Ouyang clan was wrong regarding this matter, they shouldn't have been annihilated. They could have just killed the impersonator. He should bear the responsibility for his own wrongdoing instead of dragging the entire clan down.
Yes, I also feel the Mountainshade black market went overboard this time. It seems more like a show of strength to us.
I feel the same way as well. I think we should send people to talk to them.
There were also high-ranking officials from several sects who were dissatisfied with the Mountainshade black market, and that included the Profound Talisman sect. The other sects were sects that had a close relationship with the Profound Talisman sect. It was no secret that in the areas under the 9 sect alliances that the Profound Talisman sect were mortals enemies of the Mountainshade black market. This was because the former sect leader of Profound Talisman sect had died in the hands of a powerhouse from the Mountainshade black market.
It was also because of the Mountainshade black market's powerhouse that the Profound Talisman sect's 3-star Dao Talisman master, who was also the sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect at that time, had to swear a lightning penalty oath. He had sworn on the lightning penalty oath that the 3-star offensive Dao talismans he had drawn would not be given to people outside of the Profound Talisman sect in any way. Everyone in the Profound Talisman sect who received 3-star offensive Dao talismans had to swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would not give the talismans away to someone else. Due to that reason, even though the Profound Talisman sect had a Dao talisman master who could draw 3-star offensive Dao talismans, none of it was allowed to be given to outsiders, causing the sect to lose a great business opportunity. The Profound Talisman sect had always regarded that as their most humiliating moment. Therefore, they had always antagonized the Mountainshade black market. The powerhouse from Mountainshade black market acted that way toward the Profound Talisman sect because they did not want 3-stars offensive Dao talismans to be carelessly sold in the areas under the 9 sect alliances, since it would affect some of their businesses, to some extent. Just imagine if a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage 2-star assassin was assassinating a target whose cultivation base was far less powerful but was able to throw out a 3-star offensive Dao talisman that could potentially kill the assassin. That would mean the assassin had failed his mission, and in turn it would affect the reputation of the Mountainshade black market. What mattered the most to them was their reputation. Due to that reason, the Mountainshade black market would not allow 3-star offensive Dao talismans to be sold freely in the areas under the 9 sect alliances. The vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, Tan Quan, naturally knew the tricks they were trying to pull and said scornfully, "Humph. Since all of you want to have a talk with the Mountainshade black market, you should go ahead on your own. I'm sorry to say, but we disagree with this. Yes. Just go on your own. If you succeed, we'll hold a celebratory dinner for you."
That's right. The other high-ranking officials from sects that were indifferent to the Profound Talisman sect also added. As high-ranking officials from the sects, all of them were certainly sly old foxes. Naturally, they could see the Profound Talisman sect wanted to drag them along and confront the Mountainshade black market together. They would not be stupid enough to be the blades in the Profound Talisman sect's hand. The few other sects that had always had a close relationship with the Profound Talisman sect were usually given a great discount on Dao talismans. However, they did not enjoy such treatment. Although the 9 sect alliances was an alliance, they were not completely united. Unless the Mountain Shade black market was going to destroy all the 9 great sects, they would never be truly united. Based on the Mountain Shade black market's behavior in recent years, they did not show such ambitions. You. The old man with a goatee, the vice sect leader of Profound Talisman sect, could only stew in his own anger and glare when he heard Tan Quan and the few other vice sect leaders' words. Are we even in the same alliance? Vice sect leader he. Have you forgotten the reason we formed the 9 sect alliances? Tan Quan sneered. This time, the Mountain Shade black market could have concealed the fact that they were the ones who had annihilated the Ouyang clan. But they didn't. They spread the news precisely because they wanted to make a statement and warn other people. The Ouyang clan was wrong in this matter, even though the Mountain Shade black market did go overboard by annihilating the whole clan. However, is this the first time we witnessed their ways of doing things? Tan Quan stared pointedly at the Profound Talisman sect's vice sect leader, Hien. Tan Quan. Hien's face darkened. He was furious. Naturally, he understood the underlying meaning in Tan Quan's words. He was referring to the incident where the former sect leader of Profound Talisman sect was killed by a Mountain Shade black market powerhouse, and the sect was forced to swear not to give 3-star offensive Dao talismans to outsiders. A short and ugly-looking middle-aged man said scornfully, "Vice sect leader Tan, you've gone overboard. Even if you don't dare to offend the Mountain Shade black market, you didn't have to boost the Mountain Shade black market's morale and reduce the 9 sect alliance's courage." What a serious allegation to pin on me. Tan Quan sneered. What did I say? Did my words really boost the Mountain Shade black market's morale and reduce the 9 sect alliance's courage? Aren't you overthinking things? Why don't you tell everyone what's on your mind? After listening to Tan Quan's words, the short, middle-aged man was so angry that he was rendered speechless. Naturally, he could hear the underlying meaning in Tan Quan's words. It was not only him, but everyone present understood the underlying meaning. Tan Quan was referring to the humiliating incident that happened to the Profound Talisman sect again. However, Tan Quan did not state it clearly, so he would not blatantly offend the Profound Talisman sect. He would not do such a stupid thing. Regardless, the matter came to end with Tan Quan and the others' disapproval. If the Profound Talisman sect and the few other sects managed to convince the Moon Illumination sect and the others to denounce the crimes of Mountain Shade black market, they might have felt more confident. However, if they were asked to go on their own, they definitely would not dare to do it. Even if the Mountain Shade black market based in the area under the 9 sect alliances was just the smallest, lowest-tier branch under the Mountain Shade black market, they were still not something several 7th-rate sects could deal with. I'm afraid junior brother Duan will be glad if he finds out that the Ouyang clan has been annihilated. Dong Hui's eyes flashed as he secretly thought to himself. Regardless of how chaotic Han River City was, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of it since he was on his way back to the Moon Illumination sect. With his current speed, it would take him some time to return to the Moon Illumination sect since Han River City was quite a distance away from the sect. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Moon Illumination sect and learned that the Ouyang clan was annihilated, he was also stunned. Impersonating someone from the Mountain Shade black market? When Duan Ling Tian heard the news, he immediately thought of that night at Han River City. The second elder of Ouyang clan, Ouyang Shan, had appeared, and it seemed like he had lied about being from the Mountain Shade black market. At that time, he knew about Ouyang Shan's identity, therefore he was certain that he was not from the Mountain Shade black market. However, he did not expect the lie Ouyang Shan told in an attempt to trick him would bring such a tragedy to the Ouyang clan. Apart from Ouyang Shan who had died, only Ouyang Qing and I know about Ouyang Shan impersonating someone from the Mountain Shade black market. Could it be Ouyang Qing who had spread the news? Duan Ling Tian shook his head when that thought popped up in his mind. He did not think it was possible. If it's not Ouyang Qing, that means there was a 4th person present at that time. Duan Ling Tian felt chills running up his spine when he thought about this. Someone who had hidden himself so perfectly from him would be at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage at least. In fact, they might even be a Saint stage powerhouse. If that person had intended to harm him, he would not be a match for him even if he had 3-star offensive Dao talismans. Duan Ling Tian instantly took a deep breath to calm his chaotic emotion. Duan Ling Tian was only slightly shocked and surprised by the fact that Ouyang clan had been annihilated, and he forgot about it soon enough. However, there was something that annoyed him. Huang Chang has left his post and disappeared? The thing Duan Ling Tian did not want to see happened had come to pass.
The Moon Illumination sect's outer court elder, Huang Qing, who wanted to kill him back then, had chosen to leave the Moon Illumination sect after he failed to kill him. He must have been worried that I'll return to the Moon Illumination sect and tell senior brother Bai Li about him trying to kill me. Duan Ling Tian was almost certain about this.
Although Huang Chang was an outer court elder, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, could easily kill him if he wanted to. In fact, he did not even have to do it himself. The days after Duan Ling Tian returned to the Moon Illumination sect was not peaceful either. At the very least, it was not peaceful around him.
It was because along with the news of the annihilation of the Ouyang clan, the news of him breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage had also spread in the entire Moon Illumination sect quickly. Needless to say, it shocked the entire sect. Oh God! Someone, please tell me that this isn't real. Many inner court disciples cried out loud.
Those inner court disciples were the ones who had witnessed Duan Ling Tian defeating He Zhong and verified his cultivation base back then.
All of them were certain Duan Ling Tian was only a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage when he defeated He Zhong. However, not much time had passed and Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Did Elder Bai Li fed him some spirit pills, miracle herbs, or rare spirit fruits?
I've never heard of any spirit pills, miracle herbs, or rare spirit fruits that can help a person progress from the perfection mortal shedding stage to the Saint Rudiment stage within a span of a few months. Is that Duan Ling Tian even human?
Why do I feel like he's the reincarnation of a celestial being?
It's getting more and more outrageous. Maybe he had some fortuitous encounter.
No matter what, the news about Duan Ling Tian breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage was true. When Duan Ling Tian revealed his strength at the Saint Rudiment stage, not only was many Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples present, but there were also a lot of people from the other 8 sections. There was no way it could be staged. For a time, the entire Moon Illumination sect turned lively because of Duan Ling Tian.
If the Moon Illumination sect was akin to a pool of still water prior to Duan Ling Tian's arrival, then he was undoubtedly the one that stirred the pool of still water.
Junior brother, You've broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage? Bai Li Hong, who had just received the news, was also stunned.
Although the news that was spreading outside said that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had improved so quickly and outrageously because of him, he knew it was not true. He did not possess this sort of ability. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile in response to Bai Li Hong's question. For a time, Bai Li Hong smiled bitterly with a complicated gaze. I'd originally thought that Junior Brother's innate talent in the Saint Inscription Dao is terrifying enough. Who knew your innate talent in the martial Dao is just as terrifying? No, this is more than terrifying. It's heaven-defying.
In just a few months' time, he had improved from the perfection mortal shedding stage to the Saint Rudiment stage. This sort of progress was too heaven-defying. Only Duan Ling Tian knew that he did not achieve it within the span of a few months. Even though his innate talent was fairly good, it was mostly because of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
The time flow inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was extremely slow compared to the outside world. It provided him with an unimaginable cultivation environment that allowed him to catch up to others or even surpass them in the shortest time possible.
Junior brother, now that you've broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, you should be able to inscribe 2-star Saint inscriptions, right? Bai Li Hong asked.
Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He did try inscribing a 2-star Saint inscription when he returned. He finally succeeded after failing a few times. Can you inscribe it with the strange inscription art? Bai Li Hong asked as his eyes brightened. After I came back, I've thought about inscribing a 2-star Saint inscription with the strange inscription art and walked through the steps in my head. But I haven't actually practiced or tried it yet, Duan Ling Tian said. Will I be lucky enough to observe the process? Bai Li Hong asked with a smile. Sure. Duan Ling Tian quickly agreed to it. At the same time, he began to try inscribing a 2-star Saint inscription using the strange inscription art in front of Bai Li Hong. Inscribing Saint inscriptions with the strange inscription art merely required half the number of materials required.
After several trials, Duan Ling Tian finally succeeded in inscribing a 2-star Saint inscription with the strange inscription art.
The materials he used was less than half of the materials required if one were to inscribe it using the traditional Saint inscription method.
Junior brother Duan, you're really a genius when it comes to the Saint Inscription Dao. Bai Lihong could not help but exclaim when he saw Duan Ling Tian manage to inscribe a 2-star Saint inscription using the strange inscription art so quickly. I was thinking of how I should advise you to focus more on the Saint Inscription Dao. Now, it seems like there's no need for that because no matter if it's your achievement in the Martial Dao or your achievement in the Saint Inscription Dao, they're way beyond an ordinary person. Ordinary people might not be able to handle both the Martial Dao and the Saint Inscription Dao at once, but that doesn't apply to you. The blind confidence Bai Lihong had in Duan Ling Tian was evident in his words. Senior brother, I'm ready to participate in the Inner Court Disciples Assessment. When will the Inner Court Disciples Assessment begin? Duan Ling Tian asked. Junior brother, with your current strength, there's no point in joining the Inner Court Disciples Assessment. I'll ask someone to go get the identity order token of an Inner Court disciple for you, Bai Lihong said. Duan Ling Tian thought about it for a while before he agreed to it. With his current strength, even a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse would not pose much of threat to him. Hence, he did not reject Bai Lihong's noble intention. Junior brother, I still remember you previously promised me that if you ever join the Inner Court, you'll stay at my place, Bai Lihong said as he squinted. Of course, I remember that. Duan Ling Tian nodded and said with a smile, if senior brother doesn't mind, I'll be staying at your place from on now. Haha, great. I've already prepared a room for you, and it's cleaned every once in a while. You can move in immediately. Bai Lihong laughed happily as soon as Duan Ling Tian agreed to it. Duan Ling Tian felt touched by Bai Lihong's words. Right? How was your trip to Han River City? Was everything all right? Bai Lihong asked. He knew nothing about what happened to Duan Ling Tian during his journey to Han River City and the things that had happened in Han River City because he did not have the time to ask around. In fact, he did not even know Duan Ling Tian had left the Moon Illumination sect previously. However, he did not blame Duan Ling Tian because he knew that Duan Ling Tian did not want to bother or worry him. Duan Ling Tian had long regarded Bai Lihong as his elder brother even though the age gap between them was quite vast. Therefore, he did not conceal anything that happened to him during his travels and told Bai Lihong everything. Naturally, he downplayed the dangerous parts. Even so, it still frightened Bai Lihong and made him shudder. Huang Chang, a mere outer court elder, actually dare to covet your things and intend to kill you. He deserves to die. Don't worry, junior brother. I'll use my connections to find Huang Chang and bring him to you so you can deal with him however you want. Bai Lihong was truly enraged. If in the beginning he was merely impressed by Duan Ling Tian and had recognized him as his junior brother because he was worthy enough to inherit the strange inscription art, now, he really regarded Duan Ling Tian as his junior brother. It was not only because he was the person who inherited the strange inscription art but also because they got along well. When he was with Duan Ling Tian, he felt like they had a friendship that transcended age. When he learned that Duan Ling Tian almost died in Huang Cheng's hands, he could not suppress the anger he felt. Senior brother, don't be angry. I'm not concerned about Huang Cheng, Duan Ling Tian said confidently with a faint smile. He was actually very confident. Even if he still could not fight Huang Cheng directly with his current strength, but given some time, he would certainly be able to surpass Huang Cheng in every way. The cultivation environment on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not something the 2nd level could compare to. It was enough to bring him soaring to new heights. The black-robed man that came later should be an assassin from the Mountain Shade Black Market if I'm not mistaken, Bai Lihong said solemnly. Fortunately, you met a savior, otherwise it might end up in a disaster. Duan Ling Tian had told him about the black-robed assassin. However, he omitted the part about the Devil Seal tablet and merely said that a powerhouse who was passing by had stood up against the injustice and killed the black-robed man. Yes. Luckily I met a savior. It's a pity that when I asked him for his name and where he's from, he left without responding. Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. His act seemed very real. Naturally, Bai Lihong did not doubt Duan Ling Tian. He nodded and said, that savior of yours must either be a reclusive powerhouse staying in the area under the 9 sect alliances or he's from a force that's at least at the same level as the Moon Illumination sect. From your description, the black-robed man who wanted to kill you should be a 3-star assassin from the Mountain Shade Black Market. However, your savior killed him easily. This means he's not an ordinary Saint Stage powerhouse.
Bai Lihong said as his eyes shone with gratitude toward Duanling Tian's savior.
In one of the spacious residences in the inner court, Lu Huan's face darkened in anger when he learned that not only did Duanling Tian return safely, but he had even broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage.
Impossible.
Impossible. It's impossible that he's still alive, Lu Huan muttered after taking a deep breath. An expression of disbelief was apparent on his face.
Unless the people from Mountain Shade Black Market haven't made a move? Although he found it hard to believe Duanling Tian had returned alive, he was indeed alive and well. Lu Huan could only accept the fact regardless of how reluctant he was. For a time, he kept thinking the people from Mountain Shade Black Market had not made their move. That's not right.
The Mountain Shade Black Market and I had agreed on a time. Once the time has passed without any result, it would be considered as a failure. It's long past the time that we had agreed to. This means they had failed the mission, Lu Huan thought to himself as his face darkened again. Soon after, he left his own residence and the Moon Illumination sect and headed in the direction of Han River City. He was going to confirm it personally. When Lu Huan left, many people in the Moon Illumination sect had learned about Duanling Tian's breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment stage.
Impossible. Impossible. That's impossible.
It can't be. Once Yi-Man came out from his closed-door cultivation, he heard the news about Duanling Tian breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage. He felt lost for a moment. He thought that after coming to the Moon Illumination sect, he would be able to redeem himself of his past shame and have Duanling Tian groveling at his feet or even kill him. However, God seemed to be pulling a prank on him.
Even when he deviated to the Devil Dao due to his obsession and managed to improve his cultivation by leaps and bounds, he was still far behind Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian always seemed to be ahead of him. No. No.
No. Suddenly, wisps of devil chi began to emit out of Yi-Man's body as his eyes turned blood-red. At the same time, he rushed out of his independent courtyard and began attacking everyone he saw as though he had lost his mind. When Yi-Man came out from his closed-door cultivation this time, his cultivation base had reached the paramount mortal shedding stage. In the outer court, only a few people were a match for him. Just a few moments later, there were already several outer court disciples who died in his hands. They were all torn into pieces by him with his bare hands.
The bloody scene terrified the other outer court disciples, and they began to run away. Someone's killing people. Someone's killing people. Yi-Man's experiencing chi deviation, and he's killing people. Elders, deacons, help, save me. All the outer court disciples who witnessed Yi-Man killing people ran away as they shouted loudly. Those who were targeted by Yi-Man were constantly calling out for help as well. Unfortunately, the outer court elders and outer court deacons took some time before they arrived after they received the news. Hence, Yi-Man managed to kill a dozen more people before they finally arrived.
The devil chi would surge even more every time he killed someone. In the end, he even had a breakthrough to the early Saint Rudiment stage.
Early Saint Rudiment stage? Yi-Man, who had lost his mind, instantly regained his senses when he had a breakthrough. At this moment, he realized the trouble he was in. Duanling Tian, you're at the Saint Rudiment stage, and now I'm also at the Saint Rudiment stage. One day, I'll have you begging at my feet. After breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage, Yi-Man's self-confidence seemed to have returned. When he realized the impending crisis that was coming for him, he hurriedly fled from the Moon Illumination sect without any hesitation at all.
However, how could his speed compete with the speed of the outer court elders?
A few moments later, a few outer court elders appeared and surrounded him as they stared at him.
Who?
At the same time, a gust of wind appeared before another person materialized before Yi-Man. Elder Dongfang. The few outer court elders bowed at him respectfully when they saw him. The person who came was the greatest outer court elder, Dongfang Quan. The few outer court elders did not expect this matter would bring Dongfang Quan here. However, when they thought about the severity of the matter, they no longer thought his presence here was surprising. On the contrary, it would be unreasonable if Elder Dongfang did not make an appearance. After all, he was the person in charge of the outer court of Moon Illumination sect. All the outer court elders had to listen to his orders and obey him.
You're really daring. You actually dare to attack your own senior brothers and junior brothers. Dongfang Quan's expression was slightly gloomy. He did not expect something so dreadful to happen when he was the greatest elder of the outer court.
Such incident rarely happened in the history of the Moon Illumination sect.
Although Yuman had not seen the old man in front of him before, he could tell what his identity was judging by the way the surrounding outer court elders addressed him.
Yuman's expression instantly turned solemn.
After taking a deep breath, Yuman moved his hand and a light streaked away quickly. 2 bloody wounds simultaneously appeared on his palms. It bled profusely with no signs of stopping.
At the same time, Yuman put his palms together, and a dazzling blood-red light instantly shone. Oh no! Dongfang Quan's expression changed dramatically when he saw this. Even the few outer court elders' expressions had changed. So. As soon as their expression changed, they quickly made their moves as well. However, even when the fastest among them, Dongfang Quan, arrived near Yuman, he did not even manage to touch him. He merely dispersed the bloody fog Yuman had formed. Yuman, who was still here a moment ago, had just vanished before their very eyes. Blood escape! It's blood escape! One of the outer court elders said with a darkened expression. This Yuman is actually a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator. Blood escape was a method that could only be mastered by devil cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage. Once a devil cultivator used the blood escape, they were instantly granted speed far above their cultivation base to escape. This was a devil cultivator's life-saving secret tactic. Naturally, the blood escape secret tactic came with an enormous price tag since it was outrageously powerful. Apart from only being able to use it 3 times in their lives, they would burn their own life energy and lose their strength for a short period of time after using it. Unless they were in a life or death situation, it was unlikely they would use blood escape. All of you are not aware there's a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator like him lurking in the outer court all this time? Dongfang Quan said as he glanced at the outer court elders with a gloomy expression. The devil cultivator had even killed several people at the outer court.
Moreover, he even escaped right under his watch.
This was absolutely humiliating for him. Dongfang Quan left the Moon Illumination sect's estate like a gust of wind as the few outer court elders exchanged bitter smiles with each other.
In any case, he still had to try his best to hunt down the devil cultivator who had escaped to account for the outer court disciples who died and to the sect.
Although his chances were slim, he knew it's the best time to look for the devil cultivator since he had lost all his strength and would not be able to go far. When Dongfang Quan went after Yuman, the few outer court elders returned to the outer court. However, they did not dare to say too much about the matter. No matter how the other outer court elders or outer court deacons asked, they merely said they had met Dongfang Quan halfway through, and he had asked them to return and calm the outer court disciples while he chased after Yuman himself.
Elder Dongchong, Yuman had joined the sect under your supervision. I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of this one, an outer court elder said as he looked at Dongchong.
Dongchong was the outer court elder responsible for the entrance assessment when Duanling Tian and Yuman joined the Moon Illumination sect. Dongchong could not help but smile bitterly when he heard the words. He had already mentally prepared himself. If the sect laid down the rules from the beginning to prevent devil cultivators from joining, this wouldn't have happened. Many outer court elders stood up for Dongchong. At the end of the day, the responsibility of this matter lies with the sect. It's not Elder Dongchong's fault because he had only acted in accordance with the sect. That's right.
Everyone knows Yuman is a devil cultivator, but no one expects him to lose his mind and kill so many outer court disciples. All the outer court elders were filled with indignation.
All right. What we have to do now is to calm the remaining outer court disciples. I'm afraid the incident today will leave a psychological trauma on them. It can get serious, so we must minimize the damage. One of the calmer outer court elders seemed to have analyzed the situation at hand. That's right. Now's not the time to complain about the sect's rules. It's important that we calm the remaining outer court disciples. Dongchong agreed. It had already been 3 days when Duanling Tian finally learned about the matter. During the past 3 days, he was inscribing 2-star saint inscriptions using the strange inscription art in a quiet room at Bai Li Hong's residence.
Finally, he managed to master inscribing 2-star saint inscriptions using the strange inscription art at the impeccable stage.
He only left the quiet room after he had succeeded. Once he left the quiet room, he heard about the incident in the outer court where a devil cultivator killed a lot of people. Yi Man. Duan Ling Tian had a strange expression on his face when he found out the devil cultivator was Yi Man. He was no stranger to Yi Man. In fact, he had met him when he first arrived at the Dao Marshal Saint Land. At that time, he even snatched his spot in the latent dragon camp in Mound Hill City. 1 year later, he met Yu Man again at the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. He had noticed Yu Man's hatred and killing intent. It was obvious he wished he could kill him. However, he had never considered Yi Man as a threat. He was not afraid of Yi Man before he deviated to the Devil Dao, even more so when he had fallen to the Devil Dao. Unless the cultivation base of Yi Man who had deviated to the Devil Dao surpassed him by 2 levels, he would not be able to go against Duanling Tian who could use the Devil Suppressant energy from the Devil Seal tablet. He was destined to be crushed under the power of the Devil Suppressant energy. He must have experienced a chi deviation, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Have they caught him? Duanling Tian asked Bai Li Hong. According to their announcement, they said they haven't caught him. Bai Li Hong said. They haven't caught him? How's that possible? Duanling Tian found it hard to believe. Although Yi Man was a devil cultivator who experienced a chi deviation and had greatly increased his strength, he was merely a paramount mortal shedding stage devil cultivator. Theoretically, it was impossible for him to escape from a group of outer court elders and outer court deacons. Moreover, Yi Man had killed so many outer court disciples. His nature was so terrible that it shook all of the Moon Illumination Sect's high-ranking officials. Even the outer court's greatest elder, Dongfang Quan, had to personally deal with the matter. Duanling Tian had dealt with Dongfang Quan before. He knew that Dongfang Quan's strength was comparable to an inner court elder. With him dealing with it personally, how could Yi Man have escaped? I heard that Yi Man used blood escape, Bai Li Hong said. Blood escape. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed. Naturally, he knew what blood escape was. Blood escape is a move that can only be used by devil cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage. Does it mean Yi Man has broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage? Duanling Tian was shocked. The speed of a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator when they used blood escape's secret tactic was comparable to the speed of a Saint stage powerhouse. Once they used the blood escape secret tactic, terrible side effects aside, their speed would increase outrageously to the extent it would be raised a level higher. This is why even if Yi Man was merely an early Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator, once he used the blood escape secret tactic, no one under the Saint stage could make him stay. Speaking of this Yi Man, he seemed to have joined the sect at the same time you did, junior brother. Bai Li Hong sighed. I didn't expect there's someone else with such a monstrous talent apart from you among the disciples who are recruited this time. Too bad he had killed in the sect. He would never be accepted by the sect again. Besides, his future achievement would be greatly reduced since he used the blood escape secret tactic, Bai Li Hong said. A devil cultivator above the Saint Rudiment stage could only use the blood escape secret tactic at most 3 times in their lives. They would die if they used it the 3rd time. Therefore, ordinary devil cultivators would only dare to use it twice if they wanted to live. Moreover, every time they used it, it would take a huge toll on their bodies. Not only would the side effect affect their lifespan, but it would also affect their future cultivation. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult for Dongfang Quan to report this matter to the sect leader, Bai Li Hong muttered as he shook his head. As someone who had opened up 99 saint veins, Duanling Tian had extraordinary hearing, thus he could easily hear Bai Li Hong's words. He could understand his concern. Regardless, Dongfang Quan was the greatest elder in the outer court. He was in charge of the entire outer court. He would definitely be punished for letting something like that happen in the place he was in charge of. Moreover, he was not able to apprehend that person. Junior brother, about Yi Man's escape, please keep it to yourself and don't spread it around. They had announced that Yi Man was caught and would be executed in a few days. Bai Li Hong said. I understand. Duanling Tian nodded. Although Bai Li Hong did not say why, it was not difficult for Duanling Tian to guess the reason. The Moon Illumination Sect's high-ranking officials were most likely worried that once the news of Yi Man's escape was leaked, the outer court disciples would descend into panic again. The only way to calm down the fears of the outer court disciples and restore peace to the outer court was to say they had caught Yi Man. 3 days later, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect gave an order to execute Yiman. Duan Ling Tian was also present on that day. When Duan Ling Tian saw Yiman, who was tied up in the middle of the execution ground and surrounded by a big crowd, he could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Such an impressive disguise. He looks almost exactly like Yiman. If I didn't know that Yiman had escaped, I would have thought that he's Yiman." He's Yiman? The devil cultivator who killed 23 outer court disciples. Devil cultivators are like ticking bombs. In my opinion, I think the sect should impose a rule and ban devil cultivators from joining the sect. That's right. Once the rule is in place, we can completely eliminate the chance of something like this happening again. Many Moon Illumination sect's disciples were discussing among themselves. Even some of the inner court disciples had an expression of fear on their faces when the words devil cultivators were mentioned. Hey, all of you are discriminating against devil cultivators. So what if someone is a devil cultivator? Take me for example, I've never experienced chi deviation. Besides, don't you forget that there are 2 devil cultivators among the few saint stage powerhouses in our sect. How can you discriminate against them like this? One of the inner court disciples, who was also a devil cultivator, protested. Instantly, the group of Moon Illumination sect's disciples fell silent. Yes, there were 2 devil cultivators among the saint stage powerhouses in the sect. Obviously, it was impossible for the sect to impose a rule to ban devil cultivators from joining. The subsequent scene was simple. One of the Moon Illumination sect's enforcement elder had personally executed Yiman. After killing Yiman, he looked around and said in a deep voice, "The sect has never rejected devil cultivators because we value their speed of cultivation and extraordinary strength. However, a devil cultivator will always be a devil cultivator. They're like a double-edged sword to the sect. The sect has been using this double-edged sword smoothly until recently when an oddity like Yiman appeared." Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel drowsy when he heard the enforcement elder speaking in official jargon. Duan Ling Tian could guess his subsequent speech without even listening. He would most certainly give a warning to the other devil cultivators. Here, I'd like to warn the devil cultivators among the inner court disciples to avoid chi deviation while cultivating. If there's a risk of chi deviation, you should do it far away from the sect. Let Yiman serve as an example to you otherwise. Just as Duan Ling Tian had expected, the enforcement elder warned the devil cultivators present with his words. What he meant was simple. If devil cultivators were uncertain about their cultivation, they should cultivate far away from the sect so that they would not affect the sect if chi deviation occurred. If their chi deviated in the sect and they killed people in the sect, they would have to die. It should be noted that the enforcement elder's words were effective as the faces of the disciples who were devil cultivators turned solemn. With Yiman as an example, they would not dare to be careless anymore. Just like that, Yiman's incident came to an end, and peace was gradually restored in the Moon Illumination sect. With Bai Li Hong's status in the Moon Illumination sect, Duan Ling Tian received his identity order token for inner court disciples in just a few days' time. Duan Ling Tian had also officially joined the Moon Illumination sect's inner court and moved into Bai Li Hong's mansion. Due to Duan Ling Tian's relationship with Bai Li Hong, there were not many inner court disciples who dared to offend him even though he had just joined the inner court. In the following days, Duan Ling Tian entered the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and greedily inhaled the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air and the heaven and earth spirit energy inside the saint stones to improve his cultivation base. He desperately wanted to break through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Once he broke through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, he would be able to master the true energy consolidated weapon. At that time, his strength would have a qualitative leap. Once I master the true energy consolidated weapon, I'm confident I'll be able to defeat even the strongest perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. I'm not sure about Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses though. After all, they've mastered the true energy consolidated territory. Duan Ling Tian had personally witnessed how terrifying the true energy consolidated territory could be. That assassin whom he suspected was from the Mountainshade Black Market had formed the Blood Devil territory that easily obstructed him even though he was using a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Within the Blood Devil territory, every Blood Devil was extremely powerful. I don't know what kind of territory I'll master when I break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage,
Duanling Tian was very eager to find out. One might be able to choose one's true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast, but it was not the case with the true energy consolidated territory. It was entirely up to heaven. It was a gift from heaven that was as useful as one's arms. Just like the assassin whom Duanling Tian suspected to be from the Mountain Shade Black Market, he was a devil cultivator who had mastered the Blood Devil territory. The territory was very suitable for him. While Duanling Tian was working hard on his cultivation, the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court elder Lu Huan had arrived at Han River City and the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the area under the influence of the 9 sect alliances. His purpose in coming here was simple. He wanted to ask the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market if the mission he had put out had failed. What would happen next if it failed? Did it really fail? Even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Huan's face that was hidden under a mask still turned ghastly when he learned the mission had really failed. Guest, we failed your mission because we had underestimated your target. According to the rules of the Mountain Shade Black Market, we'll refund you twice the amount you've paid. A person from the Mountain Shade Black Market said apologetically to Lu Huan. In other words, if Lu Huan had previously spent 10,000 grade 6 Saint Stones to buy Duanling Tian's life, he would be compensated with another 10,000 grade 6 Saint Stones on top of what he had paid. However, Lu Huan was not happy at all. What if I want you to continue the mission? Lu Huan pressed. At this time, he merely thought the person whom the Mountain Shade Black Market sent out was too weak. That had to be a reason why they failed. If you want us to continue with the mission, you don't have to pay us. It'll do if you just give us some time, the person from the Mountain Shade Black Market said. All right, I want you to continue with the mission. I hope you'll send out someone stronger this time. Don't let me down again, Lu Huan said, displeasure evident in his voice. Don't worry, the Mountain Shade Black Market won't let you down again, the person from Mountain Shade Black Market said. After Lu Huan left, inside one of the rooms in the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch, 2 of the highest high-ranking officials in that branch got together again due to Lu Huan's mission. These 2 high-ranking officials were Yin Yang and Tai Wu. Yin Yang was the person in charge of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in Han River City. He was usually responsible for taking care of the day-to-day matters. Tai Wu was the secret weapon of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch at the areas under the influence of the 9 sect alliances. He was usually rotated between the various branches of the Mountain Shade Black Market in the areas under the 9 sect alliances. Recently, he had been on duty at Han River City. Tai Wu was also the Mountain Shade Black Market powerhouse who killed the previous sect leader of Profound Talisman sect back then. We are continuing with the previous mission that Qi Ming took on and failed, Yin Yang said as he looked at Tai Wu. Tai Wu nodded. This time, you're not going to let another 3-star assassin accept the mission, right? Although Qi Ming wasn't the best 3-star assassin, he could be considered to be among the top few. Naturally, I won't let another 3-star assassin accept the mission if even someone like him failed and was killed. This time, I intend to let Qi Mei do it, Yin Yang said as his dark eyes suddenly brightened. Some time ago, he had gone back to the lair of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch to verify that Qi Ming's soul pearl had already been broken. It broke during the time he was carrying out his mission. He was dead if his soul pearl was broken. Qi Mei? Tai Wu looked surprised. As far as I know, Qi Mei is considered a top-tier trump card at the branches in this area. She has never failed to kill any target below the Saint stage. That's right. Qi Mei's one of our trump cards at the branches in the areas under the 9 sect alliances. She's a quasi-4-star assassin. Yin Yang nodded. In the Mountain Shade Black Market, a quasi-4-star assassin had strength equivalent to someone at the imminent Saint stage. Because they were assassins, they would not confront their targets directly and would use a stealthy and unexpected approach. Therefore, the Mountain Shade Black Market's quasi-4-star assassins were usually able to kill imminent Saint stage powerhouses. Naturally, this did not mean they could kill all imminent Saint stage powerhouses. Due to various reasons, some imminent Saint stage powerhouses were as strong as weaker Saint stage powerhouses. It would still be quite difficult for these quasi-4-star assassins to kill these imminent Saint stage powerhouses. However, there were not a lot of such imminent Saint stage powerhouses in the 9 sect alliances areas. It was only possible for a fifth-rate force, fourth-rate force, or a more powerful force to have such talents at the imminent saint stage.
If Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base rose to the imminent saint stage in the future, he would naturally belong to that category. His innate talent and potential were no weaker than the young talents from the powerful forces.
With Qi Mei taking on this mission, the success should be as sure as a gun, Taiwu said. Based on his words, it could be seen that he had full confidence in Qi Mei, the quasi-4-star assassin. In addition to being a quasi-4-star assassin, Qi Mei was also a woman. She was the only female quasi-4-star assassin at Mountain Shade Black Market's branches in the areas under the 9 sect alliances. Moreover, she was widely acknowledged as being number 1 among all the quasi-4-star assassins in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branches. No one had ever seen Qi Mei's face. Even Yin Yang and Tai Wu had only seen Qi Mei's shapely body that was garbed in black. Put aside Qi Mei's face that was also concealed in black. Any man would lust over Qi Mei just by looking at her fine figure. However, even Tai Wu and Yin Yang did not dare to act inappropriately. This was because Qi Mei had the support of the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branches in the areas under the influence of the 9 sect alliances. The relationship between Qi Mei and the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market was a mystery to everyone. In fact, it was probable that only Qi Mei and the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market knew about the nature of their relationship. Naturally, there were a lot of people from the Mountain Shade Black Market who speculated secretly.
Some said that Qi Mei was the leader's woman, while some others said that Qi Mei was the leader's illegitimate daughter. In fact, some even said that Qi Mei was the granddaughter of the leader. Regardless, Qi Mei's backstory was an unsolved mystery that intrigued the others. The Mountain Shade Black Market's branch at Han River City was one of their main bases, but it was not the main lair of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branches. The main lair of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branches was located deep in a forested mountain north of Han River City. It was hidden beneath several layers of hallucinogenic formation. Apart from the high-ranking officials of Mountain Shade Black Market's branches and some of the assassins who were considered trump cards who knew the way in, the other people from the Mountain Shade Black Market's branches did not know how to enter even if they knew the location. The hallucinogenic formation at the Mountain Shade Black Market branch's main lair was very mysterious. It was jointly set up by a 4-star Saint Inscription Master and a 4-star Dao Talisman Master. Naturally, this did not mean the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch had a 4-star Saint Inscription Master and a 4-star Dao Talisman Master because both of them were sent by the Mountain Shade Black Market's top-tier branches. They merely there to help set up the formation for the Mountain Shade Black Market's branches in the area under the influence of the 9 sect alliances. They had left after they completed the formations. It would be extremely tough for ordinary Saint stage powerhouses to enter these hallucinogenic formations. Beyond the layers of hallucinogenic formations, there was a huge valley in the depths of the mountain with many independent courtyards. At first glance, they seemed to be everywhere in the mountains. Xiao. Suddenly, a sharp arrow that carried a jade token flew by and embedded itself on a wooden post of a house at the hillside. Who? Almost at the same time, the arrow was embedded into the wooden post. A purple bird materialized out of thin air. It pecked at the sharp arrow with its beak and easily pulled out the sharp arrow that embedded in the wooden post. The whole process seemed effortless. Who? The purple bird suddenly vanished and appeared at the backyard. The backyard was obscured by clouds. It was obviously shrouded with formations too. The formation had completely blocked the house from sight. Naturally, it was extremely easy for the people inside to look out. There was a young woman seated beside a small pond in the backyard while she played with the water with her delicate feet. She had an extremely beautiful face and seemed to be deep in thoughts. One would not be able to tell what she's thinking about. Sister. The young woman only regained her senses and took the sharp arrow from the purple bird's beak when the purple bird appeared and began to speak. She threw the sharp arrow away, leaving only the jade token behind. After that, the young woman poured her spiritual energy into it. A few moments later, the information within the jade token appeared in her mind. Moon Illumination Sect, Duan Ling Tian, Saint Rudiment Stage? A few months ago, he was merely at the Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage. There's such a monstrous martial Dao prodigy at this place where the birds don't even want to shit. The young woman was a bit surprised. To ask me to personally take on such a target.
Are all those 3-star assassins trash? The young woman suddenly frowned. However, after she sorted out all the information in her mind, she unfurrowed her brows. Xi Ming had failed? Interesting. Xia, it seems like we're going out. The young woman's final sentence was obviously directed to the purple bird. Hee. Finally, a mission. Sister, pass this mission to me, I'll definitely do a good job, the purple bird hovering in front of the young woman vowed as it flapped its wings. We'll see. The young woman smiled faintly. I guess that moon illumination sect's disciple called Duanling Tian must have someone protecting him in the dark. My guess would be the 3-star saint inscription master of moon illumination sect by Li Hong. His strength is comparable to an imminent saint stage powerhouse if he unleashes his full strength. Sister, why don't you take the target and let me deal with that by Li Hong? When the purple bird heard the young woman's words, it quickly changed its tune. Based on its words, it did not seem bothered by Li Hong even though his strength was comparable to an imminent saint stage powerhouse. Xia, if you talk anymore, then you'll have to stay home. The young woman frowned and stared at the purple bird. The latter quickly shut up, not daring to make another sound. When the young woman came out after walking into a room, she was already dressed in a black garb. Her beautiful face was completely covered. However, her fine figure was enough to incur envy in other women and make men covet her. After a few moments, the woman vanished into thin air and the purple bird disappeared along with her. There was a remote mountain range 10,000 miles west of the mountain-shade Black Market's branch's main lair. It seemed barren. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. A figure that looked agitated was heading into the depths of the mountain range with a pearl tightly gripped in her hands. Brother, now that the Ouyang clan is gone, and father's also gone, you don't have to continue with your punishment anymore. I'm coming to get you out. The agitated figure was also a young woman. If Duanling Tian was here, he would have recognized the young woman as the second young miss of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Ruo. Ouyang Ruo was supposed to die along with the rest of the Ouyang clan. But she was lucky enough to escape death because she had gone out at the right time. Although she had escaped death, it had not been easy for her as well. She had to hide from the mountain-shade Black Market's assassins as she hurriedly left Han River City. The direction Ouyang Ruo was headed in was the direction of the Nether Ridge that had been passed down in the Ouyang clan since a long time ago. Her objective was simple. She was looking for her brother. If the clan leader of Ouyang clan, Ouyang Ba, was still alive and learned about Ouyang Ruo's intention, he would have smiled bitterly because her thinking was too naive. Certainly, the blame could not be placed on Ouyang Ruo because there were only a few who knew the exact information about the Nether Ridge in the entire Ouyang clan. The Nether Ridge was a bottomless pit. Unless one had the ability to come out on their own, it would only lead to one's death. On another note, the pearl held by Ouyang Ruo was her brother, Ouyang Qing's soul pearl. She had taken it from the Ouyang clan's ancestral temple after the Ouyang clan was annihilated. On that day when she snuck into the Ouyang clan's ancestral temple, most of the soul pearls were already shattered. The remaining soul pearls belonged to lineal disciples who were not around. In the Ouyang clan, only lineal disciples were eligible to own a soul pearl. After retrieving her own soul pearl and Ouyang Qing's soul pearl, Ouyang Ruo left Han River City and made her way to the Nether Ridge. In just a blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Duanling Tian left the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and exited his room, looking refreshed as his face showed a brilliant smile. It was obvious Duanling Tian was feeling extremely good. I finally broke through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. The brilliant smile slowly faded into a small grin after he heaved a sigh of relief. 10 months had passed inside the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda while only 2 months had passed in the real world. Apart from cultivating Saint-grade martial tactic during those 10 months, Duanling Tian also focused on his cultivation base which led to his breakthrough. However, Duanling Tian discovered he still could not use the true energy consolidated weapon technique even after breaking through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Duanling Tian had asked by Li Hong questions regarding true energy consolidated weapon and learned that it was a technique that allowed the user to consolidate an independent weapon of the user's choice from the user's true energy. It might be an arrow this time and a blade next time. True energy consolidated weapon could consolidate a weapon of the user's choice without any limitations.
True Energy Consolidated Weapon was also the only technique among the 3 techniques that could be mastered by a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator that did not have any limitations.
True Energy Consolidated Beast could not change its form after it was consolidated. There were 2 ways to consolidate the beast using the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. It could be solidified through pure imagination or through a wild beast or a saint beast's blood essence.
However, the power of a consolidated beast through pure imagination was far inferior compared to the consolidated beasts that were formed from blood essence. The former only had the beast's shape and form, while the latter would not only have the beast's shape and form but also its force. All the consolidated beasts Duan Ling Tian had seen up until now were consolidated through pure imagination. This was because it was extremely difficult to come across a wild beast or a saint beast's blood essence. The blood essence needed to consolidate the True Energy Consolidated Beast had several conditions. The blood essence needed to be from a beast with a high-level bloodline like the dragons or phoenixes, otherwise it had to be from a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage beast. Therefore, only very few people would consolidate the True Energy Consolidated Beast using a beast's blood essence. Only those with extraordinary background and powerhouses to help them extract the blood essence were able to master it.
Since I've already fused with the blood essence of a 5-clawed devil dragon, I'll be able to consolidate a 5-clawed devil dragon with my true energy when I reach the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Ling Tian said to himself with high hopes. Since his true energy consolidated beast technique used the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence as its foundation, Duan Ling Tian should able to defeat about 90% of the consolidated beasts among his peers. It was not entirely impossible for him to challenge an enemy from a higher level as well. Duan Ling Tian discovered he was able to consolidate a sword from his true energy with just a thought as soon as he left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. A huge true energy consolidated sword hovered in front of him. With another thought, a wave of sonic boom surged up and flashed in the sky. It seems like the true energy consolidated weapon technique can't be used inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian said in relief. He was worried that he could not master the technique, and as a result, it would put him in a disadvantageous position if he was battling other Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao cultivators. When Duan Ling Tian was focused on consolidating various weapons and playing with them like a little kid with a new toy on Christmas morning, a loud voice came from outside. True Energy Consolidated Weapon? Duan Ling Tian knew Bai Li Hong had come judging from the voice. Senior brother. Duan Ling Tian greeted Bai Li Hong with a smile while a True Energy Consolidated Spear dispersed with just a thought. However, Bai Li Hong did not respond to him. He only stared at him as though it was their first time meeting. Although Bai Li Hong knew Duan Ling Tian had reached the Saint Rudiment stage, he assumed that Duan Ling Tian had only reached the early stage. He did not expect him to surprise him so much after only 2 months. In just 6 months, the cultivation base of the person in front of him rose to the Saint Rudiment Mastery stage from the Mortal Shedding Perfection stage. He did not think a genius like this existed in this world prior to this. Is there anything I can help you with, senior brother? Duan Ling Tian asked when he saw Bai Li Hong staring at him blankly. Duan Ling Tian roughly knew what was going through Bai Li Hong's mind, and he was more curious about the purpose of his visit. He would not just visit him for no good reason. Bai Li Hong finally regained his senses. He sized Duan Ling Tian up before he finally replied, "You freak." Although this was not the first time Duan Ling Tian had heard this comment, he still could not help but force a smile on his face when he heard this comment from a Moon Illumination Sect's inner court elder. I wonder, how do you cultivate, junior brother? Reaching the Saint Rudiment Mastery stage and mastering the True Energy Consolidated Weapon in less than 6 months. Bai Li Hong could not help asking, even though he knew this was one of Duan Ling Tian's secret. Naturally, he was prepared for Duan Ling Tian's refusal to reveal it, since everyone had their own secrets. He did not feel like it was absolutely necessary for him to obtain an answer from Duan Ling Tian, since his question was asked in the spur of the moment. Senior brother, do you believe it's possible for someone to reach the Saint Rudiment Mastery stage from the Mortal Shedding Perfection stage in less than 6 months? Duan Ling Tian responded to Bai Li Hong with a question as he shook his head and smiled. I didn't believe it's possible before, but the truth is standing right in front of my eyes. How can I not believe it? Bai Li Hong replied with a forced smile.
If I tell you I have a secret tactic that allows me to hide my cultivation base, would you believe me? Duan Tian asked laughingly.
Bai Lihong was stunned after hearing Duan Tian's words. He had considered this possibility before, but he had not heard of such a secret tactic.
I see. Bai Lihong looked visibly relieved.
Although it was shocking to hear about such a secret tactic, it was still less shocking than Duan Tian reaching the Saint Rudiment Mastery stage from the Mortal Shedding Perfection stage in less than 6 months.
Compared to that, Duan Tian having a secret tactic to conceal his cultivation was more acceptable to Bai Lihong.
Duan Tian was relieved Bai Lihong believed his explanation. However, he felt sorry since he had to lie to him even though he treated him sincerely.
Naturally, Duan Tian knew he had to lie to Bai Lihong because the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was his biggest secret. If that secret was revealed, he would be in deep trouble. Duan Tian knew Bai Lihong would keep his secret even if he told him the truth. However, news had a way of getting out. There are several spiritual secret tactics that allowed the user to read another person's soul, thoughts, and knowledge. Usually, it was extremely hard to defend against this type of secret tactic, and no information could be hidden from such a secret tactic.
Duan Tian chose to keep it a secret due to this reason. He felt it was the best to keep this from Bai Lihong.
Junior brother, I've been visiting you since a fortnight ago, but I saw you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you, Bai Lihong said. You've been visiting since a fortnight ago? Duan Tian was surprised. Is there anything urgent, senior brother?
Yes. Bai Lihong nodded. Aren't you interested in all sorts of rare and weird materials? You'll finally have a chance to see them in the sex storehouse. With a little luck and my help, I think you'll be able to obtain the materials you desire there. It was obvious Bai Lihong had heard about Duan Tian searching for materials in Milky Way City. Bai Lihong had his eyes set on the Moon Illumination Sex Storehouse after he heard about that incident. Unfortunately, the Moon Illumination Sex Storehouse only allowed outstanding young disciples to enter under normal circumstances. It was hard for him to find a reason to enter the Moon Illumination Sex Storehouse even though he was a prominent Moon Illumination Sex Inner Court elder. Usually, no one, not even the sect leader, would enter the storehouse.
The sex storehouse? Duan Tian asked with a perplexed look on his face. What's that? The sex storehouse is where all sorts of rare and weird things are kept. The things in there are passed down from the previous generations.
There are some unpolished gems among them as well, Bai Lihong explained. However, our sect only allows outstanding young inner court disciples to enter the sex storehouse every other year. There's no exception. So in other words, it'll be open this year? After listening to Bai Lihong's explanation, Duan Tian became extremely interested in Moon Illumination Sex Storehouse. He felt the storehouse was like an untouched treasure cove.
Yes. Bai Lihong nodded. Our sect will gather all the inner court's disciples under 40 years old in a fortnight and organize a hunting trial. Outstanding participants of that trial will be given an opportunity to enter the sex storeroom to select items they desire.
Inner court disciples who are 40 years old or younger? When Duan Tian heard Bai Lihong's words, all he did was reveal a calm smile. He did not look bothered about it as though he did not feel any pressure at all. With his current strength, he did not fear those powerful top-tier inner court elders, let alone those inner court disciples in the Moon Illumination sect who were below 40 years old.
He did not dare to say that he would be able to defeat a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, but those who were at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage were basically no match for him as long as they were not particularly talented. Due to this reason, he felt the hunting assessment that was going to be held by the Moon Illumination sect annually was merely a formality to him. Yes. Bai Lihong nodded before smiling. This hunting assessment should be just a mere formality to you, junior brother. With your strength, it's very easy for you to obtain first place. Bai Lihong's tone filled with confidence for Duan Tian. With Duan Tian's cultivation base at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, none of the inner court disciples below 40 years old could compare to him at all in the Moon Illumination sect.
Moreover, all the Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples who were 40 years old or younger could already be considered as extraordinary if their cultivation base reached the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Tian's achievement had far surpassed theirs. I acted on my own and signed you up.
In 10 days' time, you'll depart and head to the venue of the hunting assessment. At that time, I'll come along with you as well, Bai Lihong added. You'll come as well, senior brother? Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked.
Yes, I've asked for the position of a patroller from the sect leader to prevent people from playing favorites and violating the rules in the hunting assessment. Bai Lihong smiled. Don't tell me the sect leader isn't afraid you'll show favoritism and violate the rules for me? Duan Lingtian joked with a smile. With your cultivation base, do you even need to cheat, junior brother? Besides, even if I really help you cheat, the sect leader wouldn't say anything as well. Bai Lihong's words were filled with confidence. Among the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect, nobody else but him alone dared to say such words. Even those vice sect leaders did not have the guts to say such words, let alone the other inner court elders. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this at all. His senior brother was not just a Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder, but also the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. His position was so high that it even surpassed those few vice sect leaders in the Moon Illumination sect. Even those saint stage powerhouses in the sect had to show respect to his senior brother. To Duan Lingtian, 10 days were equivalent to 50 days on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 50 days were enough for him to do many things. Currently, the golden shirt has already been cultivated to the highest stage, while the main technique of the colossal aerolite arrow has also been cultivated to the 4th stage. It's just a step away from the 5th stage, the impeccable stage, which is also the highest stage, Duan Lingtian mumbled to himself. On top of that, the offensive technique, the gargantuan Taishan from the Golden Rock mass tactic, has also made quite a progress. In these 50 days, I'll focus on cultivating the aerolite strike and the body and arrow synchronization from the colossal aerolite arrow. After I've cultivated both of these to the highest stage, the impeccable stage, I'll also cultivate and elevate my aerolite shower. The aerolite shower was one of the offensive techniques in the colossal aerolite arrow. It was also the foundation for the strongest technique in the colossal aerolite arrow, the colossal arrow bell. He would only be able to use the aerolite shower as a foundation to start cultivating the colossal arrow bell only when he had cultivated the aerolite shower to the highest stage. Although it was a defensive technique as well, the power of the colossal arrow bell was not something the golden shirt could compare to. The golden shirt was also a technique that was at the same level as the aerolite shower. The colossal arrow bell, on the other hand, was a powerful defensive technique that was on par with the defensive technique of an Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic. However, the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic could only be cultivated when one was at the Saint stage or above. It was precisely because of this reason that Duan Lingtian had always been looking forward to the colossal arrow bell. That was why he had never neglected to cultivate the aerolite shower. Currently, his aerolite shower was close to making a breakthrough to the 4th stage. Ever since Elder Hua helped raise my cultivation base to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, I feel like it's much easier for me to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. That feeling is like I've been enlightened. I can easily understand the things that I found difficult previously. Duan Lingtian had long noticed this. He had even asked Elder Hua about this, but he only managed to obtain 2 words from him as an answer. Sun body. Duan Lingtian's knowledge about the sun body was half-baked. Elder Hua only said his body was already a sun body, but as to what was so special about the sun body, Elder Hua did not expound on it. He only asked him to discover it on his own. Until now, the only special thing he had discovered was how he had a faster speed in cultivating the Saint-grade martial tactic. However, just this one thing was enough to shock and excite Duan Lingtian. According to Elder Hua, there are still many secrets to the sun body. I wonder how many more surprises await me in the future. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart was overwhelmed with an inexplicable sense of excitement again. 50 days were not too short, but they were not long either. When Duan Lingtian was in the midst of cultivating, the span of 50 days went by very quickly. Just as he had hoped for, he managed to cultivate his aerolite strike and body and arrow synchronization to the highest stage. Moreover, the aerolite shower had also been cultivated to the 4th stage. It was just a stage away from the highest stage. Once he made further progress, he would be able to start cultivating the colossal arrow bell. When the aerolite shower was cultivated to the 4th stage, 50 days had gone by on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At this time, Duanling Tian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was already midnight outside. The next day would be the day he would leave for the hunting assessment held by the Moon Illumination sect. Tonight, Duanling Tian did not return to the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Instead, he sat on the bed in his room with his eyes closed to attain mental composure. His thoughts had long flown away. By the time my cultivation base makes a breakthrough to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, I'll return to Half Moon Island, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He believed that with the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he would only need 3 months at most to make a breakthrough to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Naturally, he meant 3 months in the real world. 3 months outside would be equivalent to 15 months on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. That was 1 year and 3 months. My children will be born very soon. When Duanling Tian thought about this, his heart was filled with a wave of excitement again. This excitement far exceeded the excitement he felt when he made a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Once the 2 children were born, he would be a father. This was something he dared not even think of in his past life. In his past life, he was a mercenary who walked in the dark, and he was someone who needed to lick the blood off his sword. He did not even know what would happen in the next second. It was precisely because of this the former him never thought of marrying and having children at all. However, in this life, he was going to have 2 children soon. When Duanling Tian thought about this, he felt eager to return to Half Moon Island. The next morning, Duanling Tian met up with Bai Li Hong before leaving together to gather with the others. The hunting assessment this time was personally managed by a vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. Other than the vice sect leader, another 3 inner court elders took the roles of patrollers, and Bai Li Hong was one of them. With Bai Li Hong's identity, even if he wanted to manage the hunting assessment personally, all he needed to do was say the words. However, he did not like to be in charge and merely wanted to be an idle patroller. Just as they gathered with the rest of the force, Duanling Tian saw a sturdy old man walking toward him and Bai Li Hong before he greeted Bai Li Hong enthusiastically, "Elder Bai Li." The sturdy old man had a huge build. He was like a small hill. When he walked toward them, it was as though a hill was moving toward them, exuding an oppressive air. Vice Sect Leader Zhong. Bai Li Hong nodded his head in response to the sturdy old man. His words had also revealed this man's identity. He was none other than Zhong Hua, the person in charge of the hunting assessment and one of the vice sect leaders of Moon Illumination sect. This must be junior brother Duanling Tian. Your elder Bai Li's junior brother, right? Soon after, Zhong Hua looked at Duanling Tian and smiled. Vice sect leader, Duanling Tian quickly replied, but he felt a little uncomfortable. Although Zhong Hua appeared harmless and ordinary, Duanling Tian did not know why he made him uncomfortable. Moreover, Duanling Tian could also faintly sense hostility emitting out of Zhong Hua's body. Naturally, the hostility he sensed was so weak that it made him wondered if he was mistaken. By right, this was their first meeting, so Zhong Hua had no reason to be hostile to him at all. Junior brother, this is Zhong Hua. He's the master of He Zhong, the outer court disciple you defeated previously. At this moment, Bai Li Hong's true energy voice transmission entered Duanling Tian's ears and instantly dispelled all his doubts. He knew then he was not mistaken. So he's actually He Zhong's master. Duanling Tian finally understood. Since he was He Zhong's master, it was only normal for him to be hostile. He Zhong was Lu Huan's nephew and had been defeated by Duanling Tian before. He was even forced by Duanling Tian to swear on the lightning penalty oath to not go against Duanling Tian in the future. When Duanling Tian's eyes swept past Zhong Hua's back, he noticed He Zhong among the group of people behind him. He Zhong also became an inner court disciple? Duanling Tian was stunned. He was not shocked by the fact that He Zhong had become an inner court disciple since his master was an almighty vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. His master only needed to speak up for the sect to make an exception and let him into the inner court. What surprised him was the fact that when he activated his divine eye, he could see in just one glance that He Zhong's cultivation base had already reached the early Saint Rudiment stage. When Duanling Tian was probing He Zhong's cultivation base, He Zhong was also looking at him with a complicated gaze. The reason he had made a breakthrough so quickly to the Saint Rudiment stage was due to Duanling Tian to a certain extent. This was because in these 3 months after he heard about Duan Ling Tian's breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment stage, he was deeply affected by it and began to feel pressured. Like the saying went, pressure gives rise to motivation. It was this invisible pressure that helped He Zhang make a breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment stage in a month. After he had broken through, he also officially became vice sect leader Zhang Hua's disciple. It was at that time the outer court disciples realized He Zhang had not been secretly taken in as a disciple by Lu Huan. In fact, it was vice sect leader Zhang Hua who had taken him as not just a disciple, but a direct disciple. However, with all the ways Duan Ling Tian had shocked them, they were already somewhat immune to it, so they were not too surprised with this news. After all, Duan Ling Tian had become elder by Li Hong's junior brother. Who was elder by Li Hong? He was the #1 inner court elder who was recognized by the Moon Illumination sect. His position was so high that it even surpassed the few vice sect leaders in the sect. Moreover, even the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect, including the sect leader, also had to be courteous when they meet by Li Hong. It was as though they had equal positions. From the moment Duan Ling Tian was acknowledged by Li Hong as his junior brother, his position in the Moon Illumination sect had also risen. Even He Zhong's master, Zhong Hua, one of the vice sect leaders of Moon Illumination sect, had to be courteous to Li Hong and address Duan Ling Tian as junior brother when they met. I can only hope Uncle has dismissed the idea of going against Duan Ling Tian and that he's not just brushing me off, He Zhong thought to himself. When he heard Li Hong had accepted Duan Ling Tian as his junior brother, the tiny bit of remaining enmity he felt toward Duan Ling Tian quickly vanished without a trace. He had completely put the incident that happened in the past behind him. He knew that if he did not do so, he would only harm himself. It was because of Duan Ling Tian that he managed to make a breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment stage faster than he had imagined. In his heart, he felt slightly indebted to him. Congratulations, He Zhang. Duan Ling Tian took the initiative to greet He Zhang through his true energy voice transmission. He Zhang was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. This congratulations from Duan Ling Tian was obviously intentional. All he could think about now was the matter of him breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage. If he was not mistaken, up until now only he and his master knew about his breakthrough. He had not revealed his cultivation base to the public yet. He had a feeling of being exposed now that Duan Ling Tian had seen through him. Why, you can tell? He Zhang could not help but ask through true energy voice transmission after he took a deep breath. Duan Ling Tian did not respond to him in regard to this. Instead, he merely smiled mysteriously at He Zhang. At this moment, the degree of danger Duan Ling Tian posed rose a few levels in his heart. Soon after, the other 2 inner court elders who were also patrollers for the hunting assessment also took the initiative to greet Li Hong enthusiastically. Elder Li. The group of inner court disciples, including He Zhang, also took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian politely. Junior brother Duan. The 2 inner court elders also looked at Duan Ling Tian and took the initiative to greet him as well. This scene made the group of inner court disciples feel green with envy. There were jealousy and hatred as well. However, there was nothing they could do. Who asked Duan Ling Tian to be so talented in martial Dao and lived such a blessed life? After Li Hong became his senior brother, he could basically roam freely in the Moon Illumination sect. Let's go! Li Hong motioned for them to leave and Zhang Hui gave an order to the group of people before they walked out of the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate in a mighty formation. After they had left the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, they soared up into the sky and headed to the venue of the hunting assessment. Not long after the group of people left, in a spacious mansion in the inner court of Moon Illumination sect, Lu Huan sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard. His hands were tapping lightly against the table. Duan Ling Tian must have already left to participate in that hunting assessment at this hour, right? This is a good opportunity. I just hope the Mountain Shade Black Market won't let me down again, Lu Huan muttered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Besides, there's Feng Hui as well. So many years have gone by. It's time for us to end things completely. Initially, I didn't think he would be able to cause much trouble even if I let him be. I didn't expect he would be able to take in such an outstandingly talented disciple like Duan Ling Tian. Lu Huan's eyes had a piercing look as it flashed with killing intent again. Very soon, he stood up and prepared to leave. Master, Right at this moment, a figure walked toward him. It was Su Qi.
Su Qi's hand was holding a bowl of gruel. This is the clear jade gruel that I made for you, master. Please drink it while it's hot.
Indeed, you're the most thoughtful. That unfilial disciple of mine, Zhou Qi, has never even made me gruel before. Lu Huan was pretty satisfied with this disciple in front of him. Even since he became his disciple, put aside the fact that he was very diligent in cultivating, the most important part was he would make gruel for him every few days. It would be a different flavor every time. After finishing up the gruel that Su Qi passed to him, Lu Huan's eyes flashed as an idea appeared in his mind. Su Qi, follow me on an outing, Lu Huan told Su Qi.
All right. Su Qi did not question Lu Huan about their destination and immediately agreed to it.
You're not going to ask me where I'm bringing you? Lu Huan asked.
I'll go wherever you plan on bringing me, master. Even if it's a blade or fire mountain, I'll still go without so much as a frown. Su Qi answered solemnly. Haha, good, good.
The biggest mistake I, Lu Huan, made is to take that unfilial disciple, Zhou Qi, as my disciple. However, the best decision I made is to take in such a good disciple like you. Lu Huan burst out laughing, incredibly satisfied with Su Qi's answer. Let's go.
I'll bring you back to Mount Hill City. Lu Huan exited the door the instant he finished speaking. Mount Hill City. Su Qi's heart began to tremble when he heard Lu Huan's words. He could faintly guess Lu Huan's intention. He knew all this was closely related to Duan Ling Tian's abrupt rise in the sect. However, after taking a deep breath, he still followed Lu Huan.
Prior to this, the news of Duan Ling Tian becoming Moon Illumination Sect's inner court elder by Li Hong's junior brother had already spread to the governor estate of Mount Hill City. It made Feng Hui, the governor of Mount Hill City, to be in shock for a long time before he regained his senses.
He's actually taken by elder by Li Hong as a disciple? Feng Hui was pleasantly surprised. He laughed in delight and tears streamed down his eyes. It was obvious it was tears of joy.
As an outer court deacon sent out by the Moon Illumination Sect, Feng Hui was once a disciple of Moon Illumination Sect. Naturally, he knew who Elder Bai Li Hong was. He was someone even the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect had to treat courteously.
To the former him, Bai Li Hong was an insurmountable towering mountain whom he looked up to. When he first met Elder Bai Li Hong, he did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid of offending him.
However, he just found out his disciple Duan Ling Tian had been acknowledged by Elder Bai Li Hong as his junior brother. How could he not be pleasantly surprised by this? He's made a breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment stage? After some time, Feng Hui received another news that was also sent out by the Moon Illumination Sect.
The news stated that Duan Ling Tian had already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. No wonder Elder Bai Li Hong acknowledged him as his junior brother. It seems like he has long seen through how extraordinarily talented Duan Ling Tian is. To think I wanted to accept him as my disciple and address me as master. Feng Hui muttered and mocked himself. However, he felt very happy for Duan Ling Tian. With Elder Bai Li Hong supporting him, I don't think Lu Han would carelessly make a move against him anymore. And since Duan Ling Tian is watching over Ling Yun and Xiong Hui, I think they'll be safe as well. Feng Hui thought to himself before he sighed in relief. In the period of time that followed, Feng Hui's mood was extremely good. He felt the haze that had accumulated and surrounded his heart had dispersed substantially. Naturally, this kind of daze did not last very long.
Feng Hui. A thunderous voice resonated from the sky above the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, causing Feng Hui, who was cultivating, to turn glum. This voice was extremely familiar to him that he would never forget about it. Lu Huan. Feng Hui's face had turned completely grave as he took a deep breath. He did not expect Lu Huan, who had trampled on his master and who had not taken the initiative to look for him during all these years, would come calling now.
However, he could faintly guess the reason for Lu Huan's visit was most likely related to Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian had succeeded in pressuring him. The moment Feng Hui thought of this, his face eased up a little as a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Lu Huan, you've begun to feel afraid, huh?
When he walked out of the room door, he soared up into the sky. The moment he flew up into the sky, he discovered Lu Huan was not alone. There was another person with him. It was someone he was extremely familiar with.
Su Q. When Feng Hui saw Su Qi hovering in the air next to Lu Huan, his heart skipped a beat. Su Qi was originally his disciple whom he was most fond of. He had a remarkable innate talent. His innate talent was the highest among all the young talents in Mound Hill City before Duanling Tian showed up. He had spent a lot of blood and sweat on Su Qi. He did not expect Su Qi would use him as a stepping stone to Lu Huan. When he saw Su Qi hovering in the air, he realized he must have broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Otherwise, he would not be able to disregard the flight prohibiting formation in Mound Hill City. The flight prohibiting formation in Mound Hill City applied to all martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint Rudiment stage. Only those who were at the Saint Rudiment stage or above could fly and hover in the air. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of the crisis Feng Hui was facing. He did not think that after rising to fame and becoming prominent, Lu Huan would resort to such a desperate measure and want to kill his teacher, Feng Hui.
Currently, he was with Bai Li Hong and the group of people from the Moon Illumination sect. They were on their way over to the venue of the hunting assessment in the sky above a dangerously steep mountain ridge. From afar, the sight of the lofty mountains and high ranges were so vast that it made people tongue-tied. The lofty mountains and high ranges will be the stage that all of you will enter soon. You can kill as many wild beasts as you like inside. However, it's best to leave a mark on the beasts that you killed, so we can evaluate the results later. Zhonghua, the vice-sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, said to the group of inner court disciples including Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian and the others nodded after hearing his words. It looks like I can't directly obliterate the wild beasts. After all, if I leave no trace behind, I won't be able to prove I killed the wild beasts. In fact, I won't be able to prove I killed any wild beast at all, Duanling Tian thought to himself.
During their journey here, he had roughly gone through the rules of the hunting assessment. For the hunting assessment, the points given would be different depending on the strength of the wild beast one killed.
Everyone, take one of these jade tokens. If you encounter a mishap, just crush it. At that time, 3 inner court elders and I will immediately come and look for you. Zhonghua lifted his hands and took out more than 10 jade tokens before passing it to Duanling Tian and the others.
However, there's something I have to warn you about. Once you crush the jade token, the hunting assessment will come to an end for you. Whoever crushes the jade token will have to immediately stop the assessment. The underlying meaning in Zhonghua's words was simple. It was better not to crush the jade token unless one was in a dire situation. The group of inner court disciples was nodding their heads, including He Zhong. Duanling Tian, however, looked deep in thought as he looked at the jade token in his hand. Saint inscription? At this moment, Duanling Tian discovered the saint inscription that was inscribed on the jade token in his hand. The saint inscription was special. It was neither offensive nor defensive. Personally, he had never encountered such a saint inscription before.
Senior brother, did you inscribe the saint inscription on the jade tokens? Duanling Tian asked by Li Hong through true energy voice transmission.
Although he did not recognize the saint inscription on the jade token, he could still see traces of Bai Li Hong's work in the striations on the jade token. When it comes to words, everyone has their own unique handwriting. For the saint inscriptions, it would be the striations.
Yes, Bai Li Hong replied, Junior brother, don't look down on the saint inscription on this jade token. This saint inscription is a 3-star saint inscription.
3-star saint inscription? Duanling Tian's heart leaped when he heard Bai Li Hong's words. Although these saint inscriptions are all 3-star saint inscriptions, they only function as a warning. The cost of making them is much lower. They can't even compare to 2-star saint inscriptions. Bai Li Hong added. Duanling Tian finally understood the inscription better. However, they're still 3-star saint inscriptions even though the cost of making them is low. Even the territory of an imminent saint stage powerhouse wouldn't be able to nullify its warning. Naturally, it would be a different story if it's a saint stage powerhouse. Bai Li Hong continued saying, a warning that can overcome an imminent saint stage powerhouse's territory? Duanling Tian was taken aback. He no longer dared to look down on the saint inscription on the jade token in his hand. Alright, all of you can go now. The 3 patrollers and I will take turns to patrol and help boost your morale.
If you encounter any danger, just crush the jade token in your hands and we'll come to your rescue immediately, Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, said directly without beating around the bush. As for the rules of the hunting assessment, he had already informed the others of them during their journey here. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Zhonghua's words left his mouth, the group of inner court disciples descended from the sky one after another and entered the lush green lofty mountain range. All of them disappeared in just a blink of an eye like stones that were dropped into the sea without eliciting any waves. Duanling Tian also descended from the sky and entered the lofty mountain range after he nodded at Bai Lihong. After the group of inner court disciples, including Duanling Tian, entered the lofty mountain range, Zhonghua smiled at Bai Lihong and asked with narrowed eyes, "Elder Bai Lihong, among all the participants of the hunting assessment, I have the highest expectation for junior brother Duan. I'm certain he'll most likely get first place. What do you think?" Naturally, he had deliberately asked this question. However, he was struck dumb the instant he heard Bai Lihong's reply. "Not most likely, but definitely. Junior brother will definitely get the first place in this hunting assessment," Bai Lihong replied. Bai Lihong's reply did not only make Zhonghua dumbfounded, but even the two inner court elders were speechless. They felt that Bai Lihong was too blind in his faith in Duanling Tian. Although they had to admit Duanling Tian's innate talent was indeed remarkable innate talent did not equal to being powerful. In their opinion, Duanling Tian had made a breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment stage from the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage in such a short period of time, so his foundation should not be that stable yet. Moreover, they did not think he would be able to compare to the group of inner court disciples who participated this time. Naturally, this was only because they were unaware of Duanling Tian's secret. If they knew that Duanling Tian had a heaven-defying celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, in his hand, they would not think this way at all. As soon as Duanling Tian entered the lofty mountain range, he began to slaughter the wild beasts. Meanwhile, a crisis was happening in the city governor's estate on Mound Hill City. Up high in the sky, Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, looked at Su Qi with a complicated expression. However, he did not say anything in the end. In his opinion, Su Qi's decision was not wrong. In this world where strength was revered, the reason one risked one's life to cultivate was to obtain a better life. Su Qi's survival instinct led him to become Lu Huan's disciple. Therefore, he truly did not blame him at all. It was not wrong for Su Qi to want to survive. However, when Fang Hui saw the murderous intent gleaming in Lu Huan's eyes, his heart turned cold immediately. He realized Lu Huan came with ill intent. He had come to kill him. It did not surprise him that Lu Huan wanted to kill him. His heart had turned cold because Lu Huan had brought Su Qi along. Lu Huan wanted to flaunt his prowess before he killed him. He intended to violently trample on his dignity in front of his disciple before killing him. "Fang Hui, I must really thank you for finding me such an excellent disciple." Lu Huan chuckled as he looked at Fang Hui. "Lu Huan, you don't have to keep up the farce anymore. Didn't you come today to kill me? Duanling Tian's existence is like a fishbone stuck in your throat, isn't it?" Fang Hui said bluntly as he glanced at Lu Huan. "Even if I, Fang Hui, die today, I don't have any regrets. Duanling Tian is destined to become your nightmare for the rest of your life. Well, that's only if you manage to live long enough. Ha 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 ha." When Fang Hui reached the end of his sentence, he laughed out loud unreservedly and delightedly. "Fang Hui," Lu Huan roared as his face turned grave. He did not expect Fang Hui would still dare to provoke him at this moment. It was obvious he did not fear death at all. Soon after, Lu Huan was hit with a pang of realization, and he regained his senses. He asked with a smirk, "You intend to provoke me so you can die a fast and painless death? Lu Huan, your imagination is really as rich as before." Fang Hui replied nonchalantly. His face was calm as though he had already been enlightened and was not bothered by life or death. "Humph, I must have guessed correctly, right? Since you want to die a fast and painless death, I definitely won't give you that." Lu Huan smirked. "You'll definitely die today, although there's no way I'm going to grant you a fast and painless death. I'll make you watch as I flay you alive."
Upon hearing Lu Huan's words, Feng Hui could not help but feel chills running up his spine, even though he was no longer bothered about life or death.
Lu Huan, my death is only going to be the beginning of your nightmare. Feng Hui laughed wantonly, delighted.
This was the first time in a long time since he felt so happy when he encountered Lu Huan. All these years he had been living like a zombie. Was it not because of the small shred of obsession he had stubbornly held onto in his heart? However, his disciple Duanling Tian had risen to the top now. His existence was akin to a fishbone stuck in Lu Huan's throat. He suddenly felt as though everything he had endured and all the contributions he had made throughout the years were worthwhile, for he had been greatly rewarded. In his opinion, Duanling Tian was the best gift God had given him. With Duanling Tian around, did he need to be afraid that there would be no one to avenge him?
Although the time he spent with Duanling Tian was only less than a year, he knew very well what kind of person Duanling Tian was.
If he died, Duanling Tian definitely would not let Lu Huan go so easily.
You're looking for death. Lu Huan flew into a rage. True energy surged up from his body and his robe began to flutter even though there was no wind. Lu Huan was brimming with arrogance. His robe fluttered again and he was about to make his move. His face darkened as he raised his hand at lightning speed and thrust a palm out next to him. Bang!
A loud explosion sounded, and a body could be seen flying back like an arrow leaving a bowstring. That person was none other than Su Qi. To be more precise, Su Qi had sent a needle into Lu Huan's body before he was sent flying by Lu Huan with a thrust of his palm. Su Qi. When Feng Hui saw how Lu Huan's body was trembling violently and how his entire face was green, he would have lived in vain all these years if he still could not figure out what was happening. As it turned out, Su Qi did not betray him. His heart still lay with him.
Su Qi did not fear of death. He was only waiting for an opportunity to seek revenge for him. As soon as Feng Hui thought of this, he instantly flew out and caught Su Qi without any hesitation.
Master, if only I have a few more months, I would have been able to help you kill Lu Huan.
What a pity! What a pity! Blood poured out of Su Qi's mouth as the light slowly vanished from his face.
Unfilial disciple, when did you poison me? In the distance, Lu Huan roared as he questioned Su Qi. He discovered a great amount of poison suddenly appeared in every part of his body as soon as the needle pierced him. At this moment, Lu Huan realized Su Qi had laid out his plan since a long time ago. The poison in his body did not just form in a day and a night.
Lu Huan, the gruel I made is quite delicious, right?
Haha, Sikoff. Su Qi, who was caught by Feng Hui, laughed loudly as Lu Huan stared at him coldly. As he laughed, his face turned even paler, and he began to cough up blood. At the same time, the vitality of Su Qi's body had also begun to disappear. It was apparent he was on the verge of death. Gruel? I see. Looks like you've never sincerely regarded me as your master since the beginning.
And to think that I actually treated you so nicely. In the end, you actually want to harm me. Unfilial disciple.
Unfilial disciple. Lu Huan finally pieced the puzzle together. His face had turned extremely green now. Sincerely? Upon hearing that, Su Qi mocked him emotionally. I, Su Qi, only recognize one person as my master in my entire life. And it isn't you, Lu Huan. How funny is it that you thought you could make me submit to you? If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to nurse my grudge and take revenge for my master, I wouldn't pretend to be your disciple. However, it's unfortunate that I still fell a step short. If I have a few more months, I'm confident the poison would erupt and cause your death. Su Qi's face was filled with regret when he spoke to the end of his sentence. Lu Huan was a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. No ordinary poison would be able to kill him. Due to this reason, he had used a slow-acting poison he came across on the mortal continent. It was tasteless and colorless, completely unnoticeable.
This kind of poison was not usually poisonous. It was only poisonous when combined with another drug. At that time, it would release its powerful poison. The needle that had pierced Lu Huan's body and taken him by surprise had been dipped with the drug to activate the release of the poison that had been lying dormant in his body.
Master, quickly leave. Seize this chance and leave now while Lu Huan doesn't dare to move recklessly, since he needs to focus on getting rid of the poison, Su Qi urged Fang Hui as he looked at him. He knew very well about the poison he had made. Currently, Lu Huan was only left with enough strength to protect himself. If he moved his body, the poison inside his body would definitely enter his organs. At that time, even God would not be able to save him. It would take him at least 1 to 2 hours to suppress the poison in his body. 1 or 2 hours were more than enough time for his master, Fang Hui, to escape.
Su Qi. Fang Hui's face was filled with emotions and his eyes were brimming with tears.
A man would not easily shed tears unless he was deeply hurt.
The moment he discovered Su Qi did not really betray him, the sense of loss in his heart had vanished without a trace, leaving only happiness behind when he realized his judgment had been correct after all.
This disciple who had been by his side the longest still regarded him as his only master. "Master, go now," Su Qi urged. He knew now was not the time to get sentimental. "Isn't he poisoned? I'll kill him immediately." Fang Hui did not intend to leave. His eyes flashed coldly as he glared at Lu Huan, who was currently focused on expelling the poison from his body. "Master, although he doesn't dare to move his body recklessly, he still has enough strength to protect himself. Go.
Go now." Su Qi kept urging him. He was stirred up and he spat out another few mouthfuls of blood, causing his injuries to worsen. "All right, I'll go." Although he was unwilling, Fang Hui knew Su Qi would not deceive him. He clenched his teeth, preparing to bring Su Qi along with him.
However, right at this moment,
ha 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 ha, a burst of vigorous laughter resonated in the air in the surroundings. Whether it was Fang Hui or Su Qi, horror dawned on both of them when they heard the laughter.
In the distance, Lu Huan was still hovering in the air as he laughed loudly. His face did not even have a hint of green anymore.
In fact, Lu Huan appeared to be brimming with spirit as he hovered in the air. How did that look like someone who had just been poisoned?
Impossible.
Impossible. Upon seeing this, Su Qi's body began to tremble violently as he kept shaking his head. His face was filled with disbelief and shock. It was apparent he did not expect this at all. "Nothing's impossible." Lu Huan smirked. "I'm originally a saint refinement master who focuses on refining medicine.
Despite the fact that I've stopped for many years, I've swallowed the blood and flesh of the 1,000 poison beast when I was young. Ever since then, my resistance to poison has always been great, even though I'm not immune to all poison. The poison you fed me is indeed remarkable, and it's even undetectable. Unfortunately, it doesn't pose much of a threat to me." Lu Huan's every word seemed to hit Su Qi directly in his soul. It caused his face to turn even paler, and a hint of despair could be seen in his eyes. "Since both of you master and disciple are so dedicated to each other, I'll send you both to hell together." As Lu Huan's gaze turned cold, his body moved. It seemed as though he had turned into a hurricane before Fang Hui and Su Qi's eyes.
"Master, I still want to be your disciple if there's a next life." Su Qi shouted loudly before he charged at Lu Huan with the last of his strength. He wanted to use the last of his energy to protect his master. He would go to his grave without any regrets.
"You're just like a mantis trying to block a chariot." Lu Huan smirked. With a lift of his hand, vast rolling energy caused Su Qi to erupt into a bloody mist that covered the entire sky. The bloody mist drifted all over the place. Not even a drop of blood touched Lu Huan, but some landed on Fang Hui's face. Fang Hui's heart was as cold as ice when the smell of blood wafted to him. Even his soul had begun to tremble violently. "Su Qi, Su Qi."
"Lu Huan, die!" Fang Hui shouted without any warning.
The true energy in his qi surged out unreservedly. It was as though he had decided to fight Lu Huan until the end. However, just the gigantic saber Lu Huan consolidated from his true energy consolidated weapon technique was more than enough to block Fang Hui's menacing attack. "Fang Hui, perhaps you were able to fight me when we were young, but right now you're no different from an ant in my eyes," Lu Huan said domineeringly as he glared at Fang Hui.
"That's right, my strength can't compare to yours. However, the disciples I accepted are superior to yours." Fang Hui laughed again even though he was on the verge of death as a figure flashed in his mind. It was a young man who was always dressed in purple. That young man was his hope.
"Duan Ling Tian. Fang Hui, I told you earlier that I won't let you die a fast and painless death. I'll torture you until your last breath. Lu Huan's gaze turned even colder when he heard Fang Hui's words. He stalked toward Fang Hui like a hunter hunting his prey at a speed that was neither hurried nor slow. Every time he took a step, it was as though a gigantic hammer is hitting Fang Hui's chest. Suddenly, Lu Huan raised a hand and charged at Fang Hui as fast as lightning. At this critical moment, a sharp sword ray suddenly pierced through the sky and swept past the space between Lu Huan and Fang Hui. Lu Huan, who was taken by surprise, instantly withdrew his hand. Who's that? The moment Lu Huan noticed the threat from the sword ray, horror dawned on his face. Haha. Elder Lu Huan, it seems like it has been quite some years since we last met, right? A burst of laughter rang in the sky, followed by the appearance of a middle-aged man with a strong build. The middle-aged man wore flowing gray clothes, and he held a sword in his hand. Frowning, Lu Huan studied the middle-aged man for a moment before asking in a deep voice, "You're Wang Tao?" "Looks like you still remember me, Elder Lu Huan." Wang Tao smiled. "Hermp, Wang Tao. I can't believe that after so many years of not seeing each other, you've also made a breakthrough to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, do you think you alone will be able to stop me?" Lu Huan snorted with disdain. Lu Huan remembered the person standing before him. It was none other than an inner court deacon in the Moon Illumination sect. However, it did not cross his mind that they would meet at this place. Just the fact that Wang Tao was able to pierce through his 100-meter radius territory without alerting him was enough for him to guess the level of his cultivation base. There was no doubt he was also at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Even so, he did not fear Wang Tao. He did not fear a martial cultivator who had just broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage recently. "Well then, I guess we'll have to see before we know if I can stop you or not." Wang Tao smiled nonchalantly. His face was so calm as though he did not find Lu Huan worthy at all. Deacon Wang. At this moment, Fang Hui finally regained his senses. He was shocked when he saw the silhouette with a strong build. He did not expect this person would appear at such a moment. It was obvious he was trying to protect him. Wang Tao was the youngest inner court deacon in the history of Moon Illumination sect. Apart from that, he was also a sword cultivator. However, due to his eccentric and unsociable temperament, he rarely interacted with the others, so his fame was not widespread. Based on Lu Huan's words, it seemed like Deacon Wang had already become a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse? Good. Very good. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Lu Huan was so enraged that he laughed instead. "Wang Tao, I want to know why you were protecting him. As far as I know, there's no relationship between you and him, right?" "Elder Lu Huan, there's no need for you know of my intention. I'm protecting him because I was asked to by someone." Wang Tao replied nonchalantly. "The person who can make you protect him is Elder Bai Li." The moment Lu Huan thought of this, horror dawned on his face. A hint of dread began to surface in his eyes. However, Wang Ba did not respond to him. He merely stared at him quietly as though he was waiting for him to make the first move. "Humph!" Lu Huan's expression changed before he finally clenched his teeth and decided to leave. However, before he left, he threatened, "Wang Tao, there's enmity between you and me now." He decided to leave after thinking about it thoroughly. He was afraid his visit here to kill Fang Hui would spread. Due to this reason, he even used his true energy consolidated territory to envelop a radius of 100 meters to conceal himself so that nobody would notice him. This was because he knew if anyone witnessed him killing Fang Hui, it would enrage Elder Bai Li. Elder Bai Li might not care about Fang Hui's death, but he definitely cared about Duan Ling Tian's joy and anger. He had nothing to fear if nobody knew he was the one who killed Fang Hui. Even if Duan Ling Tian suspected him, he was not worried about Elder Bai Li making a move if there was no concrete proof. However, Wang Tao's appearance left him no choice but to give up. It was apparent Wang Tao was sent by Li Hong to protect Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Although he was confident he could defeat Wang Tao, he was not confident he could kill him. After all, both of them were at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Unless there was a great disparity in their strength, he really could not say he had the confidence to kill him. Moreover, even if he was confident he could kill Wang Tao, Li Hong would definitely suspect him when he returned and found out that Fang Hui was dead.
Not many people in the moon illumination sect's surrounding districts could kill Wang Tao. It was not hard to figure out it was him. Killing Wang Tao was completely different from killing Feng Hui. Anybody above the Master Saint Rudiment stage would be able to kill Feng Hui.
Thank you, Deacon Wang. Seeing how quickly Lu Huan left, Feng Hui sighed in relief before he quickly expressed his gratitude to Wang Tao. There's no need to thank me. I was only asked to do this by someone. Wang Tao replied indifferently before he left.
Naturally, he did not really leave. He had concealed himself to protect Feng Hui in the dark. On the other hand, after Lu Huan had left, he became more furious the more he thought about it.
Fuck. That old man by Li Hong is such a busybody. At this moment, a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. It was as though every step he made was already accurately predicted by Li Hong. It caused him to feel extremely aggrieved. I hope the Mountain Shade Black Markets people would seize this chance during the hunting assessment and kill Duanling Tian in one fell swoop.
Once Duanling Tian is dead, Bai Li Hong will no longer be against me in the future, Lu Huan thought to himself. Apart from that, from now on, the disciples that I, Lu Huan, accept have to swear by the lightning penalty oath that they'll never betray me. If they refuse to take the oath,
I won't accept them as disciples no matter how high their innate talent is. Upon remembering Su Qi and Zhou Qi whom he had killed, Lu Huan felt a wave of irritation. He really felt he was going through a patch of bad luck. The two disciples he accepted had betrayed him. Due to this reason, he had made up his mind. Whoever wanted to become his disciple would have to swear on the lightning penalty oath first.
When Lu Huan gloomily returned to the Moon Illumination sect, Duanling Tian had already killed many wild beasts in that lofty mountain range. Although he had killed many wild beasts, his robe was still clean and nice. It was as though he was having an easy time killing the wild beasts. In fact, it really was not difficult for him at all.
Casting aside the fact that he could defeat an enemy with a higher cultivation base with his cultivation base at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage alone, there were no other wild beasts that could match up to him in regard to cultivation base in the lofty mountain range. I think there are not a lot of Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts here, Duanling Tian thought to himself.
Throughout the journey, he had already killed several dozens of wild beasts at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage.
The wild beasts he had killed were at the most at the early Saint Rudiment stage. There were about several hundreds of them. Perhaps God had heard Duanling Tian's inner thought, for when he continued to walk for a while, an ear-deafening roar resonated in the air. It was as loud as a clap of thunder. Duanling Tian felt as though his eardrums were on the verge of bursting. This is a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast? The moment Duanling Tian heard the impactful roar, his heart jolted. Soon after, he saw a gigantic beast the size of a tiny mountain charging toward him. As it charged toward him, the ground trembled in its wake, and the trees fell one by one.
It left its gigantic footprints in its wake as well. Every footprint was like a huge pit.
What a timing! In the face of this menacing and furious Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast, Duanling Tian did not feel afraid. Instead, he charged ahead.
At this moment, vast true energy surged out of Duanling Tian's body and transformed into a huge hammer in the sky in just a blink of an eye. Like a meteorite crashing down, it crashed down violently at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast that resembled a gorilla. Roar! In the face of the gigantic hammer that was consolidated by Duanling Tian using the true energy consolidated weapon, the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast opened its bloody mouth and roared loudly. The horrifying sound formed a sound wave attack immediately. There were visible ripples in the air. As the sound waves rolled out, Duanling Tian's gigantic hammer that was consolidated using the true energy consolidated weapon seemed to have smashed into a bed of cotton. In the end, it was crushed. What a powerful sound wave attack! Upon seeing this scene, Duanling Tian was astonished. He did not expect the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast's roar would be able to shatter his true energy consolidated weapon. In fact, the gigantic hammer that was consolidated by his true energy consolidated weapon could actually kill an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage wild beast with just a smash. What a good fellow! I didn't think you'll be so powerful. In that case, I'll accompany you for a game then. In the face of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast's power, Duanling Tian was not afraid. Instead,
His eyes were gleaming brightly as he took out a heavy broadsword. It was none other than the thousand-mast sword. Roar! At the same time, the wild beast began to roar again before raising both of its fists that were similar to gigantic stones and brought them down on Duanling Tian. Wind howled thunderously in its wake. It was deafening.
Good timing. In the face of the iron fists that were like gigantic cannonballs, Duanling Tian laughed and raised the thousand-mast sword in his hand before charging toward the wild beast in a manner that seemed as though he could hold up thousands of men. Gargantuan Taishan. Duanling Tian seemed particularly excited as he shouted out the name of his next technique. The thousand-mast sword in his hand suddenly crashed down like a collapsing mountain, smashing on the wild beast's iron fists. Bang! Bang! As two deafening explosions reverberated in the air. The thousand-mast sword in Duanling Tian's hand clashed with the wild beast's iron fists. The true energies clashed and raised violently opposing airwaves. The rolling airwaves set off a series of thunderous air detonation, and a flurry of tyrannical hurricanes swept out, blowing the stone rubbles in the surroundings up in the air as the trees fell. Roar! The wild beast roared loudly and took a step back. A hint of terror could be seen in its red eyes that were as huge as a gong. Although wild beasts did not have the intelligence of a saint beast, it still possessed survival instinct after living in such a harsh environment. Duanling Tian had blocked its fists with just one sword. At this moment, he had already regarded Duanling Tian as a powerful enemy. When Duanling Tian saw the terror in the wild beast's eyes, he thought it would retreat after being made aware of the overwhelming odds against it. However, a shocking scene took place. Boom! 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 As a series of drum-like sound resonated in the air, the wild beast continued to beat its chest with its fists continuously in a frenzy. Its manner was similar to a gorilla. There was almost no difference at all. If one really had to pick out a difference, it would be the size of the wild beast was several times bigger than a gorilla. Don't tell me it has gone crazy? Just as Duanling Tian thought the wild beast before him had gone crazy, a shocking scene took place. As the wild beast continued to beat its own chest, a red mist emitted out of the place where his heart was located. It shrouded it completely before it seeped into its pore.
The bloody red mist continued to expand until it covered the wild beast entirely. It was as though it was covered by a layer of blood-like energy. Bolts of lightning could be seen in the blood-like energy. What's this? Duanling Tian was completely astounded by the scene before him. What the hell was this? Don't tell me that it went into berserk mode? At this moment, a light bulb came on in Duanling Tian's mind. The idea appeared suddenly because he remembered a type of demon beast clan he had previously encountered. It was the berserk mongrel rodent clan. It was a clan that could go into berserk mode. Once it had entered berserk mode, its strength would be greatly amplified. Roar! The wild beast that was covered entirely in the blood-like energy suddenly seemed to have transformed into an invincible battle god at this moment. As it roared at Duanling Tian, sound waves rolled out and continued to compress and explode in the air, setting off thunderously loud sounds.
As expected, it has really become so much more powerful now. Even Duanling Tian felt pain in his ears from this sound wave. It was apparent that it was on a completely different level from the one earlier.
Duanling Tian took a deep breath. He did not dare to hesitate. His true energy merged with the thousand-mast sword in his hand, and he instantly activated the two-star saint inscription, the thousand-mast saint inscription.
Just as the wild beast swung its fists toward him again, he charged forward in a timely manner. Gargantuan Taishan.
The same sword had become even more terrifying because of the thousand-mast saint inscription's energy. However, such a terrifying sword had actually been smacked away by the wild beast's iron fists. Moreover, it vibrated so much until the part where Duanling Tian's thumb met his index finger tingled. A red mark could also faintly be seen as well.
Although it did not draw blood, it was still enough to shock Duanling Tian.
His body was unlike those of ordinary people.
Even the five-clawed divine dragon from the Dao Martial Saint Lan's dragon clan that was at the same level as him could not compare to him in regard to the toughness of their bodies.
However, the part where his thumb and index finger met had actually been hurt by the tremor. Roar!
Duanling Tian's broadsword was pushed away and the wild beast's iron fists also shifted their directions. However, it missed its mark. Soon after, it regained its senses and swung his iron fists at Duan Ling Tian again. It was as though he would not rest until he killed Duan Ling Tian.
I'm not going to play with you anymore. With a raise of his brow, Duan Ling Tian's true energy surged out of his qi into his hands through the 99 saint veins. At the same time, he put away the 1000-mass sword and swung both his fists out directly at the wild beast's fists. If somebody else was here, he would definitely think Duan Ling Tian had overestimated himself.
He had been defeated by the wild beast that had gone berserk when he used his sword earlier. Now he actually dared to fight the wild beast with his bare hands?
He really overestimated himself by a lot.
However, what they did not know was Duan Ling Tian's punch had activated his brute strength. His strength now was a level higher than the 5-clawed divine dragon's brute strength. It swept out tyrannically together with his rolling true energy on his fists as it clashed against the wild beast's iron fists that were intertwined with the blood-like energy. Bang!
A loud explosion resonated in the air and shook the sky until ripples began to appear in the sky.
Bang!
Another earth-shattering explosion sounded. Even the birds several hundred meters outside the perimeter took flight in surprise, flying in all directions. At the same time, 2 blood mists appeared in the air, creating the illusion of a bloody rain. As it turned out, it was the iron fists of the wild beast that had gone into berserk mode. Its fists had shattered and exploded into bloody mist from Duan Ling Tian's fists. Roar! The wild beast's iron fists were now gone. With a shrill cry of terror, its survival instinct urged him to turn around and escape. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, this tiny little thing, was undoubtedly a devil in its mind.
All it wanted right now was to get as far away from Duan Ling Tian as it possibly could.
This feeling of going head-to-head with something hard is indeed great. It feels so awesome. Duan Ling Tian chuckled delightedly as he looked at his fists that seemed like it covered in a pair of golden gloves.
Earlier, at that moment when his fists were about to clash with the wild beast's iron fists, he had cast the golden shirt he had cultivated to the highest stage, the impeccable stage, in a timely manner. It turned his brute strength even more powerful than it already was. It was precisely because of this that he was able to smash the iron fists of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast who had gone into berserk mode until they exploded. This was a victory for him.
In this hunting assessment, the points of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast should be higher than the points of an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. Duan Ling Tian was certain of this. With a raise of his hand, he took out his sun shooting bow at lightning speed and lifted another hand to shoot an arrow out. The true energy arrow that contained the penetration saint inscription easily pierced through the wild beast that was only focused on fleeing and killed it. Boom!
The wild beast's gigantic body crashed onto the ground and Duan Ling Tian ran up to it to leave his name on the wild beast's body to prove that he was the one who killed it.
As long as he left his mark behind, he no longer needed to worry about a second person leaving their mark on it and falsely claiming it as his. This was because the marking that was first left on the body could be determined by the dryness of the blood mark.
When Duan Ling Tian was writing his name on the wild beast, he was unaware that a black figure was hiding behind the branches and leaves of a big tree in the distance.
His body seems to have. This figure was curvy, and one could see it was a woman with just a glance. Moreover, it was a woman with a great body. Currently, the woman's exposed autumn eyes were gleaming with excitement.
I found it.
I finally found it. Not only were her eyes gleaming in excitement, but even her heart was filled with excitement as well. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was an old acquaintance of hers. Soon after, the curvy and sexy woman who was completely covered in black clothing, with just her autumn eyes exposed, returned to her senses, and she muttered to herself, "He's Duan Ling Tian?" A harmless-looking purple bird perched on her shoulder. Although the purple bird appeared quiet, its pair of eyes that was shining brightly as they looked at Duan Ling Tian seemed to indicate that was not the case. This woman was none other than Chi Mei, the quasi-4-star assassin from the Mountain Shade Black Market. When Chi Mei calmed herself down, she discovered the unnoticeable aura from Duan Ling Tian and said confidently, "He must know her.
He must know her.
They must have a special relationship too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have her aura on him. Moreover, the aura is so strong as well." Meanwhile, Her body flashed as she moved to hover in the sky in front of Duanling Tian. She observed him calmly as though trying to figure out what was so unique about him.
Who are you? Naturally, Duanling Tian would not fail to notice such a strong presence. He immediately regained his senses as his expression turned grave.
Hovering in the air, Qi Mei answered indifferently. Qi Mei from the Mountain Shade Black Market. If the other assassins from the Mountain Shade Black Market saw this, they would be astounded. As far as they knew, Qi Mei would not beat around the bush nor expose herself when she made her move. In fact, almost all of the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins had sworn by the lightning penalty oath to not expose their identities.
If the other assassins from Mountain Shade Black Market saw how Qi Mei was not punished by the lightning penalty and struck by the 99 heavenly tribulation after she had exposed her identity, they would be even more shocked. This would mean Qi Mei had never taken the oath before.
If she had not taken the oath, that meant she was not a true Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin. However, Qi Mei was indeed a Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin. There was only one possibility left. Someone must have abused their authority and made her a Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin without having to take the lightning penalty oath. Someone like that would have to have great authority in the Mountain Shade Black Market.
In the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district, only the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch could use his authority to do such a thing.
Mountain Shade Black Market? Upon hearing this pleasant female voice, Duanling Tian's expression changed a little. However, he was not surprised. From the curvy body of the black-clothed person before him, it was not difficult for him to tell she was a sexy woman with a great body. When he first saw this woman, even he had the urge to rush forward to take off the veil on her face. It was not that he was a lusty man, but this was the first reaction being a man.
The body of the woman before him was too perfect that it could arouse anyone.
Moreover, it was on par with his 2 fiancées as well. Duanling Tian's expression changed again when she revealed her identity. The Mountain Shade Black Market actually sent another person after him again. Previously, he had learned from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, that once the Mountain Shade Black Market failed a mission, they would either cancel the mission or send an even more powerful assassin to continue the mission. In other words, this assassin before him must be even more powerful than the black-robed man from before. That black-robed man was one of top among people at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. If that person was not a devil cultivator, he would not have been able to kill him at all. And yet, at this moment, this woman who was even more powerful was standing before him. He could not help the wave of helplessness that washed over him. Although his strength had made a great leap forward, and his cultivation base had entered the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, he could only defeat enemies with a higher cultivation base only if he used all of his techniques.
That would make him on par with an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. If he encountered someone who was as strong as the black-robed man from before and was not a devil cultivator, he would definitely not be a match for that person.
Yet, this sexy woman with a young and pleasant voice was obviously even stronger than that black-robed man. How was he going to fight her? I can only hope she's a devil cultivator as well. Duanling Tian prayed in his heart silently. He might be able to escape death if this was the case. At the same time, he took out the jade token and crushed it immediately. This jade token was given to him by Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. One could crush it during a dangerous moment to summon help. At that instant when Duanling Tian crushed the jade token, a streak of light rose up into the air. However, before it could even soar up to the sky above the jungle of the lofty mountain range, it was snuffed out by an invisible force, rendering it useless. Swish! The moment Duanling Tian saw this, his expression turned horrified. Glaring in shock at the black-clothed woman before him, he asked, "Why, you're a Saint Stage powerhouse?" He had heard from his senior brother Bai Li Hong that even imminent Saint Stage powerhouses would not be able to stop the warning from the jade token in his hand.
If I'm not a Saint Stage powerhouse, do you think I'll be able to block the warning of the 3-star Saint inscription inscribed on the jade token? The woman asked. A pleasant voice entered Duanling Tian's ears as though it was magic.
She doesn't seem to be a devil cultivator. Although he did not know how the woman before him made her move earlier, he was certain she was the culprit. If she did not personally make a move, then it had to be her territory. The Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring still did not have any reaction at all. If the Devil Seal tablet had no reaction, this meant she was not a devil cultivator, and he would not be able to use it against her. She's not a devil cultivator. Not a devil cultivator. What should I do now? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was burning with anxiety. However, he was not someone who would sit quietly and wait for death to come. He raised his hand, and he gripped the sun shooting bow tightly, prepared to make his move. Oh! At this moment, Chi Mei gasped softly as she stared at Duan Ling Tian's hands. Your bow doesn't seem to be an ordinary saint weapon. When Chi Mei lifted her hand, Duan Ling Tian felt his entire body being restrained by invisible energy. It left him with no space to move at all. He could not even move an inch. All he could do was watch as his sun-shooting bow was taken away by Chi Mei's hand. This material. Chi Mei's eyes brightened up immediately as she looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Where did you get this bow?" "I found it." After he discovered he was unable to get out of the invisible energy that was restraining him, he realized his life was in the hands of this black-clothed woman. Upon hearing her questioned, he immediately regained his senses. Currently, he realized something was not right. If she really was a Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin, she would not have wasted so much time speaking nonsense with him. Moreover, she did not emit any killing intent since the beginning. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that it was not only him. If the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the Nine Sect Alliance's district saw Chi Mei acting like that, he would also be struck dumb, for she was completely different from the Chi Mei he knew. "What? Do you think I'll covet your thing?" Chi Mei smiled faintly. With a raise of her hand, she loosened the restraint on Duan Ling Tian and returned the sun-shooting bow to him. This made Duan Ling Tian slightly confused. "Since you're a Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin, aren't you here to kill me?" "I'm here to kill you." Chi Mei nodded. Upon hearing Chi Mei's words, Duan Ling Tian's heart instantly nodded. He asked guardedly, "Then why aren't you making your move yet? With your strength, it should be easy for you to kill me." When Chi Mei heard Duan Ling Tian's words, she replied at a speed that was neither hurried nor slow. "Naturally, it's easy to kill you. However, I've taken an interest in you. Don't worry. From now on, the Mountain Shade Black Market will call off the mission to kill you." This made Duan Ling Tian feel a little confused. Could it be my charisma is actually so amazing that this woman has actually fallen for me? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, chills ran down his spine. Although the woman had a great body, who knew what kind of face was under that veil? Maybe she was actually an ugly woman? However, Duan Ling Tian was instantly stunned in the next instant. This was because Chi Mei had suddenly taken off the veil and exposed her face. Black shiny hair cascaded over her shoulder like a waterfall, while her autumn eyes were like two of the brightest stars in the night sky. Her jade-like nose was pointed, and her little mouth was red and plump. Her curves were perfect. All in all, she was an unparalleled beauty that could topple the nation. No flaws could be seen at all on this delicate face that seemed as though it had been exquisitely carved. Everything was perfect. When Duan Ling Tian saw Chi Mei's peerlessly beautiful face, he stood rooted to his spot, shocked. It was as though he had just seen a ghost. "Why you? You?" When Chi Mei saw the astonishment on Duan Ling Tian's face, a knowing look flashed in the depth of her eyes. It seemed like things were just as she had suspected. He was indeed closely related to the person she was looking for. Moreover, it seemed like their relationship ran deep as well. Otherwise, he would not have such a rich aura of that person on him. At this moment, there was no one who could understand Duan Ling Tian's feelings. Duan Ling Tian's feelings were in a turmoil, and he could not calm down for a very long time. When he looked at Chi Mei, hints of doubt would flash in his eyes for one moment, and hints of nostalgia would flash in the next moment before it was replaced by tenderness. His gaze turned even more complicated as time went by. Duan Ling Tian was in this state because he was familiar with Chi Mei's face. Naturally, although the face in his memory was almost identical to the face before him, it had the innocence of a girl next door. That was right. Chi Mei's exquisite and peerlessly beautiful face that could topple a nation was identical to one of Duan Ling Tian's fiancés, Kur. Their faces were identical. There was no difference at all. However, Regardless of how identical they looked, Duan Ling Tian did not mistake the person before him as Kuer. This was because the Qi Mei's temperament was completely different from Kuer's. Kuer had a soft and gentle temperament, but Qi Mei had an icy and unapproachable temperament. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was overcome with the thought that this person might be Kuer's twin. However, he instantly dismissed this thought. It was impossible.
Qi Mei was a mountain-shade black market's assassin in the Dao Martial Saint land. She was a saint-stage powerhouse. Kuer was born in a distant land on the mortal continent. Just like him, she was from Fresh Breeze Town. It was impossible for her to have any relations to Qi Mei. Moreover, when he first met Kuer, she was about to prostitute herself so she could bury her late mother. He did not hear about Kuer's mother not being her biological mother.
Just tell me, what do you want to do? Duan Ling Tian asked in his deep voice as he suppressed the thousands of questions in his heart.
The Qi Mei before him was a mountain-shade black market's assassin. Based on her words, it seemed like not only would she not kill him, but she was also going to make the mountain-shade black market call of the mission.
This made him feel as though something was not right. By right, he had nothing to do with her, so she did not have to do this at all. Something strange must be going on if something did not feel right to him. Duan Ling Tian always believed in this. What? You're a man. Don't tell me you're afraid of a little girl like me? Qi Mei asked with a smile, a perfect curve appearing at the corner of her mouth.
Qi Mei's exquisite and peerlessly beautiful face and her wicked body were more than enough to arouse the desire deep in the hearts of any man. However, Duan felt no desire at this moment. He only felt a sense of vigilance instead. I believe you must have a reason for not killing me and having the mountain-shade black market call off the mission to kill me, Duan Ling Tian replied.
A reason?
Of course, I have a reason. Qi Mei replied indifferently. Prior to meeting you, nobody has ever survived if I, Qi Mei, make my move. You're the first.
Should I feel proud of that? Duan Ling Tian asked as he laughed mockingly. Tell me, what kind of reason is not only stopping you from killing me but helping me as well?
Reason?
Well, will it work if I say I've fallen for you? Qi Mei chuckled. Qi Mei's words made Duan Ling Tian's heart turned cold immediately. Who knew if this woman before him, who looked younger than him, was an old demon hag who was hundreds of years old? Who knew if her age was that of his grandmother's grandmother?
Naturally, Qi Mei did not know what was going through Duan Ling Tian's mind. Otherwise, she would have slapped him to death.
I believe that we'll meet each other again. Qi Mei stared at Duan Ling Tian deeply before she left and disappeared before his eyes without waiting for him to come to his senses. Who's she exactly? Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with confusion. A mountain-shade black market's assassin who looks identical to Kuer. She came here to kill me but suddenly changed her mind. Moreover, she's even going to help me by getting the mountain-shade black market to call off the mission. Duan Ling Tian's train of thought gradually became more clear.
Naturally, he was not so conceited to think that she did not kill him because she really fell for him.
As a mountain-shade black market's assassin, she was originally a cold-blooded person. It was impossible for her to abort her mission due to such an absurd reason. No matter how much I think about it, the only plausible reason is Kuer.
However, even if Kuer is really the reason, how did she find out about the relationship between Kuer and I? Don't tell me she has been concealing herself all this time while I was with Kuer? If she has been concealing herself, she should have been protecting Kuer. Why is she following me?
Besides, there's no reason for her to reveal herself even if she's following me, right? No matter how much Duan Ling Tian thought about it, he could not come up with an answer at all. I guess I can only ask Kuer when I return, but Kuer had long told me her story, and she has never mentioned she still has a living relative in this world. Since he could not figure it out, Duan Ling Tian no longer thought about it. Instead, he shifted his focus back to the hunting assessment once again. As time continued to pass by, the hunting assessment also finally came to an end. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian had obtained first place. How did Duan Ling Tian obtain so many points?
His points are 10 times more than the person who came in second place.
Even if he managed to kill all the wild beasts he encountered, it would still be impossible for him to score so highly, right? Duan Ling Tian had come in first in the hunting assessment. The inner court disciples did not have any objections since they had long heard about how monstrous Duanling Tian was.
However, his result made them feel suspicious, for they felt he must have cheated.
Faced with the inner court disciples' doubts, Duanling Tian remained calm. He was not bothered by it at all. At this moment, an inner court elder who had been looking at Duanling Tian with a complicated gaze heard the whispering of the inner court disciples.
He could not help but chime in. The reason Duanling Tian's points are so high is due to the fact that he killed the berserk great ape, a wild beast that's at the mastery saint rudiment stage. The moment he opened his mouth, the other inner court elders smiled wryly. It was apparent they all knew about this. Bai Lihong was calm. He did not appear to be surprised by this.
Zhonghua, the vice-sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, looked at Duanling Tian with a complicated gaze. His expression changed again and again, but nobody knew what was in his mind.
Berserk great ape? When the inner court elder spoke up, the group of inner court disciples was completely shocked.
They were not unfamiliar with the berserk great ape. It was a very famous mastery saint rudiment stage wild beast. Once it went berserk, its strength would surpass the other wild beasts at the same stage. It even carried the title killing machine among the mastery saint rudiment stage wild beasts. However, such a wild beast had been killed by Duanling Tian. Swish, swish, swish. At once, the group of inner court disciples shifted their eyes to Duanling Tian one after another.
Their eyes were filled with hints of astonishment and disbelief. Regardless, Duanling Tian was now in the limelight.
Due to the fact the berserk great ape was killed after it has gone berserk, the points of killing it are multiplied by 2 as well. This is precisely why there's such a huge difference between Duanling Tian's points and all of your points. I'm sure all of you have an idea just how many points a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage Wild Beast would grant after being doubled. Right? The other inner court elder said again.
At this moment, although the group of inner court disciples had a very complicated feeling, they no longer said anything anymore.
Just like this, the hunting assessment the Moon Illumination sect held annually had ended, and Duanling Tian had also successfully obtained the honor of being in the first place. He also obtained the spot to enter the sect's storehouse. Although many of the items inside the sect's storehouse were covered in dust, and most people would find it difficult to distinguish them, one had to admit there were many treasures in there. Naturally, the majority of them were merely junk.
Even so, Duanling Tian still looked forward to the sect's storehouse. He had a feeling he would be able to obtain something valuable in there. During the journey back to the Moon Illumination sect, the group of inner court disciples looked at Duanling Tian with a complicated expression.
Among all of them, the earliest one to enter the Moon Illumination sect entered 5 years ago. However, nobody was able to defeat Duanling Tian, who had just entered the sect this year. It made them feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Uncle, I really hope that you've dismissed the thought of going against him. Otherwise, you'll only be digging your own grave. Dizhong was also looking at Duanling Tian. His gaze was even more complicated than the other inner court disciples. Could be said that he had been watching Duanling Tian grow day by day. The speed of Duanling Tian's growth was so fast that he could only see the dust left behind by him. The 4 Great Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials, including Bai Lihong and Zhonghua, was unaware that at this moment, a black figure was following them at a speed that was neither hurried nor slow. It was a sexy and curvy woman. A purple bird perched on her shoulder, dozing off.
The woman following the people from Moon Illumination sect was none other than Qi Mei, the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin. Currently, she was looking at Duanling Tian as she muttered to herself, I'm sure we'll be able to find her if we follow him.
Zir, I'll return for a while. Help me to keep an eye on him, all right?
Don't let him leave your sight, Qi Mei said to the purple bird on her shoulder.
All right, sister. The purple bird replied a little listlessly. How boring.
And here I thought I'll be able to crack my knuckles a little. If you want to crack your knuckles, you can just play some games with them, right?
However, make sure you don't touch those who are close to him. Qi Mei replied as she looked at the people in front. Upon hearing that, the purple bird turned energetic and was in high spirit immediately. It urged Qi Mei, Sister, hurry up and go back.
At this moment, the purple bird looked completely different from the purple bird before.
Qi Mei shook her head and did not say anything before she vanished in the sky without a trace.
In just a blink of an eye, she had already flown to the far distance to where the nest of the mountain shade black market was located. After Chi Mei left, the purple bird's eyes gleamed brilliantly. Without warning, it spread out its wings and shot toward the moon illumination sect's people like a streak of purple lightning. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound of wind whistling sounded, causing the people from moon illumination sect to be on guard. What's that? At this instant, the people could only see a gigantic figure hanging above them like a dark cloud hanging over a city, blocking the sunlight that was shining down on them. When they raised their heads, they were shocked to see a large purple bird hovering in the sky, glaring at them with a piercing gaze. When that giant purple bird spread its wings, it was like the clouds in the sky. It emitted a strong pressure. Bai Lihong, Zhonghua, and the other 2 moon illumination sect's inner court elders were on guard, prepared for any eventualities. All of the inner court disciples, including Duanling Tian, were shocked and terrified. Suddenly, a voice entered Duanling Tian's ears. "Boy, is there anybody in your group that you hate?" This was the content of the voice transmission. "Who are you?" When Duanling Tian heard the feminine voice, he glanced left and right, but could not find where the true energy voice transmission came from. "You're really stupid. Why don't you raise your head if you want to see who I am?" The voice resonated again and took Duanling Tian by surprise. He only regained his senses after a while. "Why, you're a huge bird?" "What huge or small bird? How unpleasant. Listen, I'm a super saint beast. I'm the purple cloud thunder rock. Not just a huge bird or something." The gigantic purple bird transmitted its voice once again. His voice was filled with disdain. "The super saint beast, purple cloud thunder rock?" The moment Duanling Tian heard the gigantic purple bird's words, he was slightly shocked, and then he began to study it earnestly. He noticed it was similar to a rock, but there was also a great difference. It had a golden horn on its head. "If she didn't tell me, I wouldn't know it's actually a she," Duanling Tian thought to himself. "Boy, I'm asking you a question. Is there anyone you hate among this group of people?" The purple cloud thunder rock asked again. Although he had no idea why the purple cloud thunder rock would ask such a question, Duanling Tian instinctively looked at Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, right away. He had no idea why. Maybe it was because he could sense Zhonghua's hostility toward him, and he felt annoyed by it. "You must be a saint beast, right? I wonder if there's a reason you're obstructing our way," Zhonghua asked as he took a step forward and cupped his hands together in front of his chest. Although he did not recognize the gigantic purple bird at all, the aura it was emitting faintly was enough to make him feel pressured. The fact that this beast could make him, an imminent saint stage powerhouse, feel pressured meant that it had to be at the saint stage. He could tell the gigantic purple bird was a saint beast because there was a huge difference between the aura of a saint beast and a wild beast. It was obvious the gigantic purple bird was not one of the mindless wild beasts. This could be seen in its pair of keen eyes. The gigantic purple bird, otherwise known as the purple cloud thunder rock, spoke like a human. It answered lazily, "I'm bored, so why can't I?" The corner of Zhonghua's mouth twitched violently for a moment. What kind of reason was this? Bai Lihong, the 2 other inner court elders, and all of the inner court disciples, excluding Duanling Tian, were stunned. Although Duanling Tian was not stunned, the corner of his mouth also twitched violently the moment he heard the purple cloud thunder rock's words. When he saw how the purple cloud thunder rock was glaring at Zhonghua with killing intent, Duanling Tian knew Zhonghua was doomed. At this moment, he could not help but think to himself, did I bring trouble to Zhonghua? Before Duanling Tian managed to finish his thought, the purple cloud thunder rock's wings suddenly moved. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 waves of ripples spread out from its wings. In the wake of the purple ripples, the sky seemed to have stopped in time. Meanwhile, apart from Zhonghua, the people from Moon Illumination sect were forced to retreat by the impact from the purple ripples. In just a blink of an eye, they had retreated to more than 100 meters away. By the time they returned to their senses, only the purple cloud thunder rock and Zhonghua's figures were left behind in the distance. Hovering in the air, the purple cloud thunder rock looked down at Zhonghua and lazily said, "You'll accompany me to loosen my knuckles then." The moment Zhonghua heard its words, his sight blackened for a moment and he almost fainted on the spot. Previously,
He had only suspected the purple cloud thunder rock before him was a saint beast that had entered the saint stage. However, he was 100% certain it was a saint stage saint beast after witnessing its technique.
A saint stage saint beast actually wanted him to accompany it to loosen its knuckles? Would that not result in him having all his bones broken?
Senior, I'm Xianxia, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. If I've ever offended you before, please do let me know, and I'll sincerely apologize to you, Xianxia said to the purple cloud thunder rock. He had a terrified expression on his face, and his voice had even begun to tremble. At this moment, he hoped the saint stage saint beast before him would let him go for the sake of the Moon Illumination sect. However, the purple cloud thunder rock's reply caused the color to drain from his face even more. Moon Illumination sect? I've never heard of it before. As for you, you've also never offended me before. I just wanted to find you to help me loosen my knuckles. Don't worry, I won't kill you, the purple cloud thunder rock said nonchalantly as it shook its head. The moment its words left its mouth, it seemed to have transformed into a purple hurricane and swept out to where Xianxia was at. In the distance, Duanling Tian and the group of inner court disciples from the Moon Illumination sect could only see a purple hurricane sweeping out. In the next instant, Xianxia was gone as though he had disappeared. Naturally, Duanling Tian knew Xianxia did not really disappear. They just could not see properly because the speed was too fast.
Saint Stage Saint Beast. At this moment, whether it was by Li Hong or the other two inner court elders, all of them only had a wry smile on their faces.
They could vaguely see the rapid-moving figures in front. They could not bear to watch Xianxia's pitiful sight at all. Naturally, they did not dare to go and help as well.
If the Saint Stage Saint Beast became unhappy and wanted to find them to loosen its knuckles too, would they not die in vain? Currently, even Bai Li Hong counted himself lucky that the Saint Stage Saint Beast chose Xianxia and not him. Bai Li Hong thought the Saint Stage Saint Beast had randomly picked Xianxia.
If he knew the reason it picked Xianxia to accompany it to loosen its knuckles was because of Duanling Tian, it made one wonder what kind of expression he would make. Saint Stage Saint Beast? Duanling Tian's face turned glum. He also realized the purple cloud thunder rock was a Saint Stage Saint Beast. The moment he recalled how the Saint Stage Saint Beast transmitted its voice to him, he could not help but be filled with confusion. Why would this fellow ask him who he hated?
Not only that, but he only glanced at Xianxia instinctively, and in the next moment, Xianxia was doomed.
It seemed as though the purple cloud thunder rock was helping him to vent his anger. He was sure he had never met this purple cloud thunder rock before. Not only that, but this was also the first time in his life he had ever laid eyes on a Saint Stage Saint Beast. What kind of luck do I have today? In just a day, I actually encountered two Saint Stage powerhouses. I wonder if there's any connection between the two? Duanling Tian had no idea why, but when he thought until the end, he actually linked the purple cloud thunder rock and Chimei, that Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin, together.
How useless.
Fine. I won't play with you anymore. I think it's better if I return to the Moon Illumination sect with you and find the strongest person in the sect to play with.
I'm sure it'll be even more interesting. Soon after, Duanling Tian and the others heard the purple cloud thunder rock's voice resonating in the air.
In the next moment, the purple cloud thunder rock and Xianxia appeared simultaneously. The purple cloud thunder rock appeared to be in high spirit and looked the same as before. However, Xianxia seemed as though he had just been tortured. Apart from the green and red marks all over his body, his robe was also badly torn. Moreover, he was currently hovering in the air with the last of his strength. As he staggered, it seemed as though he would fall at any time. Although Xianxia appeared wretched, he still sighed in relief. Master! At this moment, He Zhong ran up to him in a timely manner. When he looked at the purple cloud thunder rock, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes as well.
Let's go. I'll follow you back to the Moon Illumination sect. The people from Moon Illumination sect turned pale after hearing the purple cloud thunder rock's words. Its body trembled slightly before it transformed into a purple-clad young girl who looked about 16 to 17 years old. The fair and delicate face that still contained a hint of childishness looked as though it would break with just a snap of a finger. She was a beautiful girl indeed.
However, nobody was focused on her look after she had transformed into a human. Instead, they were all taken aback by her domineering manner. She had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and said she wanted someone to accompany her to loosen her knuckles. Then Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, was unluckily chosen by her. If Duanling Tian did not witness this with his own eyes, he would find it difficult to relate the purple-clad young girl in front of him to the purple-cloud Thunder Rock.